Chapter 1486. Madame Song, who had a high tolerance for alcohol, blushed as if she had drunk 1,000 white cups of wine. Is that so? But I was already 16 years old when I first met the general and the princess with the young lady. Su Fengnian smiled. The two of them leaned against the window. After a long time, Madame Song said softly, "Every minute of the night is worth 1,000 gold. Young Master Su, do you want to rest? Do you need someone to serve you?" Su Fengnian said seriously, "The bed in my room is a bit small." Madame Song spat, stood up straight, and turned to leave. She said, "I just don't like to be eaten by an old cow." "What do you mean by looking 20 years old? Who are you trying to fool?" Su Fengnian smiled and said, "If you have the chance, go back to Beiliang. My sister will be very happy." She stopped and sighed. She shook her head and left the room. Su Fengnian took the wine jar from the table and leaned against the window to look at the brightly lit Snow Lotus City. After drinking more than half of the wine, there was a knock on the door. He turned around and said, "Come in." Swordsman Xiaomu and the young boy and girl who were taking refuge in the Snow Lotus building walked into the room together. Xiaomu cupped his fists and said, "Young master, I have received the Snow Lotus. I will go to Beiliang to work for you in half a year at the latest." Su Fengnian nodded and smiled, "I trust you." Ma Jiabao's daughter immediately gathered her courage and asked, "Hey, Senior Sword Immortal, did you win against Huoba Bodhisattva?" Su Fengnian joked, "After the fight, I vomited a few pounds of blood." "Do you think I won?" the young girl exclaimed, "So miserable." The young boy said carefully, "Uncle Xiao said that your opponent is the second most powerful expert in the world, the army god of Beimang. Senior Sword Immortal won't be embarrassed if you lose by accident." Su Fengnian looked at Xiaomu, who was deeply grateful to him, and said, "I will leave Snow Lotus City early tomorrow. Please go to Ma Jiabao. You can bring Meng Li from the Snow Lotus building. He is also a second-grade master." Xiaomu nodded and did not refuse. The youth suddenly blushed and asked, "Senior Sword Immortal, that heartless old man likes to lie. Why don't you tell me the truth? If I practice martial arts, can I become an expert? If I don't have any achievements in martial arts, then I'll just be an honest lotus collector in the future." Su Fengnian smiled and said, "Your aptitude isn't very good, but your luck shouldn't be bad. Otherwise, you wouldn't have met that old man, Xiaomu, and most importantly, me. So I'll give you a suggestion. Do you want to listen?" The young man nodded vigorously while pecking at the rice. The young girl rolled her eyes and said, "Grow up." Su Fengnian said, "I have a brother who traveled alone in Jianghu before he became a top-notch swordsman. You can ask Uncle Xiao to take you to Jianghu in the Central Plains. If you think it's boring to travel alone, you can elope with Miss Ma." The young man was at a loss. He looked forward to it and felt nervous. He smiled foolishly at the young girl. The young girl pointed at Su Fengnian and said angrily, "Is there a senior sword immortal like you who wants to do nothing but play tricks? Hong Shuji wants to travel in Jianghu, fine. But if he wants to follow you, you have to teach him swordsmanship." Su Fengnian joked, "Oh, you haven't married him yet, but you already know how to make plans for him?" The young girl turned her neck and acted like a rascal. "Just tell me if you agree or not." Xiaomu rubbed the young man's head. Then, with eyes full of smiles, he pretended to be angry and glared at the young girl. "What's wrong? Little Ma, do you dislike Uncle Xiao's martial arts? Although Uncle Xiao can't compare with Senior, in Snow Lotus City, I can still fight with Lu Huaishi for hundreds of rounds. In Uncle Xiao's hometown in the Central Plains, the descendants of the 4th or 5th rank local officials want to be my disciple and learn the sword. Miss Ma, you have to eat one bite at a time. Don't eat until you become fat. If that happens, it won't be you who dislike Uncle Xiao, but Hong Shuji who doesn't want you anymore." Compared to Su Fengnian, who killed people with bloody means, the young girl who was closer to Xiaomu said shyly, "Uncle Xiao, you're not a good person either. Hong Shuji will become bad sooner or later if she follows you. I'm worried." The young girl stomped her feet and ran out of the house with Hong Shuji. They started to discuss how to elope and travel in Jianghu together. Xiaomu cupped his fists and said sincerely, "Senior, take care." Su Fengnian hesitated for a moment and said with a smile, "I'm not a senior. I'm younger than you." Xiaomu was stunned and said, "Senior, you're very humorous." When Xiaomu walked out of the house, two women walked in together. They were the purple bamboo fairy, Huang Chunyu, and the arrogant woman from the Lu family who couldn't control her mouth. Su Fengnian was a little self-deprecating. Had he become the most popular courtesan in a brothel? The woman from the Lu family, who had changed back into a woman's dress, questioned, "You broke Marquis Zhang's tendons and destroyed his martial arts. You made him live a life worse than death. Aren't you afraid of revenge?" Su Fengnian didn't pay attention to the woman with small breasts and no brains. He looked at Huang Chunyu, who came from the Sword Mountain, and asked, "What's the matter?" Compared to the arrogant woman from the Lu family, Huang Chunyu naturally had more experience in Jianghu and knew how to deal with people. She didn't pretend to be a girl of Jianghu. Instead, she bowed like a weak and virtuous woman. After straightening her slender waist, she said in a soft and apologetic voice, "Grandpa Erwan has left Snow Lotus City. He said that he wants to follow the footsteps of a senior and travel with a sword. Grandpa Erwan asked me to tell you that he has no regrets in this life. He also said that he already knows your identity, but he won't say a word. Grandpa Erwan also said that in his lifetime, he will write a famous poem for you." Su Fengnian leaned against the window with some kindness in his eyes. "Okay." Huang Chunyu's eyebrows were like flowing autumn water. She said tirelessly, "Our Sword Mountain accounts for nearly half of the 10 sceneries of Western Shu. They are the Bamboo Sea, Old Lord Pavilion, Lingyun Stone Buddha, and the Moonlight Cauldron. If you pass by Western Shu in the future, I hope you can come to the Sword Mountain to enjoy the scenery. If you don't mind, I can lead the way for you." Su Fengnian smiled, "If I have the chance to go to Western Shu in the future, if I still have the leisure to enjoy the scenery, then I will definitely go to the Sword Mountain." Huang Chunyu smiled innocently. It was hard to imagine that she was the cold beauty who was famous in the Jianghu of Western Shu. Su Fengnian said casually, "I once went on a long journey and only went to Mount Qingcheng. I missed your Sword Mountain. If I may ask, I don't know if the old ancestor of your Sword Mountain is still alive. I only know that the old ancestor went into seclusion to comprehend the sword many years ago. There has been no news of him in Jianghu for so many years." When it came to the secrets of the sect, Huang Chunyu's expression was a little awkward. For a top sect, it didn't matter how many people there were. It only depended on whether there were first-class masters and how many there were. Therefore, whether the old ancestor of the Sword Mountain was dead or still in seclusion was a world of difference. Old Ancestor Du of the Sword Sect was a martial arts grandmaster who had fought Li Chungang on his way to Shu for the sword trial. He was a rare existence in the entire Western Shu. To say that he could defeat Sword God Li in that era was tantamount to a fool's dream. It was not even wishful thinking to hope for a tie. If the current Jianghu of the Central Plains was a scene of heroes rising together, then thinking back to the past, Li Chungang alone was the Jianghu, and all the outstanding people. Su Fengnian did not force her. He smiled and said, "If he is no longer alive, help me propose a toast to Old Ancestor Du. If Old Ancestor Du is still alive, please help me pass on a message." The Tang Sword Chi scripture that Old Ancestor Du wrote when he was in the prime of his life, the two moves of pulling the Sky River and washing the troops' armor were quite imposing. Huang Chunyu nodded her head gracefully and obediently. The woman of the Lu family who was ignored pointed at Su Fengnian and said angrily, "Do you think I am blind? Do you know who I am?" Su Fengnian asked back, "Are you the Empress Yan Dongwu? Or Xianyuan Qingfeng of Mount Hui? Or Chen Yu?" Then Su Fengnian said coldly, "If you are not, then get out of here." She bared her fangs and brandished her claws, shouting, "I will bite you to death," as she ran towards Su Fengnian. Huang Chunyu quickly said goodbye and hugged this reckless girl's waist, quickly bringing her out of the house. After Huang Chunyu stepped out of the door, she suddenly turned around and said with a smile, "Young master, I almost forgot to tell you. Grandpa Erwan said that he has already thought of the title of the poem. It will be called The Journey of the Fierce Blade in the Snow. Chapter 1487. The second chapter is before midnight. The third chapter is before midnight. Su Fengnian had already left the city when the sky was still dark. Madame Song personally saw him off and the two parted at the city gate. Lanterns were hung high on the city wall, making it as bright as day. Su Fengnian noticed that Madame Song, who was dressed elegantly, had not only changed into a red, yellow, wide-sleeved gown, but also seemed to have put on some makeup. She sat high on the horse, her beautiful skirt trailing behind her. Under the illumination of the lanterns, she looked especially beautiful. Su Fengnian had already discussed all the matters that he needed to pay attention to in the Snow Lotus House. Feigning civility with the fence-sitter Lu Huaishi was of the utmost importance. The spies from Beiliang and Western Shu would use this person as bait. Su Fengnian wore the old cold knife that had broken into 2 pieces at his waist. He carried an inconspicuous cotton bag with a few changes of clothes and some yellow and white items on his back. As they parted, Madame Song lived up to her reputation as the woman who had written the phrase, carrying a knife and standing alone in all directions, shining through the clouds at night. She did not show any signs of embarrassment and smiled as she cupped her fists and said, "Even if you accompany a friend for 1,000 miles, you still have to part in the end. Take care, Your Highness." Su Fengnian nodded and reminded, "Like I said before, the Snow Lotus House is only the Snow Lotus House. There is no need for you to personally participate in the battle. Unless it is absolutely necessary, don't try to be a hero. It is not easy to find a 3-legged toad, but there are plenty of 2-legged men who want to be heroes." Madame Song smiled and said, "Is that so? I thought all men were 3-legged." Su Fengnian laughed it off and then said seriously, "Don't think that I am being overly sentimental. It is fine if Beiliang and Western Shu coexist peacefully. However, as long as Chen Jibao turns his attention away from the Central Plains, he will soon reveal his true intentions. At that time, not just your Snow Lotus House, but all the strongholds of the Fu Shui House in Western Shu and Nanzhao will be uprooted overnight. I don't need to say much about Chen Jibao's style of doing things. That is why I have already asked Chu Lushan to arrange your escape route. All of you are priceless treasures of Beiliang." Madame Song's eyes were calm and peaceful. Su Fengnian took the cold blade from his waist, which had been broken in the fight, and threw it to Madame Song. "Northern cold blade only kills outsiders." Su Fengnian's figure gradually disappeared into the distance. Madame Song held the cold saber and slowly raised her hand. She was unwilling to put it down. The simple and austere saber and the slender and delicate arm formed a sharp contrast that could capture one's soul. The burly Meng Li had appeared in the shadows near the city gate. His eyes were complicated and his face was gloomy. Ever since this taciturn man had volunteered to be sent to Snow Lotus City 12 years ago, he had conscientiously helped Song Huang build a tall building from the ground. 2 8-story Mandarin duck pavilions were unique even in the rich and fertile land of West Shu. He had been through life and death situations for more than 10 years. Time and time again, he had to dress his wounds alone. Time and time again, he looked at that figure from afar. He could see it, but he could not catch it. Meng Li leaned against the city wall. His expression was uncertain. In the eyes of this bloodthirsty man, Madame Song was like a bunch of enchanting begonias in a silver vase. He was willing to stand in the distance and watch the flowers slowly wither, but if someone wanted to pluck the flowers and put them in their sleeves, no matter who that person was or what status they had, Meng Li would be worried. At some point, Madame Song had put on her cold saber and rode to the foot of the city wall. Meng Li stood in the shadows. She should not have seen his strange expression. Suddenly, Madame Song reached out her hand and fanned near her nose. She mischievously said, "Meng Li, why do I smell jealousy?" Meng Li's face instantly turned red. He was at a loss. Madame Song dismounted and led the horse forward. Meng Li hesitated for a moment before quickly following. Madame Song said softly, "Meng Li, I already know what you're thinking." While Madame Song was probably thinking of some gentle words, Meng Li had already bitterly said, "Madam, I also know." Madame Song stopped and patted Meng Li's shoulder. For the first time, she looked at this man with a rough face but a delicate mind. She was in high spirits. Her limpid eyes were overflowing with color. She pointed at the Central Plains and said boldly, "Meng Li, you're a man. Why do you have to be so pretentious? Maybe I, Song Huang, will never like you in my life. However, you can make me remember that there is a man named Meng Li. The border of Liangmang is already filled with the smoke of war, and the Central Plains will soon be filled with war drums. You've been reading books on the art of war all these years. Do you want to stay in Snow Lotus City and waste your time, or do you want to go out and fight?" Meng Li was silent for a long time. Finally, he said, "Madam, can I not go to the Bailiang frontier army but go to Liangmang instead?" Madame Song handed the reins to Meng Li and laughed, "Why not? From now on, Whispering Room and Snow Lotus House will just treat Meng Li as dead." Meng Li suddenly mounted the horse and turned it around. After galloping for a dozen steps, he turned around again. He clenched his fist and hammered his chest. "Song Huang, I, Meng Li, have liked you for 12 years. I've also done my best to protect you for 12 years. I don't regret it. Even now, I'm still very happy. If I become successful in the future, I'll definitely come back to Snow Lotus City to find you. If I unfortunately die at the border of Liangmang, I hope you can offer me a few cups of wine every Qingming festival." Madame Song laughed loudly and said, "Don't die if you have the ability." Meng Li left the city and went to Liangmang alone. At this time, Song Huang and Meng Li did not expect that in the future Liang Shilin and Jianghu to jointly create the two auspicious talismans rushing north, torrents. Meng Li had unknowingly become one of the first people to set off. Su Fengnian, who had left the city earlier, also did not expect that he would coincidentally encounter a martial arts event in the remote western regions. This caused him to stop for a while on his way back to the north. In the past 100 years, because Li Chungang and Wang Xianji had been too powerful, the entire Jianghu under them was like a fight between ants no matter how much trouble they caused. In addition, Li Chungang and his sword were too elusive. Later on, Wang Xianji's hands were tied in the martial emperor city of the Eastern Sea. This caused the Jianghu of Liyang to be lively for 100 years, but in the end, it was not as lively as before. It wasn't until Xianyuan Qingfeng became the chief of the Wulin alliance that this situation began to change. Of the four grandmasters, Su, Chao, and Tuoba, none of them were pure Jianghu people. Dong Tai appeared and disappeared mysteriously, and the other 10 martial arts judges were also shrouded in mystery. This made Xianyuan Zi, who was rumored to be admired by the Emperor of Liang and who the new Prince of Liang wanted to gift with the martial arts manuals, become the undisputed leader of the Central Plains Jianghu. Apart from the publicly recognized top 10 sects, the Sword Tomb of the Wu family, the Dragon Palace of Nanjiang, and the Fish Dragon Gang of Bailiang were at the bottom of the list. After the Martial Arts Society meeting at Great Snow Ping, many new lists were released near Liangsan. These lists abandoned those martial arts grandmasters and Jianghu sects that were too high in status. They were newly evaluated as the 4 fairies, the 4 sages, and the top 10 sects. In addition, there were also titles such as the 12 chiefs and the 8 demon lords. Although these lists were no longer lofty, it was precisely because they were approachable that they were as vigorous as weeds. Soon, everyone in Liangjiang knew about them. Under this general trend, 2 major events occurred in the bustling Liangjiang lake. One was that Xianyuan Qingfeng had come out from his closed-door training. In just half a year, he had comprehended the pass of immortality, and his realm had skyrocketed. He was born from the 12 chiefs of auspicious talisman of the 13 grades of spring and autumn. Xianyuan Qingfeng was the chiefs of sword, saber, and Dao. The second major event was that while Xianyuan Qingfeng was in closed-door training, someone had stolen 16 of the best martial arts manuals from the library in Great Snow Ping. Later, it was said that 6 of the 8 big figures of the evil way had joined hands to do it. Then, a second martial arts society meeting was held in Great Snow Ping. Although Xianyuan Qingfeng did not show up, under the leadership of Huang Fangfua, the chief guest of Mount Hui, he set the tone of the battle between good and evil with those respected sect leaders. For a time, all the heroes gathered and were excited, vowing to hunt down and kill the 6 evil people who dared to challenge the #1 holy land in Jianghu, Great Snow Ping. The first-class Jianghu forces carrying the banner of enforcing justice on behalf of heaven set off from Mount Huishan, passed through Xiangfan in the middle of the Central Plains, passed through western Shu, and tirelessly chased the enemy all the way to the western regions. Along the way, countless second- and third-class gangs joined in. Whether they had nothing better to do and wanted to join in the fun or wanted to build a relationship with Mount Huishan, in short, the flow from east to west was getting bigger and bigger. There were thousands of people. The movement was so big that not only the garrisons of Jiangnan Circuit and Western Shu Circuit were alerted, they were in a state of panic for a while. Moreover, it was said that even the young nobles of the Zhao family secretly joined in. Most of them just wanted to see the purple dress of Mount Huishan. A few of them secretly recruited the forces of Jianghu in order to seek self-protection in the imminent turmoil. Therefore, it could be said that the fish and the dragons were mixed together to participate in the grand undertaking. Chapter 1488. At that time, Su Fengnian was riding alone and stopped beside a gravel path that was trodden by traveling merchants all year round. He was a little dumbfounded. This path was actually filled with endless streams of people, and it was a rare scene of a boiling cauldron of voices, as if they were going to a market. Among them, there was a group of Jianghu men who were dressed in bright clothes and were riding on horses. The other women were holding zither, kongho, hule, and other musical instruments. Most of them were Jianghu men who were roaming the Jianghu. They were dressed in bright clothes and riding on horses. The swords and sabers on their waists were all valuable weapons. Among them, more than half of them were wearing white robes and white robes. There were also a few who were unconventional and had wooden swords on their waists. In the mighty group, there were also people riding donkeys and carrying branches. Naturally, these guys were the firm admirers of the peach blossom sword god, Dong Tai. Su Fengnian had been to Liang Lake twice. The first time, he felt like he was walking at the foot of the mountain, where he could only crawl and roll in the mud without being able to see the scenery at the top. The second time, he walked on the top of the mountain, like an immortal who was enjoying the clouds and drinking the dew. It was really an eye-opener for him to see so many Jianghu men who were too good to be humble, in one breath. Su Fengnian stopped his horse and didn't move forward. He didn't have a horse that was worth hundreds of gold coins, nor did he carry any weapons. In fact, he was not eye-catching. For ordinary young people who wandered the Jianghu, even if they had a first-class appearance, they didn't mean much to men. Even for women, if they didn't know how to build connections, they could only be a heroine with a little reputation in a county of Banzhou. It was hard to be called a fairy. Even if they saw Su Fengnian, the men just glanced at him, and the women just looked around. At most, they would look back and take a second look. They felt that it was a pity that this handsome young man was not from a famous sect. Otherwise, they could find a chance to win him over. It should be known that the top 10 new talents in the Wulian world were all related to the 10 great sects of the 4 sages. For example, Dou Chengfeng, who had a toad-like face, liked to stick out his tongue and lick his lips when he was free. Eating at the same table with him would make one lose appetite. Just because he had a good master who had a place in the great snow square of Mount Hui, he was always surrounded by women. Su Fengnian looked at the crowd in front of him quietly and sighed with emotion. Previously, the spy had sent a message to the Snow Lotus Tower that Tantai Ningjing had rushed to the Guangling Taoism. Chao Chengqing's transition from the holy path to the domineering path was undoubtedly another proof that the Confucian sages of the past dynasties often didn't have a good ending. It should be known that under the devil suppression well in the water moon mirror, there were those famous Confucian sages who were famous for their benevolence and righteousness. In the eyes of ordinary people, this must be a strange thing, but in the eyes of the Qi trainers in the world, this was the cycle of the heavenly way. After confirming that Su Fengnian was out of danger, Su Yanbing took a newly accepted disciple to the pass in the south of Lingzhou bordering Liangshu to meet his fellow disciple, Han Laoshan. It seemed that he was entrusting his son to him. Perhaps he didn't want to have any regrets before the life and death battle with Huyan Dagwan. Suddenly, someone laughed loudly and swept across the yellow sand. Although this person was excellent in martial arts, he didn't offend the crowd by flying over the heads of the people in the middle of the path. Instead, he rode on the wind beside the path of the unknown people like Su Fengnian. His figure rose and fell like a dragonfly skimming the surface of the water, bringing up bursts of yellow dust. Su Fengnian was wrapped in the dust. After the master flew over the man and the horse, the yellow sand hit them in the face. Su Fengnian didn't care about it and just casually scattered the sand. Around him were a lot of people who were forced to eat the sand and curses. A young pedestrian closest to Su Fengnian was stepped on by the flying master on the shoulder. Although he wasn't injured, he staggered and bumped into Su Fengnian's mount. Su Fengnian bent down and gently held the poor guy's head. After letting go, the man raised his head and didn't seem to be flustered and exasperated. He said gratefully with a good temper, "Thank you, young master." Su Fengnian shook his head and asked with a smile, "Where are all of you going?" The man's eyes widened. "Young master, are you from the western regions?" Su Fengnian nodded and said, "I'm heading north from Snow Lotus City. I'm very curious as to why so many Jianghu heroes suddenly appeared here." The young man with an old cotton bag on his back laughed and said, No wonder. Young master, you don't know. Not only are there nearly 1,000 Jianghu heroes on this road, but all the masters of the Central Plains are also heading west. They are divided into 3 groups and are heading to a small town in the western regions dozens of miles away. They are going to meet the Wulian Alliance chief there and discuss how to kill the 6 great devils together. In fact, there aren't many first-class grandmasters on this road. The other 2 groups are full of masters. Hey, it's just that they are moving too fast. My legs can't keep up with them, so I have to settle for the next best thing. Su Fengnian dismounted and walked forward with the cheerful young man. The latter couldn't help but take a few more glances at Su Fengnian's mount. His eyes were full of undisguised envy. Su Fengnian saw that the young man looked tired and his footsteps were light. He smiled and asked the young man to take off his bag and hang it on the horse's back. The young man didn't stand on ceremony and sincerely thanked Su Fengnian. He took the opportunity to pat the back of the horse a few times and praised it for its excellent colt. The young man saw that this young master didn't seem like a rich man who was difficult to get close to. Moreover, this young master was a lively person who couldn't keep his words to himself. Therefore, he opened his mouth and told Su Fengnian about the scale of this trip to the western regions. His face was brimming with pride as a Central Plains man. Without needing Su Fengnian to ask, the young man took out his family's wealth. He came from Jianghu County, Gangnam-do, which was the richest in the world. His name was Xianxia, and his master was one of the last consecrated elders in the county. However, he was only one of more than 10 disciples in name other than the direct disciples. This time, there were more than 20 people from the sect who were heading to the western regions. However, they were all proud disciples of the sect leader and the 3 deputy sect leaders. They were not on the same side and couldn't join in the fun. Therefore, he had to travel alone. After talking about his family's affairs, Xianxia, who boasted that he was the messenger of Jianghu County, began to introduce Su Fengnian to the important people on the road. "Hey, do you see those women in front who are all playing musical instruments? Don't underestimate them just because they are girls. They are all extraordinary. They are all fairies from the Misty Mountain, the second largest sect in Huainan Dao. The Misty Mountain only accepts women and is divided into 2 peaks. The women of the 2 peaks are seated according to the positions of the ceremonial courtesans and ceremonial courtesans. Oh right, these courtesans are definitely not prostitutes. Young master, you must not blaspheme against them. You must know that the Misty Mountain sect leader, the Flying Cicada Fairy, has a technique to retain her youthful appearance. She is already 50 years old, but she is still as graceful and moving as a 16-year-old woman. Even in the great snow plateau of Mount Hui, her seat is also very close to the front. Her reputation in the Jianghu is also extremely good. After our Wulian Alliance chief came out of seclusion, he discussed the Jianghu together with 18 leaders of the righteous path. The Flying Cicada Fairy is one of the 18. As for those nuns, they come from the Jingxi nunnery of the southern peak Zen Mountain. In the past year, they have been competing with the Tranquil Heart Monastery, which also established a sect in the southern peak Zen Mountain, for the position of Mountain Lord. It is said that the Wulian Alliance chief will recognize whoever makes the greatest contribution this time as the master of the southern peak. The one at the front is a big monk who is 10 feet tall and has a red sandalwood bead around his neck. His nickname is the Red Sandalwood Monk. He is a famous expert in Liaodong. Currently, there are 16 loose immortals in the Jianghu, and he is one of them. It is said that when he was young, he found an old ginseng that was only 10 years away from being 1,000 years old. He bitterly waited for it for a full 10 years. After eating the old ginseng, his internal energy greatly increased, and he was able to become a loose immortal. I heard that the string of the red sandalwood Buddhist beads is made of the roots of the old ginseng. Even if you have a divine weapon that can cut through hair, you can't cut it. The group of young masters and daughters riding horses are all disciples of the famous orthodox sects in the Jianghu, which is an important martial arts town in the southeast of Liang. I call these people the second or third generation of the senior generation. Don't the officials have the second generation and the descendants of the generals? They are all disciples and grand-disciples of the local martial arts grandmasters who are famous in Jianghu. Naturally, they are the second or third generation of the senior generation. As for me, forget about it. My Taiga sect. I'm not afraid of being laughed at by young master, but in reality, there's no way for us to compete with those 4 or 5 top-notch sects in the county. We can only shut our doors and pretend to be masters. My direct disciple brothers can only show off in the county. Once we leave our hometown, aren't we just serving tea to other people of the same age who come from famous sects? Anyway, I can't stand it anymore. I'm happy to be free and unfettered. At least, I don't have to act according to other people's wishes. Su Fengnian patiently listened to the young man's long-winded chatter with a tranquil smile. Shen Chongging's mouth was dry from talking. Su Fengnian handed him a pot of green ant wine that he had brought from the Snow Lotus Tower. Shen Chongging, who had never tasted this kind of wine, did not know the severity of the situation. He took a big gulp and felt as if his throat was on fire. His face turned red and he coughed continuously. When he handed the pot back, he said awkwardly, "This wine is really fierce." Su Fengnian saw a few riders passing by from the corner of his eyes. One of the riders was a woman whose breasts were undulating along with the back of the horse. He chuckled softly and said, "Is it as fierce as this heroine?" Shen Chongging's eyes lit up. They were both men, so they quickly understood each other's intentions. He felt closer to this young master who was not pedantic and inflexible. He nodded with a smile and said, "What an imposing manner." Chapter 1489. Unable to control his emotions, Shen Chongging's voice was not soft. The riders had unusually sharp ears, so they quickly reined in their horses and turned their heads, glaring fiercely at the 2 slick and poor fellows. After one of the escorts dismounted, he walked toward them with a ferocious smile. Shen Chongging admitted that he was in the wrong, but he did not want to implicate the young master beside him. He took a few steps forward and cupped his fist, wanting to admit his mistake. Unexpectedly, that person did not give him the opportunity to report his name and sect. He raised his foot high and stomped on Shen Chongging's chest. The travel-worn Shen Chongging's lapel shook with a burst of dust. Under the huge impact, he was sent flying backward in the blink of an eye. Su Fengnian reached out to support Shen Chongging's back and deliberately took a few steps back before he barely supported Shen Chongging's body. Su Fengnian gently pulled Shen Chongging behind him and raised his elbow to block the kick. Then, he looked up at the smiling heroine on horseback and said with a smile, "We were rude first. I hope everyone can forgive us." Shen Chongging's face turned red. Su Fengnian smiled and said, "We were rude first. Please forgive us." The strong young man who did not achieve anything obviously felt that he had lost face in front of the ferry. He deliberately kicked up the yellow sand with the tip of his foot as he ran forward. He made a set of dazzling fist moves with his hands, and dust flew up. He was so imposing that he shouted angrily, "You're looking for death. Forgive you my ass. Grandpa will teach you how to be a man today." But what happened next made the young man's group and all the onlookers on the road not know whether to laugh or cry. They saw the handsome young man pull the troublemaker behind him and run away. He didn't even care about the horse, turning around and running away. The strong young man spat and did not bother to chase. He got back on the horse and continued to talk and laugh with his companions. Recently, there was a new custom in Liang Jianghu. The reason was that before Mount Xianxia became the rightful Wulian Alliance leader, there was a famous contest in Jianghu at the end of the series of famous battles at Quicksnow Mountain Villa. Her opponent was a famous Jianghu figure in his 70s. He had a fiery temper and spoke rudely. In the end, not only was he defeated by Xianyuan Qingfeng, but he also forced the old Jianghu figure to acknowledge her as his grandaunt. In these 2 years, with Xianyuan Qingfeng's unstoppable rapid rise, there were all kinds of father-son and grandfather-grandson fights in Jianghu. Whoever lost would be the son or grandson, and whoever lost would have to call the other father or grandfather. After Xianyuan Qingfeng became the #1 person in Jianghu, challengers were as numerous as carps crossing the river. Her practice was the same as Wang Xianji's in Martial Emperor City. The loser would have to leave his weapon on the weapon collecting platform. She did not make anyone acknowledge themselves as her grandson, but many busybodies began to count on their fingers and took the initiative to help this ZZ figure out who she would accept as her grandson today and who would become Mount Huishan's son tomorrow. Many people who were slow on the road could not help but roll their eyes when they saw the two running back to take the horse. A few young girls even covered their mouths and laughed. Even the thick-skinned Shen Chang'an was a little embarrassed. But after seeing the calm face of the loyal young man beside him, he felt relieved. He patted the footprint on his chest and said in a low voice, "Brother, I've implicated you this time." Su Fengnian shook his head and said with a smile, "What's there to be implicated about? I'm used to it." Shen Chang'an had a big heart and did not dwell on this small incident. He looked at the blurry figures in the distance and said jokingly, "I should have known. That's an omen." The two slowly walked along the small path and the crowd. Shen Chang'an told the young man beside him about the current Jianghu situation. This is a once-in-a-century battle between good and evil. The elites of the Central Plains are all here, led by the Moonless House in the Great Snow Plateau. Among the new 10 major sects, the Quick Snow Villa by the Lake of Spring, the Dragon Palace in Nanjiang, the Gangnamdu's Black Drum Stage, the Yuyan Villa that rose again with the help of the Dragon Rock Sword Furnace, Taibai's Sword Sect, Jinswa Saber Manor, Shishu's Spring Invitation Cottage, plus the veteran Dongyue's Sword Pool and Bailiang's Fish Dragon Gang. The 10 major sects are all here. There is a rumor in the Jianghu that the mysterious Finger Grandmaster, Huang Fangfua, is the leader of Mount Hui. As for the whereabouts of the Wulian Alliance chief, no one knows. The only daughter of the Quicksnow Villa's manor lord, Wei Qi Liangfu, is traveling in the Jianghu for the first time. The Dragon Palace's palace lord, Lin Hongyuan, is personally leading a group of top experts. The Yuyan Villa's young manor lord, Zhang Chunlin, is traveling west alone with 3 famous swords. The Taibai sword sect, which once had a land sword immortal, has finally produced a young swordsman who is known as the banished immortal of the sword Dao. It is said that he has received the guidance of the Peach Blossom Sword God. In just half a year, his sword Dao realm has improved by leaps and bounds. He has broken through the 2nd grade, 1st grade, Vajra realm, and the mysterious Finger realm. Therefore, this person is also known as the 4 young grandmasters, together with the person who is currently staying in Martial Emperor City, Wuxia Xianxia of Mount Longhu, and the manor lord of Jinswa Saber Manor. They are regarded as the most outstanding figures who won't lose to the 4 grandmasters in the future. This guy who is not even 18 years old, isn't he powerful? Su Fengnian smiled and nodded, yes, he is very powerful. Shen Chang'an sighed, among the 4 young people, the manor lord of Jinswa Saber Manor is actually more famous than the banished immortal of the Taibai sword sect. It can't be helped. She is not even 30 years old, but she is already a genuine saber master. Moreover, she is one of the 4 fairies who are famous in the world. She is as famous as the Dragon Palace's palace lord, Lin Hongyuan, the Fish Dragon Gang's gang leader, Lu Nirong, and Lu Hanxian of the Dark Drum Stage. Su Fengnian couldn't help but interrupt, is the Fish Dragon Gang's gang leader also very beautiful? Shen Changing was a little puzzled. Of course, it is said that Lu Nirong, who visited Mount Hui with the martial arts manual, is as elegant as a fairy. Moreover, she is the least arrogant of the 4 fairies. She has a very good reputation in the Jianghu. Su Fengnian didn't know whether to laugh or cry. I see. Shen Changing said worriedly, it's just that this extermination of the evil demons is not a sure thing. It is said that one of the demons is a local snake in the western regions. He has thousands of horse gangs under his command. His combat power is not inferior to the iron cavalry of the Bailiang frontier army. Moreover, the other 5 demons are also very powerful. During their escape, they have recruited many notorious scums in the Jianghu. Several of them are also at the Master Realm. They can't be underestimated. But I think that evil will not prevail over good. We have Fairy Lu of the Fish Dragon Gang, who is familiar with the terrain of the western regions, to lead the way. Moreover, we have the leader of the Wulin Alliance, who has superb cultivation. I think we will definitely win. It depends on how much we pay. Su Fengnian whispered, it seems that there are many acquaintances. Shen Changing didn't hear Su Fengnian's muttering. He patted his chest and said, although I am not famous in the Jianghu, I know a few people. When we arrive in that town, I will definitely introduce you to them. Chapter 1490. However, Shen Changing soon realized that his boasting had been exposed. The town, which could only accommodate 400 to 500 people at most, was already overcrowded. It had long been occupied by the big shots of the top 10 gangs and the disciples of the second-tier sections. Those with solid connections and thick pockets had also entered the town through the back door. These people who could stay in the restaurants and inns were naturally superior to others. Next were the Jianghu forces stationed at the edge of the small town. Most of them were reputable sects in the provinces and counties, but they could only obediently set up their tents. Next, they would have to eat and sleep in the open. As for a nobody like Shen Changing, in addition to the fact that he had arrived late, he could not even find the Jianghu disciples from the same county that he was familiar with in the dense crowd. He stood half a li away from the small town and could only stare helplessly. Su Fengnian held back his laughter and did not speak, lest this boastful fellow beside him become even more embarrassed. Fortunately, there were some local residents in the town who were good at making money. They pushed their wheelbarrows and started a small business. They sold some dry biscuits, wine, and dried dates. Shen Changing endured his headache and bought 2 small bags of dried dates at a high price. He and Su Fengnian each had a bag of dried dates. A small bag of less than 20 dried dates cost 1 tael of silver. Shen Changing wanted to cry but had no tears. He squatted in the crowd with Su Fengnian, munching on the dates and muttering gloomily. Su Fengnian looked around. It was naturally difficult to see familiar faces in the vicinity. Obviously, he did not expect to see any Jianghu people he was not familiar with. This made Su Fengnian, who was hoping to try his luck and meet Lin Hongyuan of the Dragon Palace, lose interest in staying. He wanted to continue north after eating the dates. Su Fengnian took the pot of green ant wine from the horse's back and handed it to Shen Changing, who had been coveting it but was too embarrassed to ask for it. Shen Changing opened the cork and shook his head. He was not in a hurry to eat it. Many men and women nearby were envious. This made young hero Shen, who was trying to find joy in the midst of bitterness, very satisfied. Su Fengnian squatted on the ground and slowly threw a jujube into his mouth. He wondered why Xianyuan Qingfeng had made such a big fuss. The so-called 6 devils were not worthy of her attention. As for Shen Changing's claim of monopolizing the top 3, Su Fengnian had some meaning that outsiders would not understand. Useless monk, who had died in the hands of Chao Changqing, most likely had met Xianyuan Qingfeng before he was alive. This great master, who made the imperial court bow to him 100 years ago, taught Xianyuan Qingfeng everything he had learned in his life. Lu Songtao did not focus on swordsmanship at that time, but he had the demeanor of a sword immortal. Otherwise, he would not have been able to kill the sword immortal of Jianghu at that time. With Lu Songtao's amazing talent, he must have a unique understanding of bladesmanship, which allowed Xianyuan Qingfeng to bravely advance on the path of swordsmanship. Before Zhao Huangchao of Dragon Tiger Mountain died, he had turned into a black rainbow and flew to the snowfield. When he met with Su Fengnian on the snowfield, she deliberately hid this matter. However, both of them were shrewd people who knew each other well, so Su Fengnian was too lazy to expose it. As the main character, Hui Shanzi, had not arrived in the town yet, so everyone could only wait. Everyone was bored to death. Fortunately, in this banquet where the banner of justice was held high, it was natural for people to make friends with each other. However, every time a late Jianghu big shot passed through the crowd and entered the town, the crowd would burst into thunderous cheers. Of course, those people's reputations in the whole Jianghu would rise to a higher level. Originally, they were just heroes in a remote corner, but now, they would soon spread all over Liang Jianghu. Su Fengnian squatted in the crowd and laughed at himself. Among the 14 people who participated in the martial arts evaluation, he must be the only one who was stupid enough to stay here and drink the northwest wind. Su Fengnian suddenly smiled at Shen Chongging and said, "Look up." Shen Chongging was stunned. He raised his head and looked at the cloudless sky. It was empty, and there was not even a bird defecating above his head. But soon, Shen Chongging suddenly opened his eyes wide. Compared with most of the Jianghu people inside and outside the town who were slow to realize what was going on, he was definitely the lucky one. A purple rainbow quickly fell into the town from the distant sky. Shen Chongging's eyes were dull, and his mind was swaying. It took him a long time to come back to his senses. He even forgot why the person beside him had such foresight. He just rubbed his cheeks hard and explained to the person with emotion, "It must be the chief of Wulin." "How is it?" "Is it?" Su Fengnian nodded before Shen Chongging could say anything. "Yes, it's very powerful." Shen Chongging laughed loudly and poured the remaining red dates in the bag into his mouth. Then, in a fit of excitement, he imitated the legendary land sword immortal who could invisibly kill people with sword chi. He spat out the dates with a few puffs. As a result, one of the dates fell on the back of the head of a man sitting on the ground in front of him. In fact, the force was very light, and it did not hurt or itch. But in Jianghu, one had to pay attention to face more than life. The man suddenly turned his head and saw Shen Chongging, who was first stunned and then pretending to look up at the scenery with his mouth closed. He got up and rolled up his sleeves to give the little bastard a few slaps. Shen Chongging's face was sullen. He turned his head and looked at Su Fengnian, planning to run away again. However, Su Fengnian took the wine jug from his hand and threw it high to the man. He laughed and said, "Brother, don't be offended. If you want to beat people up, we'll accept it. But the world is big, and drinking is the most important thing. Drink up first." The man subconsciously caught the wine jug and smelled it. His face was intoxicated, and he drank it all in one gulp. His whole body quivered, and he gently threw the wine jug back. He glanced at the horse behind Su Fengnian and raised his arm to wipe the corner of his mouth. He laughed heartily and said, "It's strong enough. If you don't mind, we still have some bacon left. Why don't you try it together?" The two groups of people, 7 or 8 rough men, sat in a small circle. The man used a dagger to cut the bacon that was less than 2 caddies heavy. Everyone, including Su Fengnian and Shen Chongging, had a share. Su Fengnian took out a few taels of silver and bought about 10 caddies of wine. Someone was so happy that he slammed his bowl on the ground. This enraged the townsfolk who sold wine in bulk and could lend their bowls to the customers, but he did not dare to say anything. Fortunately, since Su Fengnian had already revealed his true colors, he simply gave all his taels of silver to the vendor. He bought the cart of 40 to 50 caddies of wine and 2 large lamb legs in one go. Su Fengnian's wealth made the originally reserved atmosphere suddenly warm up. Drinking wine and eating meat was better than being a noble. Although the wine was of poor quality, it was still intoxicating after drinking a few caddies. One of the men who could not hold his liquor drank the most, and soon he was 70 to 80% drunk. The man who sat on the ground slapped his thigh. He was probably one of the people in the group who had studied and learned to read. He had a rare scholarly air about him. He acted as if there was no one else around and proudly sang, pawning a famous sword to buy inferior wine, killing the barbarians in Longsheng, Liangzhou. The wind chimes in the grassy pavilion said, "Ding ding ding, after death shall enter the martyr's shrine." While everyone was waiting for him to continue, the man shook his head and mumbled that he was really drunk. Then he leaned back and fell to the ground, snoring loudly. The man who knew Su Fengnian first laughed and said, "This guy studied in a private school for a few years. He always said that he was talented but was not recognized. After drinking, he liked to speak in a sour language that we don't understand. He's not like this usually. In fact, he's the kind of person who can't take his eyes off a woman's big buttocks." Not far away, a group of people looked at each other angrily and said, "What are you talking about? Is it the death of his parents or his wife?" The man who was talking to Su Fengnian stood up and pulled out his sword. The two sides were immediately at loggerheads. At this time, an unfamiliar woman with a graceful figure and a bridal hat slowly walked over. Finally, she stopped behind Su Fengnian and Xianxia. She slowly took off her bridal hat, revealing a stunning face. More than 10 men from both sides forgot to curse at each other. Their eyes were all fixed on the woman's figure. The man who had already pulled out his saber kicked his drunk friend beside him. The latter's eyes were hazy. He looked at the woman in a daze and said that she was a fairy who had descended to the mortal world. Then, he passed out again. Xianxia, who was sitting on the ground, turned his head to look at the woman. When she sat between him and Su Fengnian, he still thought that he was seeing things because he was drunk. Su Fengnian laughed and asked, "Why did you change your purple clothes? Are you afraid that you'll be recognized with the way you appeared just now?" The woman with 2 exquisite wine jugs silently threw a jug of wine to Su Fengnian and started drinking on her own. For some reason, when this strange woman sat down, everyone around Su Fengnian sobered up. The Jianghu ruffians next door who were about to fight also lost their temper. They all held their breaths and didn't even dare to breathe loudly. She was like a flood dragon entering a pond, intimidating all the fish and shrimps in it. Su Fengnian whispered in a mysterious voice that only she could hear, "I'll give you the Tide Listening Pavilion's martial arts manual, and you'll let the Jianghu of the Central Plains know about the battle in Beiliang. Let's call it even." She didn't turn her head. She only drank her wine with a cold smile on her lips. "Does my Mount Wei want your manual?" Su Fengnian laughed and said, "Then tell me, what do you want?" She finally turned her head and looked at him with narrowed eyes. "Rumors of your battle with Tuoba Bodhisattva have already begun to spread in Liang Lake. I want you, Su Fengnian, to lose to me here today. What do you think?" Su Fengnian clicked his tongue and said, "You're a virgin who hasn't been married, yet you have so many sons and grandsons. Aren't you ashamed?" Her fingers suddenly tightened around the wine jug. Wisps of purple energy rose, but they disappeared in an instant. Su Fengnian ignored this and said with a smile, "Drinking is fine, but fighting is out of the question." He and she fell silent at the same time and looked into the distance. It was just like when they were looking at the snowman called Dream under the eaves of the capital. Chapter 1491. Chapter 3, It's Definitely Very Late. The reunion after a long time, after the two drank all the wine in the pot, parted on bad terms. For the first time, the talkative Xianxia did not say a word from beginning to end. It was only when the woman put on the veil that covered her face and walked straight into the small town that he suddenly woke up from his absent-minded state. He carefully used his elbow to hit Su Fengnian and asked curiously, "An acquaintance?" Su Fengnian smiled and said, "You can say that." She was never a woman that was pleasing to the eye. Xianxia quickly sat upright and said sincerely, "She's so beautiful and her temper is bad." "That's normal. To be honest, such an outstanding woman, you won't be able to find her again after this village. Don't miss this opportunity just for the sake of face. What nonsense about brothers being brothers and women being like clothes. We'll just listen to it and forget about it, but if we take it seriously, we'll be stupid. If you ask me, it's right to not take off your clothes when your hands can break." Su Fengnian could not help but smile and said, "I think you'll definitely find a beautiful wife in the future. When the time comes, you two will walk the Jianghu hand in hand." Xianxia rubbed his hands and said with a face full of fascination, I'll take your auspicious words. Su Fengmian suddenly saw a familiar figure in the distance carrying a sword box and walking alone. He hesitated for a moment, then got up and said goodbye to Shinchanggang, leading the horse away. When Su Fengmian apologized again and began to approach the desolate young man carrying the box, the latter quickly turned his head and looked. When he saw Su Fengmian, he had a shocked expression that was similar to seeing his own ancestors floating out from the grave. The originally eye-catching arrogant demeanor of an aristocratic family was completely broken. He hurriedly trotted to Su Fengmian. If not for the fact that he was worried that his behavior of kneeling down and kowtowing would be too shocking, this young man with 4 famous swords in the box would have done so long ago. At this time, he only cupped his fists and said softly with red eyes, "Zhang Chunlin of Yuyan Mountain Villa pays his respects to benefactor." At that time, before Su Fengmian and Han Xingxuan's life and death battle, the heavy snow blocked the road, so he stayed in Yuyan Mountain Villa with Wang Xiaoping, Xianyuan Qingfeng, and the others. During that time, when he was fishing, he encountered a group of white-clothed Qi cultivators who were like immortals. He was swayed by his emotions and saved Zhang Chunlin's parents. After that, he also took away the swords such as Long Su Feng and Slender Waist. Now Yuyan Mountain Villa's luck had changed. Zhang Bingling, who had untied the knot in his heart, joined hands with his wife to reforge the sword. More than 10 famous swords with unparalleled sharpness came out one after another. The villa became famous and became one of the new top 10 sects in one fell swoop. As Su Fengmian became famous all over the world, Yuyan Mountain Villa also deduced the hidden identity of Su Fengmian based on the clues. Zhang Chunlin, who had always been longing for Jianghu, naturally regarded Su Fengmian as his benefactor and immortal. This time, he left the protection of his parents' wings and left the villa in order to go to Beiliang to find the Sword Immortal Senior, that he had once mistakenly thought was a white-haired, ruddy-faced but aged 100 years old. He wanted to express his gratitude to the young king of the northwest border in person on behalf of his parents and the villa. As for the plan that was buried deep in his heart that he did not even tell his parents, Zhang Chunlin became more and more determined along the way. Su Fengmian joked, "At that time, I was fooling people. My hair was all white. It's not easy for child Zhang to recognize me." Zhang Chunlin unconsciously blurted out, "Even if I turned into ashes, I would still recognize you." Then, the young master of Yuyan Mountain Villa was dumbstruck. He wished he could slap himself twice to vent his anger. Su Fengmian dismissed it with a smile and casually asked, "Why are you alone?" Zhang Chunlin, who did not even know where to place his hands, blushed and said, "I also got to know some Jianghu disciples of the big sections. But they gathered quickly and dispersed quickly. In the end, there were only 2 or 3 close friends left. It's a pity that we were close to this small town. Those people had to travel with the elders of the sections. I really could not get used to seeing some things that had already been established, so I found an excuse to leave." Su Fengmian smiled and said, "When one is in Jianghu, one has to do as the Romans do." Su Fengmian also did not want to speak such old-fashioned preaching words to a person of the same age. He quickly changed the topic. "The 4 swords in the case, other than the rootless sky water that I saw that year, the 3 new swords all came from the Dragon Cliff sword furnace?" Zhang Chunlin stretched out his hand and patted the sword case behind him. He grinned and said, "There are 2 swords from the Dragon Cliff incense burner, named Fledgling and Monk's Hut. The Water Dragon Song sword furnace that had not been opened for 120 years was also opened at the end of last year. The sword's body was as clear as ice and snow, and the sword's body had a natural curve that was suspected of breaking the rules. In memory of my benefactor, I boldly named it Frost Blade." They were still about 200 steps away from the entrance of the town. There were many tents and it was getting more and more difficult to move forward. Especially when Su Fengmian was leading the horse at an inappropriate time. Naturally, people rolled their eyes at him. Influenced by his simple family style, Zhang Chunlin had always been a well-educated and kind young man. However, when he saw his benefactor apologizing to others, the young and vigorous Zhang Chunlin was still somewhat angry. He felt that it was not worth it for his benefactor to apologize to others, but at the same time, he constantly reminded himself not to ruin his benefactor's great plans. When Su Fengmian and his horse were unable to pass through the crowd, he said to Zhang Chunlin, "I won't send you into the town. I still have to return to Liangzhou." Zhang Chunlin was once again stunned on the spot. "Benefactor, you're not going in?" Su Fengmian said self-deprecatingly, "I won't join in the fun. The war at the border is urgent. You should have heard that I was chased all the way to the south by Tuoba Bodhisattva. I have to hurry back now." Zhang Chunlin wanted to say something but stopped. His ears were red to his neck and his eyes were wandering. It was obvious that he was in a dilemma. Su Fengmian seemed to have seen through his thoughts. He smiled freely and said, "If you want to enter the Bailiang Frontier Army because you want to repay a debt of gratitude, I'll be honest. In fact, there's no need. First of all, your Yuyan Mountain Villa has given me a sword twice, so you don't owe me anything. Second of all, Jianghu men have been in Jianghu for a long time. The soldiers at the border will die at the border. This has always been the case." Just as Zhang Chunlin was about to speak, two groups of people arrived. Behind them was Shen Changgang, whom Su Fengmian had met by chance. The three people who came out of the town were Zhang Chunlin's rare friends. The difference in status between the two sides was like heaven and earth. The difference in bearing and demeanor was also huge. Therefore, when the three people stood beside Zhang Chunlin and the timid Shen Changgang stood beside Su Fengmian, the two groups were clearly separated. Even if the three young men did not show the slightest contempt, they were only a few steps away from Shen Changgang, as far as the horizon. Su Fengmian did not have any sighs about this. That time at the Baogua Temple in Gangnam-do, the poor scholar Chen Shiliang sat at the same table as those famous people. Was it not the same? Although Zhang Chunlin was on good terms with the three people of the same age, he had never revealed Su Fengmian's identity. When talking about the fight for the flying sword that happened on the lake of the villa, Zhang Chunlin only said that he met a sword immortal senior who had concealed his identity. His white hair was like frost and he had countless flying swords. He was a genuine immortal. Chapter 1492. Shen Changgang tugged at Su Fengmian's sleeve and whispered, "You want to go north? Why don't you take me with you? As for me, since I can't help much here and no one wants me even if I wave the flag and shout, I want to go to Bailiang to take a look." Along the way, I heard from many people that not only does Bailiang Palace have an arsenal and Tide Hark Lake, but there are also 30 new monoliths behind the mountain. In the past, I only heard people curse Bailiang. At the beginning of spring, I heard that Bailiang was defeated in Yuzhou, losing one battle after another. What they said was that they threw away their armor and were utterly defeated. In short, the Beimang barbarians came knocking at their door. On this trip to the western regions, I mainly passed through the northern part of the Shishu Road near Bailiang's Lingzhou area. Only then did I know that some things might be different. At first, I was skeptical because hearing it with my own ears was different. I wanted to see it with my own eyes. If I was unlucky enough to run into the Beimang barbarians and be trampled into meat paste by the horses, then I'll count myself unlucky. If by any chance it's not like that, when I return to Yanglu County, I want to say something that no one else has said before. Thousands of Jianghu people from the Central Plains entered the western regions from 3 directions. Shen Changgang's group was in the middle, passing through the border between the Shishu Road and Bailiang Road. Huang Fangfua's group took the Shishu Road Plank Road, and the last group passed through Lingzhou under the guidance of the Fish Dragon Gang's Lu Nerong. Su Fengmian looked at Shen Changgang, whose expression was solemn and sincere, and shook his head. "Don't go. People die at the border every day. There's nothing to see. Besides, Bailiang is heavily guarded. You won't be able to reach Huda City, which is the northernmost part of Liangzhou, or Xiaoguang City, which is the southernmost part of Huluku." Shen Changgang scratched his head and turned to glance at the group of men in the distance. "I casually mentioned to them that you're a local of Bailiang. For some reason, when they heard that someone was leading the way, they insisted on going to Bailiang. They said that since we're already in the western regions, it would be outrageous if we didn't go to Bailiang. It wouldn't be good for us to go back to our hometown and brag that we've seen 300,000 cavalrymen from Bailiang. I have a habit of boasting without a draft. Now, I'm How about you take us to the southern border of Bailiang and then we go on our own? Of course, Su Fengnian wouldn't drag his feet for them. He couldn't slow down his pace towards Huda City. He could only shake his head. If it weren't for the current situation and a year or half a year ago, it wouldn't be a problem to take you to Liangzhou Pass to see the scenery beyond the Great Wall, let alone the southern border of Bailiang. Shen Changing didn't get angry. He patted Su Fengnian's shoulder and laughed. It's okay. I'll go back and let them know. Okay. You owe me a drink. How about it? Shen Changing turned around and jogged a dozen steps. Suddenly, he turned his head and asked, "Oh right, if we go to Bailiang in the future, how can I find you for a drink?" Su Fengnian was about to speak when Zhang Chunlin looked at Shen Changing, who was slow to react. He laughed and said, "What a coincidence. I'm also going to Liangzhou soon. If you don't mind, let's go together." Shen Changing was a little surprised. He asked tentatively, "Won't it trouble you?" Zhang Chunlin's smile was intoxicating. He said loudly, "I promise to eat meat and drink wine along the way. How about it?" Then, Zhang Chunlin turned to look at his three friends with a gloating expression. Chen Jingyong, Qi retreated. Kai Yongjia, what do you say? Do you dare to follow our agreement and go to the border of Liangzhou with me after this matter is over? Chen Jingyong, who was the most handsome of the three, smiled and said, "Why wouldn't I dare?" The young man with the most conceited expression crossed his arms. "I dare to go to the battlefield and kill the barbarians in person. Why wouldn't I dare to go to Liangzhou? If that vassal king really had the magnificent feat of personally leading an army to appear at the mouth of the gourd, and if Su Fengnian's piece is among the 300,000 stone steels on Mount Qingliang, then after we retreat, there's no harm in me leading his horse." The other young man, who was dressed in a scholarly robe, said with a smile, "I like the little girls in Yanji County the most. As for fighting, I don't like it very much, but I'm not afraid of it either." Su Fengnian smiled and said goodbye to them. He led his horse away. Chen Jingyong glanced at Zhang Chunlin, whose eyes were wandering for thousands of miles, and asked softly, "Who is it? When we met Fairy Lu at the drum platform, I didn't see you so distracted." Zhang Chunlin smiled and said, "You'll know in the future." Just as Su Fengnian left the crowd and mounted his horse to gallop north, the woman in purple was no longer standing on the roof of the tall building. Then, the woman's words spread throughout the world in the late spring of the second year of the auspicious era. At this moment, she stood with her hands behind her back, like a female emperor sitting in the north facing the south. 6 bloody heads were placed near the bottom of his feet. "There's a guy who was with you just now, and now he's secretly heading north. If I'm not wrong, he's rushing to Huda City, which is under the siege of Beimang's million-strong army. This person probably just fought with someone from the northern part of the western regions to the southern part of the western regions. The two of them have been fighting for almost a month, more than 1,000 miles. He didn't win, so he's too ashamed to meet others. His opponent is called Tuoba Bodhisattva. I'm not interested in the Battle of Liangmang, and I don't have a good impression of him or Bailiang. Besides, I'm just the woman that person mentioned. Going to the battlefield to kill the enemy has always been a man's job. It has nothing to do with me, Xianyuan Qingfeng. What does it have to do with me? There are nearly 4,000 people here, and more than 3,700 men. Other than the 62 members of the Fish Dragon Gang, there's no one else from Bailiang. During this year's Qingming Festival, there's a place called Mount Qingliang in Bailiang. 36,872 names have been carved on the steel forest behind the mountain. As for the Beimang barbarians, nearly 100,000 people have died in Liuzhou, Liangzhou, and Yuzhou. At this point, she kicked the 6 heads off the roof one by one. I, Xianyuan Qingfeng, have already killed the 6 demons. There's nothing for you to do. So now, I only have one question for you. Bailiang has only 2 million households, and more than 30,000 people have died. How many people from Liang and the Central Plains have died in battle? And how many people dare to die in battle? If I remember correctly, Liang dynasty, after the Reformation at the end of Yonghui dynasty, has 12 provinces, 63 prefectures, and more than 270 counties besides Beiliang. Millions of Beimang barbarians are already at the border. Where are the men of Liang? There was a deathly silence inside and outside the town. The woman on the roof sneered, and it was unusually ear-piercing. Finally, a clear voice rang out in one of the taverns in town. Jianghu Province, Qingzhou Hanlin County, Quick Snow Villa, Yuchi Yuquan, here. I'm willing to go to the border. The woman on the roof laughed. How strange. It's a woman. Then, someone at the entrance of the town said loudly, Dongyue Province, Wu Province, Zhang Chunlin, is willing to die outside Beiliang. Peach Blossom County, Gangnam-do, has me, Chen Jingyong. Huainan Province, Ping Province, has retreated, only seeking death. Qingzhou Province, Xiangfan City's Kai Yongjia, dares to fight to the death at the border. A slightly weak voice rang out, but it sounded more heroic and solemn. Yanglu County, Gangnam-do, Shenchanging is here. Nanjiang Province, Wenxian County, Bazhou, Shuetao is here. Voices rose and fell one after another, continuing without end as if there was no end to them. Far to the north of the town, a rider stopped, but he didn't turn around. This young man who dared to slay dragons, who dared to fight Tuoba Bodhisattva for thousands of miles, didn't even dare to look back at this moment. Beiliang was at the northwest gate. The Central Plains was behind him. Beiliang cavalry was the best in the world. The spearhead had been facing north for 20 years. However, it wasn't the Central Plains in the eyes of most of the civil officials in Liang. When had the real Central Plains ever lacked heroism? This rider began to gallop wildly. Chapter 1493. In addition to the 3 provinces and 6 ministries, Liang had established 6 academies. Most of the academies were still empty, but there were already more than 20 people who entered the academies one after another. Their status was almost comparable to that of the Hanlin Academy's Yellow Gate scholar. Among them was Dong Yuran, a rising star in calligraphy who was commented by old Tan Tantanwang that his writing is divine, bright and open, and has the most refreshing. There was also the young painter Huang Quan, who was adept at drawing ghosts, gods and dragon water. These 2 people, together with the 10th Duan national master Fan Changho, as well as after returning from the Guanjing border, wrote a poem that was recommended by many of the capital's scholars to be second place on the list of 7 absolute poems of Yong Hui for the last 20 years, Gao Ting Shu. Other than that, there was Du Ming, whose father used to be the right assistant minister of the Ministry of Justice. He was a nobody in the Ministry of Justice for 6 years, but he really made a name for himself. He and his father, who had retired many years ago, wrote a total of 7 volumes of the Tangyin collection of surprises and doubts. Not long after Song Kelly entered the Hanlin Academy, he submitted an even more brilliant work, the County Annals of Xiangfu County. The content was rich and the narration was methodical, making people gasp in amazement. It was rumored that His Majesty the Emperor would read it at night and personally wrote the preface. Yan Qiji, who was also in the Hanlin Academy, and the other 3 Huang men were also extraordinary. Under the guidance of Qi Yanglong, Yao Baifeng, and other literary giants, they successfully corrected the 12 Confucian classics. The court, who attached great importance to this, quickly made 81 stone tablets and placed them in front of the Imperial College. The tablets were connected so that scholars could copy them. For a time, the outside of the Imperial College was brightly lit every night. At the same time, the court officially announced the new calendar created by the imperial astronomer. It created the first deduction method of first loss, and second circle, which was said to be the most precise calendar. As spring and summer turned, the Liang Emperor held a banquet in the palace. He invited all the old people in the capital who were over 70 years old, and half of them were the survivors of the 8 kingdoms. All of the people of Liang in Tai and city would probably have mixed feelings about such a flourishing literary style. Many of the old West Chu survivors who had lived in the capital for many years would shed tears. Their withered fingers trembled as they took off the West Chu crown on their heads that had never been banned by the Liang imperial court. Everyone knew that the emperor's children and grandchildren studied in the diligent room. However, apart from the officials in the capital, very few people knew that not far from the diligent room, there was a place to worship the Confucian sage Zhang. Here, there was a plaque with the words, "Heaven and Earth Together," written by the late emperor. The sage was worshipped there, as well as the secondary sage, and previous Confucian sages. At this time, the young emperor of Liang raised his head to look at the 3 divine positions and 8 memorial tablets. There were 3 people standing beside the emperor: Chen Wang, who was already a purple-clothed official; Song Kelly, who had once had 2 teachers, but unfortunately couldn't keep his integrity anymore, and a middle-aged Confucian scholar who was very unfamiliar to most people in the capital. The emperor said softly, "Song Kelly, your family originally had hopes of marrying 2 people here, but your grandfather and father both disappointed the late emperor. I don't want you to disappoint me again." Song Kelly bowed his head and said slowly, "I can only do my best." The emperor didn't say anything else. Song Kelly just kept his head down until Chen Wang gently tugged on his sleeve. The 2 of them walked out of the room quietly. Chen Wang turned around and walked forward, while Song Kelly kept his back to the door. After Chen Wang and Song Kelly left, the head eunuch of the ceremony directorate, Song Tonglu, quietly closed the door. The young emperor finally showed a hint of exhaustion. The middle-aged Confucian scholar who was qualified to meet the emperor since birth couldn't help but sigh, "Your Majesty, you shouldn't have indulged that woman from Mount Hui. Although I'm not a member of the imperial court, I know that being an official is, in the end, accumulating reputation. Reputation is a sound that reaches the ears of the emperor. Once the matter is done, it's in the emperor's heart. From top to bottom, it's just a matter of time before you reach the highest position. Then there's the reputation of the people, which has always been valued by the officials verbally but looked down on in their hearts. From the bottom to the top, the person who's the most successful is Qi Yanglong, who has persisted in Jianghu for 70 years. Tantanan and Huan are close behind him. Yao Baifeng, who's only suitable for learning and not being an official, is slightly inferior. The assistant minister of the Ministry of Rights, Jean Lanting, has the heart but is powerless. The person who can surpass Yonghui as an official is Chen Wang, who just left with Song Kelly. The father and son of the Su family aren't officials of the Zhao family. The more this is the case, the more popular Su Fengnian will be. I'm afraid that one day, he'll have a harder time than the late emperor suppressing Su Shao." Zhao Zhuan calmly said, "Are you saying that Su Fengnian has the intention to rebel?" The middle-aged man shook his head and said, "On the contrary, I've never thought that the father and son of the Su family would rebel. After the Battle of the Western Fortress, it was like this. Now that the Battle of Liangmang has begun, no matter how the situation changes, it's still the same." Zhao Zhuan frowned and said, "Isn't that self-contradictory? The only scholar in the world who could be born as a saint, because of his family name and family background, this middle-aged scholar who was respectfully called Duke Yansheng by the Emperor of Liang sighed again, it's not contradictory. Your Majesty shouldn't set your sights on the next 10 years, but should look further. Your Majesty, what's the origin of the rise and fall of each dynasty?" Zhao Zhuan smiled bitterly and said, "Duke Yansheng's test is so big, I really don't know how to solve the problem from the small. If I say some empty words, not to mention Duke Yansheng, even I would find it ridiculous." The scholar shook his head and said, "Your Majesty is wrong, very wrong." Chapter 1494. Zhao Zhuan said sincerely, "Duke Yansheng, please enlighten us. In this place, the 2 of us have nothing to hide from each other." The middle-aged master of the Duke Yansheng's mansion did not have the slightest reverence of an ordinary official who had reached the realm of perfection. He just said indifferently, "The Taoist saints advocated the 8 words: abandon wisdom, abandon benevolence, abandon righteousness. In the eyes of future generations, even if they don't criticize in their hearts, it is inevitable that they are confused. The reason is that for thousands of years, reading has become easier and more literate. The 8 words of the Taoist saints are like using the word block to control the flood. In the early days, the water was not deep, so it was feasible. But as time passed, it was not feasible. The original voluminous and tedious books became today's children holding a book with tens of thousands of words. Your Majesty, our Confucian school talks about etiquette, music, benevolence, and righteousness. We set rules for the people who read, and the combination of blocking and sparse, leaving gaps between rules for the people to follow etiquette. It is not only a matter of convenience, but also a matter of necessity. The middle-aged man looked up at a memorial tablet. If the first emphasis on etiquette and music is a prescription that our Confucian school made for the emperor to govern the country, then the only respect for Confucianism is a gift that the founding emperor of the Great Feng dynasty gave to the Confucian school. The root of the rise and fall of the world is actually the collapse of etiquette and music that many people, including Your Majesty, regard as a general talk. When etiquette and music collapse, benevolence, righteousness, loyalty, and trust become rootless duckweed. Foreign relatives interfering in politics, eunuchs messing with the government, vassal towns establishing a separatist regime, party fighting to bring disaster to the country, and even the emperor neglecting his duties. Which one of these is not a matter of etiquette? Maybe Your Majesty will say that it is easy to know but difficult to do. You will say that the dike of 1,000 miles can be destroyed by an ant's nest. Everyone knows that. But people are not sages, and the world is so big, the territory is so vast, and the people are so many. As a king, how can you see where the first ant's nest came from, when, and who? Do you think so, Your Majesty? Zhao Zhuan smiled, seeing a little to know the whole, and being immortal is a realm that only the masters of the finger Xian can reach. Jin's studies are still so, but practicing martial arts is really killing me. The middle-aged man also smiled knowingly. He stretched out his hand and opened his 5 fingers to grab the air. By the way, the reason why Su Fengnian is the biggest problem of our dynasty is not that he is disloyal, nor is he unjust. In fact, this young king may be unreasonable in many things, but in my eyes, he is more polite than too many scholars. It's just that Su Fengnian and Zhang Julu were cut from the same cloth. They were working for the country, but they were not necessarily willing to work wholeheartedly for the sake of the emperor. Zhang Julu set up a dragon gate for the poor people in the world. Maybe in less than 300 years, when the emperor sits on the dragon throne, he doesn't need to pay attention to background at all. In addition, Su Fengnian is invisibly adding fuel to the fire. The deeper the imperial court suppresses Bailiang, the more meritorious the Su family will be. This trend may even be shortened by 100 or even 200 years. I, the Yanqing Duke, am not a saint. I can't see as far as Huang Longsher can see. I can only try my best to do things under my nose. Many sages had good intentions. They did not hesitate to die to open a new path for the future generations. Unfortunately, the future generations may not be grateful to them. The more paths they can take, the more they want to take shortcuts. At that time, when the 100 schools of thought were contending, the people's wisdom was enlightened. Therefore, the Taoist saints' inaction rule was completely reduced to empty talk. The emperor's dream of ruling by bowing down to rule was even more extravagant hope. Perhaps in the future, my Confucianism will also be in deep trouble like this. As the emperor of a country, the late emperor was actually wise enough. Unfortunately, he met Su Shao and Zhang Julu. The middle-aged man did not continue. He sighed with emotion. I'm just a scholar without the strength to truss a chicken. I'm far inferior to Zhang Julu when it comes to ruling the country. I'm far inferior to Yuan Benshi when it comes to planning the country. I'm far inferior to Su Fengnian when it comes to defending the country. I'm far inferior to Xia Guinying when it comes to creating chaos. I'm far inferior to Huang Longsher when it comes to foresight. But I have one thing that they can't do. Or more accurately, they are not willing to do it. That is to abide by their duties. The reason why I specially asked Your Majesty to bring Song Kelly today is very simple. It is because I like his name. I also want Shen Wang, whom Your Majesty has high hopes for, to understand my painstaking efforts. Zhao Zhuan turned to look at the scholar from the Zhang family who never left the house. He suddenly thought of a famous case that shocked the 3 sections. When the current Yanqing Duke was young, an eminent monk from the southern sect came from afar. The other guests in the residence asked 3 questions in succession. Kill 1 person and save 100 people. Do you kill the monk? Kill 100 people and save 10,000 people. Do you kill the monk? Kill 10,000 people and save 1,000,000 people. Do you kill the monk? The eminent monk was silent. No one knew if he had nothing to say or if he had the answer, but found it hard to say. It was said that at that time, the young man who had yet to inherit the title of Yanqing Duke slammed the table and stood up. He was furious and scolded the monk for being obsessed with becoming a Buddha and not daring to kill to save all living beings. He was that Wuxia monk. The middle-aged man suddenly said, "Other than promising your majesty that I will go to Guangling Road to deal with Chao Chongqing who has turned into a Ba Dao, I also want to tell your majesty one thing." Zhao Zhuan nodded and said, "Go ahead, Yanqing Duke. The Bailiang cavalry can be here." The middle-aged man paused for a moment and then said in a low voice, "But Su Fengmian must die. Especially if Bailiang defeats Bei Mang, it will be even more so." Zhao Zhuan nodded expressionlessly. The middle-aged Confucian turned and walked to the door first. He pushed the door open and stepped over the threshold. The sun was in the middle of the sky. He looked up at the sky and raised his hand to block the dazzling sunlight. He whispered softly, "So he is a Wuxia saint." Chen Wang walked alone in the palace. He stopped and took out a small piece of redwood that had been fragrant for a long time. He put it at the tip of his nose and sniffed it. He looked up into the distance and said softly, "Hey. There is no wind or rain in Great Peace City. What about you?" Chapter 1495. The wind rose above Bailiang. At the border between Liangzhou and Liuzhou, a group of about 10 people slowly traveled from east to west. There were old men who lifted the curtains and sat outside the carriage. There were middle-aged knights who carefully guarded the carriage. There were also young men and women who were attracted by the vast scenery in the northwest. They finally couldn't help but spur their horses forward and compete with each other in riding. At the front and back of the group, there were 2 steady men who gave off the aura of Jianghu. From time to time, they would pay attention to their surroundings in case something unexpected happened. The white-haired old man who was clearly the backbone of this group sighed with emotion. The summer solstice, pointing to the southeast, should have been a great time for all living things to grow up. The vegetation is already like this, but who knows how many people will die. The coachman was an old man of about the same age. However, because he was a martial arts grandmaster, he was much more vigorous than his good friend behind him. After hearing his old friend sigh with emotion, he didn't say anything. In his heart, he was very confused as to why his good friend didn't choose to show off his ambitions in Great Peace City. Even if he was slightly inferior to the head of the secretariat, he was definitely not far off. At the very least, he could be on par with Yao Baifeng, who had just become the first scholar of the 6 academies. However, since his old friend said that he wanted to come to the chaotic Bailiang, he naturally wouldn't refuse. Without another word, he brought 2 juniors from Jianghu who, like him, disdained to participate in some martial arts convention. They escorted his good friend's group from Shangyin Academy to Bailiang, which was located at the northwest border. However, he had his own bottom line. If his old friend went straight to Liangzhou's Qingliang Mountain, then he would only send him off to the outskirts of Liangzhou's capital. He definitely wouldn't take half a step into the city. After all, when the old Liang king led the Su family into Jianghu, one of them was his sect. Even though so many years had passed and his sect had long since retired, the old man still hadn't untied the knot in his heart. Fortunately, on this trip to the northwest, they only strolled around Xiaoguang City in Yuzhou. Then they entered Liangzhou and went around Qingliang Mountain to Qingsang City in Liuzhou. The northern Liang prince's mansion also turned a blind eye to this and did not disturb them. Although the second princess of northern Liang, Su Weisheng, was one of the inner disciples of her good friend, Han Guzi, and Su Huang, Sima Can, Lu Duanmao, and the others in the caravan were also her fellow disciples. The old man whose reputation in Shangyin Academy was close to that of Grand Chancellor Qi Yanglong laughed softly. It's the beginning of summer. On this day, the Liang Emperor will lead the civil and military officials to the southern outskirts of Great Peace City to welcome the summer. Whether it's the emperor, who always wears a yellow dragon robe during court meetings, or the court officials who are always in yellow and purple, they all have to wear vermilion ceremonial robes under the constant reminders of the officials from the Ministry of Rites. After the ceremony, the emperor will open the ice cellar in the palace and give the ice that was stored last winter to the officials who were evaluated as superior by the Ministry of Personnel. It's a pity that my unofficial disciple, Su Gong, who is the assistant minister of the Ministry of War, was somewhat implicated by his junior sister Su and had to stay in Liangzhou to patrol the border. Otherwise, he would definitely have a share. Oh right, old song, your hometown has the custom of drinking spring wine to celebrate the arrival of spring, right? The coachman nodded and said in a muffled voice, we've already finished the wine we brought when we set out. Under the suggestion of that provincial governor Mi from Lingzhou, alcohol is now banned everywhere in Beiliang. The most we can buy is green ant wine. I don't want to drink this wine. Han Guzi said helplessly, Song Xinsheng, oh Song Xinsheng, why are you, an old drunkard, getting angry at green ant wine? Aren't you just looking for trouble? If you really have the ability, then go fight with that young great-grandmaster surnamed Su. The coachman became more and more annoyed. He snorted coldly. I can't beat him. If I could beat him, I would have drunk hundreds or thousands of caddies of green ant wine. While the two old men were chatting, 4 or 5 riders galloped toward them from afar. Other than Han Guzi's granddaughter, Han Guxiu, the others were the old man's favorite students. The oldest man was in his 40s. He was recognized as a master of the art of war but refused to enter the imperial court, Su Huang. There were also Sima Can, who was in his early 30s, and the handsome Lu Duanmao of the school of legalism. As for the woman with a cold temperament, she was a strange martial arts genius known as the Living Armory, Jean Baosher. Since childhood, she had shown an amazing talent of eidetic memory. She had read all the martial arts secret books of all the major sects in the world, but she did not practice martial arts. Among them, Lu Duanmao's appearance was the most unbearable to look at. His skull was sunken, his nose was sunken, and his teeth were exposed. He had the appearance of someone who was destined to die young and be poor. Especially when he was together with Jin Baochu, who had an outstanding posture, he looked extremely ugly. If an ordinary timid girl looked at him, she might have nightmares at night. After Su Huang approached the carriage, he softly said, Sir, just now, 3 li to the north, we encountered Northern Mang scouts. Judging from their attire, they should be Lu Gui's subordinates, the Black Fox Guard. There are close to an entire unit of men and horses, and they should be coming for us. If nothing unexpected happens, a cavalry troop will slaughter their way out very soon. Based on Liang Mang's similar scouting regulations, the number of cavalry behind the marking post was linked to the number of people. At the very least, there were over 1,000. The Beimang cavalry following behind us is only 500. If we continue to move forward, they may not be able to enter the battlefield in time. Should we go south or turn back to buy time for the 500 Beimang cavalry? Han Guzi had a geomancy map on his knees. After looking around, he stretched out his hand and quickly pinched his fingers. He smiled and said, It's a good fortune. It's okay. We can continue to move forward. Even if the sky falls, there will be someone to hold it up. Su Huang smiled and didn't say anything else. It wasn't just him, everyone believed this without a doubt, directly ignoring the large-scale Northern Mang cavalry that was about to arrive. It was not that they were arrogant or that they relied too much on the martial arts grandmaster Song Xinsheng's combat strength. It was because their teacher, Han Guzi, was an erudite man. He knew the ways of the world and was flawless. When Huang Longshe was just an ordinary student in Shangyin Academy, he was extremely conceited. Thus, there was a saying, apart from the grain, there is no one else. Chapter 1496. The group of people ignored the Beimang cavalry and continued their journey west into Liuzhou. Jin Baosher couldn't resist Han Guxiu's coquettish behavior and had no choice but to agree to ride on the same horse. They whispered to each other about women's private matters. Even Jin Baosher, who was as cold and arrogant as Su Weisheng in Shangyin Academy, had a slight smile on her face. Lu Duanmao rode side by side with his 2 senior apprentice brothers Su Huang and Sima Can. He asked curiously, senior apprentice brother Su, compared to the fierce battles in Liangzhou's Huda city and Yozhou's Huluku, the confrontation between the two armies in Liuzhou's Qingsang city is particularly quiet. Other than a small skirmish between light cavalry, there are no other movements. So, are we going to fight or not? Su Huang, who was familiar with military books, smiled and said, "You have to ask Sima Can." "It's useless to ask me." Lu Duanmao was stunned. Sima Can, who was focused on studying the art of vertical and horizontal maneuvering, smiled and said, "Whether we fight or not, we don't have to look at the Beiliang's Longxiang army or Beimang's great general Lu Gui. We have to look at the southern imperial court further north." Lu Gui, who was praised by the Empress of Beimang as a half-human butcher, has now become the biggest laughing stock on the border of Liangmang. The southern imperial court of the northern barbarians is in an uproar. They all want to remove Lu Gui's position as the commander of the Western Front and give it to the king of the northern imperial court, Tuoba Bodhisattva. However, at this sensitive time, the king of Beiliang helped us a lot. Didn't we hear about it a few days ago? This young king of Beiliang and the king of the northern imperial court, Tuoba Bodhisattva, who had already entered Liuzhou, had a fierce fight. The two martial arts masters fought each other in pairs for thousands of miles. When Sima Can said this, Su Huang, who had a beautiful beard, twirled his beard and smiled. He seemed to be fascinated. Lu Duanmao, on the other hand, snorted coldly. Clearly, he didn't have a good impression of the most powerful young king of Beiliang dynasty. Sima Can continued, speaking of the three fronts of Beimang, the king of the southern imperial court, Dongzhua, is in the middle. General Yang Yuanzan is an old fox who knows the rules of the imperial court. He took the initiative to recruit many disciples from the northern and south of Beimang. Zhong is the vanguard, Zhong Tan is an example. Yang was the example of Zhong's was who was. The vanguard S Zhong's is to that. By the. In comparison, the stubborn Lu Gui is not very likable. Fortunately, Tuoba Bodhisattva himself rushed to the North Court to meet with His Majesty in front of everyone's eyes. This Beimang war god deliberately lowered his stance midway and didn't hesitate to use his status as the deputy commander of the Western Front to discuss military matters with Lu Gui. He didn't show any signs of trying to seize power. This gave this old general a precious chance to catch his breath. Sima Can suddenly laughed to his heart's content. However, the officials of the southern imperial court who were rejected by Lu Gui back then weren't easy to get along with either. When this plan failed, they came up with another. But soon, there was another rumor that the reason the young vassal didn't hesitate to put himself in danger and fight with the king of the northern imperial court in the desert for thousands of li was to protect Lu Gui's position as commander in exchange for peace in Lu province. Otherwise, if the overly conservative Lu Gui was replaced, the three fronts of Beiliang's border would have been crushed by Beimang's iron hooves. More than 100,000 northern barbarians had died in battle, and the two battlefields of Tigerhead City and Sheguang City were still in a stalemate. Beimang's army was already filled with complaints, so Lu Gui, who was in charge of Lu province's military affairs, naturally became the target of public criticism. He became the best choice for the southern imperial court civil and military officials to vent their anger and resentment. The old woman of Beimang, who has always trusted Lu Gui, probably wouldn't suspect the Eastern Front because of these rumors. The reason she didn't suppress the rumors was because she had no choice but to protect the morale of the army. I'm guessing that she must have sent a secret letter to Lu Gui to comfort him. Sima Can gazed into the distance with a grave expression. Will Lu province, which doesn't have a majestic city and high walls, fight? The answer is that it will definitely fight, and it will be exceptionally bitter. The speed at which people are dying on both sides will definitely surpass that of Tigerhead City and Calabash City. As for when the battle will begin, it will probably depend on when Tuoba Bodhisattva quietly returns to Lu province. The battlefield far away from the imperial court, even if it's several thousand li away from the dragon throne, is always the blood-stained lichen under the throne. How much blood will flow on the carpet under the throne is always decided by one person or the group of people near the throne. Lu Duanmao softly said, "Senior apprentice brother, you should go to Great Peace City." Sima Can shook his head and smiled. Senior apprentice brother Su should go, but I shouldn't. At this moment, Han Guoxiu rode over to the side of the three men from the treasury. The young Han Guoxiu smiled sweetly and asked, "Why?" Sima Can laughed and said, "Because there are many people in Great Peace City who are good at talking on paper. There are very few who can truly mobilize troops. If senior apprentice brother Su, who is full of military strategies, went there, he would be able to drill out of his bag very quickly. As for me, it's the exact opposite. I'm more suited for Beiliang, where fierce generals are as common as clouds but few strategists. It's a pity that teacher didn't take us to Qingliang Mountain. Otherwise, I would have thought of how to talk about old times with junior apprentice sister Su, and how to brag about myself to that deputy administrator Song Dongming." Han Guoxiu, who was sitting behind the treasury, made a playful face and teased, "Sima Can, no wonder grandfather said that your skin is thick enough to be ranked among the top 10 experts in the world." Sima Can turned his head towards the carriage and smiled mischievously as he shouted, "Teacher, you really like to praise people behind their backs. Even if you praise me in front of my face, I won't be proud." Han Guzi, who was famous for educating people without discrimination and teaching people in accordance with their aptitude, said unhappily, "Scram to the side." Even Lu Duanmao, who was filled with resentment at the mention of Beiliang and that young vassal king, was in a good mood. At this time, in the north, the figure of Beimang's black fox could be vaguely seen. And in front of the convoy, there was a rider who blocked the road, unknown whether it was friend or foe. Although the man in charge of opening the road at the front of the convoy was a junior of the martial arts grandmaster Song Xianxia, his realm was not low. He had already stepped into the threshold of the second level of the master realm. And because of the famous divine weapon in his hand, he was able to fight against a first-level Vajra realm expert without being defeated in 100 moves. The man with the family's peerless blade, Forbidden Fire, subconsciously felt as if he was facing a great enemy. His body was full of qi, but he soon found that the qi of the rider was not terrifying. But to be careful, he still tightened his muscles and reached out to hold the hilt of the blade. Han Guzi asked Song Xianxia to stop the carriage, then stood up and smiled at the leading rider, "Tao Duanyang, don't be nervous." The rider in front did not stop and was getting closer and closer. Han Guoxiu's head poked out from the back of the treasury and saw a handsome young man sitting on the back of the horse. She turned to Lu Duanmao and joked, "Look at his appearance, maybe he's your long-lost brother." Lu Duanmao almost choked to death. The rider came close to the carriage and respectfully cupped his fist and said, "Old Mr. Han, there are 3,000 Beimang cavalry in the north. I'm here to escort you." Hearing that there were 3,000 Beimang cavalry, Han Guoxiu was not afraid of anything. She still had the mood to joke, "You're shameless. Are you sure you're not in a hurry to be reincarnated?" Then she turned her head and shouted, Sima Can, you've met the same top 10 experts. Hurry up and compare your shamelessness." Chapter 1497. In the midst of the girls' teasing, Long Shangfang gradually gained momentum. Everyone's clothes began to flutter in the wind, making whining noises as if they were crying. It made the young knight look even more spirited and bright. Perhaps praising him as, "what an immortal from heaven," was not an exaggeration. It was unavoidable that people would be surprised that such a barren and fierce cold land could nurture such a playboy who could make the famous scholars of Jiangnan feel ashamed of their inferiority. Therefore, even a proud and spirited woman like Jean Bauscher had to admit that this uninvited guest, regardless of his martial arts cultivation, at the very least, his appearance was extremely good. If he was in the scholarly world of Jiangnan, which valued etiquette the most, this person could easily become a distinguished guest of those noble families. The old man seemed to have already recognized the young man's identity. His eyes were complicated, with the kindness of an elder, the pity of an outsider, and the gratification of seeing a fellow traveler. Under the scrutinizing gaze of the crowd, the young knight who had threatened to perform the duties of a host under the hooves of thousands of Beimang cavalry skillfully turned his horse around and extended his hand, indicating for the carriage to go ahead. Han Guzi nodded. Song Xianxia, who was acting as the coachman, lightly waved the whip in his hand. "Shoo!" he urged the horse to set off again. Han Guzi had taken in a total of 8 disciples. The first disciple was Yu Songyang, who was slow in speech but quick in action. He was the famous teacher Ji Shang of Shangyin Academy. His ability to comprehend was profound, but he was also brave enough to change the classics. He had a famous argument with the Confucian scholar Yao Baifeng. The two Confucian sages exchanged letters 18 times each. Yu Songyang also had the nickname of Mr. 18 Brushes, half praised and half criticized in the literary world of Liang. Then there was Chang Sui, a great poet who acted absurdly. Then there was Su Huang, a master of the art of war who was a distant relative of Su Gong, Sima Qian of the Zongheng family, Su Weisheng of Beiliang, Jin Bao Shi of the Jin family of Langjia, and Lu Duanmao, the grandson of the Lu family of Yangling. The last one, who was relatively unknown, was the Prince Zhao Kai who went to the western regions with the silver vase and died outside the Iron Gate Pass. Among Han Guzi's disciples, there were both men and women. There were those who were gentle, refined, and strict, and there were also those who abandoned etiquette as if it were a pair of worn-out shoes. There were only 8 of them, but they were involved in as many as 5 schools of thought: Confucianism, art of war, yin, and yang. The most important thing was that Han Guzi's disciples were all worthy of being called dragons and phoenixes among men. Therefore, in the Liang dynasty, this old man had the supreme reputation of Shuani. This meant that no matter when and where old Mr. Han appeared, whether it was the emperor, the ministers, or the common people, everyone who saw him had to avoid paying respects to him. As for who was the first to use this nickname, there was no proof. Some people said that it was either the Grand Preceptor of West Chu, Sun Shiji, or the State Preceptor Li Mi. Others swore that Huang Sanjia was the most arrogant old faker. In short, Han Guzi's reputation in the Liang dynasty grew as the Lu brothers of Linlang, Lu Daolin, Lu Baijia, Beiliang, Yao Baifeng, and Qi Yanglong entered the capital one after another to become officials. The old man, who had always shut himself in and refused to pay any attention to political affairs, was becoming more and more famous. Everyone was counting on their fingers to calculate when this old man would be summoned to the capital. When that time came, not only would he be extremely noble, but he would also gradually become the Minister of Rights. In order to take care of Han Guzi's old body, the convoy continued to move forward slowly. However, the north side was already covered in dust under the hooves of the Beimang cavalry. Soon, they would arrive. The atmosphere here began to become a little strange. Even the fearless and heartless Han Guoxiu was a little flustered. From time to time, she would turn her head to look to the north, as if she could feel the violent tremors on the ground. Previously, she had used Sima Qian to kill the young knight, but unfortunately, she didn't get any response. That person neither refuted nor became angry out of humiliation. This made the girl, who was used to being arrogant in Shangyin Academy, very dissatisfied. She had already thought of many ingenious backup plans, but in the end, her opponent was a guy who was even more boring than Uncle Blockhead, Yu Songyang. She was so frustrated that she almost suffered internal injuries. Han Guoxiu couldn't help but shout at the back of the rider, "There are thousands of Beimang barbarians coming from the north. Can you do it or not? If you can't do it, hurry up and say it. Don't drag us down with you. We'll be in a mess if you do." The young knight turned his head and smiled. He joked, "Miss, you ask me if I can do it, and I always say yes." Sima Qian, who understood the meaning behind the words, tried hard to hold back his laughter. He was afraid that Han Guoxiu, this unruly girl, would use him as a punching bag. Jin Baoshi frowned. Her impression of this person had taken a turn for the worse. She quickly classified him as an unscrupulous playboy. The simple-minded Han Guoxiu was a little suspicious. Really? Don't puff yourself up at your own cost. When the northern barbarian cavalry comes, no one will save you. The young knight, who seemed to be in a good mood, laughed it off. Jin Baoshi turned around and knocked on the girl's forehead. She whispered, "Silly girl, don't say any more." Han Guoxiu asked in a daze, "Sister Jean, why did you hit me?" Han Guoxiu suddenly understood. She smiled and whispered in Jin Baoshi's ear, "Sister Jean, have you taken a fancy to this Beiliang man who looks like a dog?" Sigh, it's not that I want to criticize you. This guy's appearance is not bad, but compared to my future husband, Xie Shibian, he's still thousands of miles away. My mother said that you can't judge a man by his appearance and family background. Character is more important than anything else. Bailiang men, especially those sons of generals, kill and kill all year round. They definitely have bad tempers and are uneducated. Sister Jean, I'll say this in advance. If you dare to marry a Bailiang man, we'll break off our friendship. Jean Bauscher, who didn't know whether to laugh or cry, fiercely pinched the ear of this silly girl who spoke without thinking. Is Xie Shibian yours? Who was the one who cried and told me that you wrote dozens of letters to him, but he didn't reply to any of them? Just as the two girls were scratching each other's itches and playing around, the knight had already bid farewell to Han Guzi and rode away to the north. Seeing the back of the horse, Han Guizhou widened her eyes. Has this guy lost his mind? Or was I right? Is he in a hurry to be reincarnated? The girl shouted, Grandpa, who is he? You must already know, right? The old man leaned lazily against the wall of the carriage, smiling but not saying anything. Han Guizhou complained, stingy. Su Huang, who was beside the carriage, asked softly, it's him. The old man nodded and looked at the sky with squinted eyes. He sighed, how does Chang Sui write a poem? When he was 15 or 20 years old, he captured the northern barbarian knight on foot. His iron robe was as white as snow. Jean Bauscher subconsciously grasped the hilt of the sword at his waist. With a heroic spirit, he followed the old man and recited, one man can fight 3,000 miles away, one sword can fight against 1,000,000 soldiers. But what happened next stunned everyone except Han Guzi. After galloping for a mile, they vaguely saw the man stop in front of them. Then, dozens of Beimang's elite Black Fox guards suddenly turned around. Jean Bauscher and the others could barely see the armored Beimang cavalry. For no reason, they slowed down their charge. Then, without hesitation, they turned around and ran away. In an instant, there was no one left. No matter what, there was an army of 2,000 to 3,000 cavalrymen. Even though the thunder was loud and the rain was small, there was no rain at all. It was Su Fengnian, who had rushed over after receiving the report from Whispering Water. He didn't chase after them alone. Instead, he reined in his horse and galloped back to the carriage. The reason he came here as a guard was that the 500 elite Bailiang cavalry might not be enough to protect everyone. After all, the old man was one of Second Sister's teachers. It was reasonable for Su Fengnian to show up. Secondly, he wanted to see for himself the elegant demeanor of the evasive old man Han. He wanted to see if he could recruit him to Mount Qingliang. Unfortunately, when he saw Han Guzi for the first time, he knew that the old man didn't have this intention. He was just like a scholar who wanted to travel and study. A melon that was forcefully picked would not be sweet. Moreover, the old man's reputation was only a hair's breadth lower than that of the head of the secretariat, Qi Yanglong. Even if Su Fengnian was one of the 4 great grandmasters, he couldn't force the old man to join him. If he forcefully detained this group of people, then the Central Plains, which had finally changed their view of Bailiang, would probably view them as enemies. Taking a step back, Deputy Administrator Song Dongming, Green Deer Cave Academy's Huang Chang, and the thousands of scholars in Liangzhou would all rebel. Su Fengnian approached the carriage. He cupped his fists and said, Old Mr. Han, no matter what, I still hope that you can make a trip to Liangzhou on your way back. Even if you don't enter the city, there will be people coming out of the city to welcome you. Han Guzi shook his head and smiled. It wasn't easy for this old man to muster up the courage to travel. Every place I can go is a good place. Therefore, I won't go back. If nothing unexpected happens, we'll go west. We'll see Qingsang City, Linyao City, and Fengshan City. We'll stop at Mount Lantua and then go south. We'll enter Nanzhao and see the scenery of the South Sea. Then we'll go north to western Shu. Finally, we'll take a boat back along the Guangling River. Su Fengnian nodded and smiled. Then I wish you a safe journey. The old man suddenly chuckled as if he was taking advantage of his seniority. What, you're leaving just like that? I can't be sure that the thousands of Beimang cavalry have really retreated. They're not going to send us off. If we die here, it won't be a small matter. The Beiliang cavalry can bear the burden of the million-strong Beimang army, but you may not be able to bear the infamy. For some reason, Su Fengnian thought of that lousy chess player Chancellor Wang, who was also Second Sister's master. Why was it that Second Sister's master was so disrespectful towards his elders? Su Fengnian said helplessly, then I'll send you off for another 10 miles. Any more and I won't be able to. The old man waved his hand vigorously and said, back then, in order to let Su Weisheng enter Shangyin Academy, the great general paid for the construction of the long embankment along the lake. It's called 10 miles of spring dawn. My legs are so weak that I've had to walk on it every day. Therefore, I feel that your 10 miles of sending me off isn't sincere enough. It should be at least 20 miles. Is that okay? Su Fengnian smiled bitterly and said, okay, then 20 miles it is. Han Guoxiu rolled her eyes. You rascal, why do you always say yes when anyone asks you if it's okay? Chapter 1498. Even Su Fengnian, whose eloquence was unrivaled under the heavens, was left speechless. Finally, Sima Qian could not help but laugh heartily. This silly girl truly had a tacit understanding of each other. She had unknowingly delivered a fatal blow to her opponent. With a face full of curiosity, the young girl asked a question that many of the people present wanted to know the answer to. Why did that Beimang cavalry run away without fighting? Su Fengnian replied with a deadpan expression, I don't know either. I only said one sentence to them. Knowing that it was most likely a trap, Sima Qian and Jean Baosher blurted out at the same time, don't ask. However, Han Guoxiu impatiently asked, what did you say? Su Fengnian replied, I told them that it was getting late and that Lu Gui told them to return home and start cooking. Han Guoxiu stared blankly for a moment. With round eyes, she asked, are those northern barbarians idiots? They really believe that? Su Fengnian smiled mischievously and nodded. That's right. They really believed it. Sima Qian covered his forehead with his hand. This silly girl. You haven't even climbed out of the first trap, yet you've already jumped into the second one at lightning speed. Jean Baosher felt extreme disgust towards this fellow who liked to act mysterious with his mouth full of oil. In a cold voice, he asked, is it fun? Su Fengnian smiled and said no more. In order for your group to travel in a carefree manner and deal with Zhao Gou's death soldiers, 26 people from Beiliang's Fu Shui room have already died. More than half of them died outside of Beiliang's borders. This time, Han Guzi was leading his troops west into Liangliang. As a remnant of northern Han whose entire family had perished in the flames of war, Yu Songyang naturally would not accompany him. Chang Sui, the famous poet and writer, was the only disciple of Han Guzi who did not enter Beiliang's territory. He was clad in a green robe, wielding a sword and a wine pot, and went to Ji Bei in an elegant manner. Of the 3 Jianghu masters, apart from the steel breaker, Song Xinsheng, who was Han Guzi's best friend, Qi Zihu, who carried the famous saber, Forbidden Fire, was a chivalrous man. The young man at the tail of the caravan, Lu Shouwen, had an extraordinary background. He came from the Huiji Lu clan, which was ranked third among the clans in the world that Li Yang had recently set. Although Lu Shouwen was born of a concubine, the Lu clan had always valued both civil and martial arts. Lu Shouwen, who had attained the cultivation of third rank before the age of 30, was naturally a favored figure of the clan. The spy report from the Fu Shui Fong mentioned that this person, like Lu Duanmao, liked the woman named Jean Baosher, but this was not the main point. The main point was that Lu Shouwen was most likely a double agent. On the surface, he was under Zhao Yi's Guangling Springs snow building, but in secret, he might be a spy from Nanjiang Road. Along the way, Lu Shouwen had risked his life to kill 3 Zhao Go masters. Once he returned, he would not be able to live in peace. It could be said that he was an infatuated type who did not love the country but the beauty. For some reason, Han Guzi suddenly had a strange idea. He said that he wanted to try the feeling of riding a horse in the west wind. Song Xinsheng, Su Huang, and the others could not persuade him. Han Guoxiu, who wanted to see the world in chaos, clapped her hands and cheered. She taught the worried Jean Boucher a lesson. With the help of the sweaty Sima Can, the old man finally got on the horse. Su Fengnian had no choice but to move closer to prevent the old man from falling off the horse. Fortunately, the old man did not seem to have any intention of urging his horse forward. He rode side by side with Su Fengnian, while Su Huang carefully guarded him on the other side. The old man, who was swaying on the horse's back, laughed and said, "It's true that this old man is young and wild, but it's a pity that I don't have the money to wear that brocade hat and marten coat. I haven't touched a saddle in the past few decades, and I don't even have the luxury of riding a horse. Thinking back to the aggressive manner of those Beimang barbarians just now, I'm really ashamed. I've read books and taught books for most of my life. The number of students and unofficial disciples I've taught is at least 20. In the end, even including the assistant minister of the Ministry of War, Su Gong, who is already on the border between the two Liao countries, I don't think anyone has ever killed a Beimang barbarian with their own hands." The old man sadly murmured, "Not a single one." Su Fengnian said with a smile, "Yes, there is." The old man nodded and said, "Yes, I'm old and muddle-headed. That girl Su led the famous Bailiang cavalry straight into Beimang's hinterland. At that time in Shangyin Academy, her fellow disciples stole a lot of jars of wine from me. The next day, they all reeked of alcohol and were disgraceful. As for me, I just pretended not to see it. At that time, even Yu Songyang was no exception. It's said that he almost fell asleep during the lecture. Therefore, what the great general did back then was right. What you did was even better. Otherwise, with half of my neck buried in the yellow earth, I wouldn't have risked universal condemnation to make this trip." Su Fengnian said, "Old mister, you're risking universal condemnation." The old man said apologetically, "Although you didn't say it, I still have to apologize to you and your Bailiang." This old man only did it on a whim, but many people were killed because of it. In the end, it was like going on a spring vacation. I just patted my butt and left. I couldn't help you at all. For the sake of my reputation, I didn't even get to see that girl Su even once when I was already at your doorstep." Su Fengnian said softly, "The scholars of Shangyin Academy can't withstand the torment of wind and rain. Old Mr. didn't do anything wrong. Whether or not the warriors of Bailiang can defend the Northwest, this world still needs scholars to govern. Maybe one day, we'll need them to walk out of the library, put down their books, and step forward bravely in front of the flood of horses' hooves." Jean Baorum, who was behind the three riders, had actually been listening attentively. After hearing these words, she was a little surprised. She had to admit that she had a new level of respect for him. She couldn't help but raise her head and stare at the back of the rider. He was travel-worn and wore very ordinary clothes. He carried a cotton bag on his back. He didn't have the cold knives and light crossbows that Bailiang's roaming cavalry were equipped with. If it was the son of a general like Northern Liang, which was as numerous as the hairs on an ox, it didn't seem like it. Although many of the descendants of Northern Liang generals had joined the army, she really couldn't think of a young person in Liuzhou who was so special to be able to chat calmly with her teacher. Could it be the Han clan strategist Qin Shiliang who was unknown in Jiangnan but had risen to fame in Northern Liang? Han Guoxiu whispered into Jean Baorum's ear, "Sister Jean, I think this guy might be that person." Jean Baorum laughed involuntarily and shook her head. "Impossible. You don't practice martial arts. You don't know what kind of power the most outstanding great-grandmasters in the world have. I've seen a number of first-level great-grandmasters." Han Guoxiu hurriedly interrupted, "How could I not know? Isn't it just a dragon's roar, a tiger's step in the abyss, a mountain's peak? The older ones should have some immortal-like and imposing manner." Then the girl muttered to herself, "Now that you mention it, this guy really isn't an expert. Especially when he smiles, he doesn't look like a good person. He can't even compare to Lu Shouwen, who blocked a knife for you." In the end, Han Guoxiu sighed and said, "There's nothing I can do. I originally wanted to come to Bailiang this time to see that Su Fengnian. Many of our sisters in the school seem to have given themselves a bewitching potion. If I see him with my own eyes, when I go back, won't they die of envy?" Haha. I've thought about it. When the time comes, I'll say that I've seen Su Fengnian. I'll also tell them that the guy is 10 feet tall, with a strong back and a bare waist. His face is full of whiskers, and his arms are as thick as their legs. What dragon, phoenix, northern Sioux, southern Song. Anyway, we've seen that Song Maolin with our own eyes. He's really handsome. Other than my husband, Xia Shibian, I don't think anyone in the world can compare to Song Maolin. When I think of them hearing my description, I think of them crying in disappointment and sadness. The girl's little head leaned against Jean Bao Room's back and she laughed to herself. Chapter 1499. Jean Bao sure shook her head and laughed softly. You, don't be so bad. Be careful that you won't be able to get married. You should at least leave some memories for your friends. Han Guoxiu said childishly, no. Who told them to say that my husband is not even 1/10,000th of that Su Fengnian? Lu Duanmao was about to interrupt, but Lu Shouwen had already urged his horse forward and came to Jean Baoshi's side. Lu Duanmao, who was born to be able to ward off evil spirits, had a sad look in his eyes and stopped moving. The sharp-eyed Sima Can sighed quietly. He had told his junior many times that junior sister Jean was not the kind of woman who judged people by their appearance, but Lu Duanmao would always be discouraged when he saw her. When his junior brother Zhao Kai was still in the academy, he had successfully tricked him into confessing after he got drunk. Although Jean Baoshi was not moved, it was obvious that she did not hate him. However, Lu Duanmao was still so scared that his legs trembled after he woke up. Originally, Zhao Kai had already thought of how to encourage Lu Duanmao to strike while the iron was hot. However, with the sudden departure of his junior brother from Shangyin Academy and the shocking news that followed, Lu Duanmao completely retreated. For half a year, he drowned his sorrows in alcohol. In the end, he was awakened by Jean Baoshi, who could not stand it anymore. Only then did he let go of the wine jars and jugs that he relied on and was teased by others as the drinking wife, by others. Originally, except for Su Weisheng and Jean Baoshi, the 6 men of the same sect had all agreed that after Zhao Kai and Lu Duanmao returned with their beauties, they would get drunk together and drink all of their master's hidden wine in one go. Sima Can looked to the south with red eyes. Junior brother, you and I agreed to be the monarch and minister who would go down in history together. Sima Can did not hate the Bailiang, nor did he hate the young man who was his royal highness at that time. He just missed his playful junior brother very much. Lu Shouwen rode side by side with Jean Baoshi and Han Guoxiu, but he didn't speak to Jean Baoshi, who fell in love at first sight. He looked towards Han Guoxiu and said with a gentle smile, "Are you scared after seeing those northern Mang barbarians?" Han Guoxiu, who was naturally closer to that coward Lu Duanmao in her heart, rolled her eyes and said, "Scared to death." Lu Shouwen was somewhat helpless, but he was not angry. In fact, his current situation was much better than when he had been targeted by the little girl. He shifted his gaze and asked softly, "Miss Jean, why did the Beimang cavalry take the initiative to retreat?" Jean Baoshi shook his head and smiled faintly. "I don't know. That person didn't want to talk about it, and Sir didn't want to reveal the secrets of heaven." Lu Shouwen made a sound of acknowledgement and did not continue to pester him with words. He just silently rode his horse. After coming back to his senses, Sima Can couldn't help but sigh. His junior brother Lu Duanmao had met his match. At the very front, Han Guzi and Su Huang, one knew, the other was the first to guess Su Fengnian's true identity. The 3 of them casually talked about the Battle of Guangling. Han Guzi, intentionally or otherwise, spoke less and less. Most of the time, Su Huang methodically explained his views on the situation. Su Fengnian did not blindly agree. Occasionally, he bluntly questioned and rebutted, and Su Huang answered them one by one. However, the 2 of them still had a large difference in understanding of the final victory and defeat of the naval battle on the river. Su Huang believed that victory and defeat were decided quickly. The Zhao Yi Navy, with the help of the Qingzhou Navy, had won. Su Fengnian believed that after 2 to 3 months, the West Chu side that Chao Chongqing was on would win. Han Guzi only said that the 2 of them were half right and half wrong. Afterward, he did not express any more opinions. Later, Su Huang asked about the battle at Calabash in detail. Su Fengnian told him everything he knew. In the end, Su Huang sighed emotionally. Back then, the Bailiang had said that they would eat 150,000 Beimang at Calabash. Before Su Gong entered the capital to take up his post, he did not believe it. He said it was not too much, but too little. When Su Fengnian and Su Huang talked about building another Huda city in Yangzhou, the old man casually mentioned that Su Huang had this idea 3 years ago when he was doing his calculations. At the time, many people thought it was a fool's dream. In the large education palace, only Ko Jianghu and Qi Shens believed it. Just as Su Huang seemed to carelessly mention that Beimang's central front might divert a portion of its forces to the eastern front in Liuzhou, Han Guzi, who seemed to be unable to stand the bumpy ride of the horse, asked with a smile, "Have we traveled more than 10 li?" Su Huang was stunned. He nodded and said, "Almost." The old man suddenly smiled at Su Fengnian and said, "It doesn't matter if you travel 10 li or 20 li. In fact, the thought is more important than the distance. As for this old man, I won't delay your journey to Huayang Pass." Once the Su girl gets angry, it's not just her fellow disciples who are all trembling in fear, like mice meeting a cat. In fact, I'm also afraid. The old man muttered that he was old, really old. He got off the horse with difficulty. After getting into the carriage, he still did not enter the cabin. He sat down cross-legged behind Song Xinsheng and waved his hand. He laughed loudly and said, "I have no wine to send you off. I'm old. I have the heart but not the strength." Su Fengnian smiled and stopped his horse. A rider brushed past him. He watched the group gradually disappear into the distance. The wind in Longsheng was strong. Su Fengnian's sleeves wantonly fluttered forward. Sima Can gave the little girl, Han Guoxiu, a look. Unfortunately, the girl did not understand at all. When Sima Can estimated that his eyelids were about to ache, she finally flew into a rage. "If you have something to say, say it." The old man coughed and scolded with a straight face, "Guoxiu, speak properly." The girl said in a muffled voice, then turned to Sima Can and made a signature hand gesture that said, "See if I don't beat you to death." The old man looked forward and said slowly, "You guys, don't guess blindly. Wait a moment. As long as you look back, you'll know why the Beimang cavalry took the initiative to retreat." Apart from Su Huang and Song Xinsheng, who needed to drive carefully, everyone turned to look. The old man laughed and said, "I, Han Guzi, am just a person who doesn't live up to my name. Compared to the young man who might make the entire Beimang avoid him in the future, I've lived for so many years in vain. But even so, I'm happy." Sima Can, Lu Duanmao, Jin Baosher, Han Guoxiu, Qi Zihu, and Lu Shouwen all turned to look in that direction, but they only saw that the cavalry was galloping in the opposite direction. The old man closed his eyes and leisurely hummed a song that he had accidentally heard in the marketplace of Yuzhou. At that time, a little girl sang it when she bought green ant wine for her father. Her childish voice was clear and crisp. Perhaps she could buy some food with the little money she had left after buying the wine, but the innocent child seemed very happy when she sang. But at this moment, the yellow sand outside the Great Wall and the strong wind on the long river sounded particularly sorrowful and desolate when the old man hummed with a hoarse voice. "Spring returns, yellow orioles fly on the branches. Autumn returns, wild geese return to the city. Year after year, I've waited for many years. Bailiang's saber master, wrapped in horse hide, returned." Han Guoxiu, who had waited for a long time but still did not get an answer, felt her neck ache. Finally, she could not help but complain that her grandfather was lying. Everyone suddenly widened their eyes at the same time. In the distance, there was a line of peerless cavalry, like a snow-white tide, surging over. Sima Can said in shock, "Is it the great snow dragon cavalry?" Su Huang did not turn around, and said in a deep voice, "It's the white horse cavalry." Han Guzi opened his eyes, thinking back to those years, the invincible elite soldiers of Great Qin. Every time there was a war, there would be 2 words that would resound through the sky. Su Huang closed his eyes, as if he was imagining the scene of the tiger and wolf army with irresistible force. He laughed softly. The wind rises. Sima Can, who was familiar with history books, murmured, the wind rises. While Han Guoxiu was shocked behind him, Jean Baosher suddenly turned her horse around. Her whole body was trembling, and she shouted at the back of the figure, Bailiang. The wind rises. Han Guzi exhaled softly, and laughed loudly. 800 years ago, the wind rose in Great Qin. But how can the era that I, Han Guzi, live and be inferior? Because 800 years later, Bailiang would fight to the death. Chapter 1500. Su Fengnian, escorted by 800 white horses, did not follow the original plan to go straight to Huda City so that he could be deployed in the Huayang Pass Protectorate. Instead, he was called to a place further south, where the northern Liang Path could be called a beautiful scenery. The water was abundant, the mountains were steep, and the geography was good. Naturally, it could not escape the eyes of the military. It was here that Bailiang was going to build a city more majestic than Huda City. Giant trees from the depths of the Nanzhao Mountains in West Shu, which had been stored in Bailiang for many years, and countless giant stones that had almost hollowed out the mountain peaks of Lanyu were transported along the wide road. Under the orders of the young lord, with the prince's mansion in Mount Qingliang as the center, the 3 provincial governors' mansions and the garrisons in various places as the main force, almost the entire Bailiang except for Liuzhou was affected by this new city. It was as if the majestic qi in the body of a master began to circulate rapidly. Su Fengnian personally assumed the temporary position of general master craftsman, administrator Li Gongda and a master of Moism acted as governors, and 6 people, including the Liangzhou provincial governor Wang Peifong, who was half a rank higher among the 4 provincial governors, and Wang Linquan, who used to be the god of wealth in Qingzhou, acted as deputy supervisors who participated in specific affairs. In one breath, all the garrison troops in the south of Liangzhou's border and hundreds of thousands of soldiers under the age of 50 were stationed here. The construction was in full swing. Now, in Bailiang, the only person who could give orders to Su Fengnian was Su Weisheng, who had just been conferred the title of Princess Fujing by the Liang imperial court. In the twilight of the setting sun, Su Fengnian and Su Weisheng, as well as several powerful governors and deputy supervisors, slowly walked along the river. The master of Moism who came out of Mount Qingliang with Liuzhou provincial governor Yang Guangdou was temporarily unable to leave. Of course, administrator Li Gongda, who was also one of the governors, had to be present to explain the construction process of the new city to the young lord. In the past few years, Li Gongda could be said to have tasted the taste of life. First, he was promoted to the second-rank administrator and became the top border official in the Liang dynasty. Then, before he could even sit down, he encountered the turbulent situation of Bailiang's change of dynasty. Sure enough, Su Beiji took away his title of Lingzhou provincial governor without saying anything. Then, Song Dongming became the deputy administrator who did not follow the etiquette system and was stationed in Mount Qingliang. In the eyes of the officialdom of Bailiang, it was naturally the new Prince Liang's doing for the sake of checks and balances. However, just when everyone mistakenly thought that Li Gongda would soon pack up his things and leave, the young lord immediately appointed Li Gongda as the governor of the new city. The desolate scene of the administrator's mansion in the early spring of the second year of Xiangfu was still vivid in the minds of the officialdom of Lingzhou. Now, many officials began to regret that they did not take advantage of the cold stove. And after Li Gongda rushed here, he was like a different person from before. He ate and slept in the open with the big son of the Mo family. As a result, even Tian Peifong, who cared the most about health, suffered a lot. Li Gongda's mouth was dry from talking, so he casually took the water bottle mixed with a lot of herbal medicine from his waist and took a sip. Then he sighed with emotion. Your Highness, I've been a local official in Bailiang for most of my life, and I've been racking my brains to figure out how to be an official. Even when I got into the carriage after leaving, I was just secretly glad that Your Highness didn't forget me. At that time, when I lifted the curtain and saw the armored cavalry guards sent by Your Highness, and then looked at the flattering faces outside the carriage again, I felt very satisfied, as if I had personally slapped them. Although Tian Peifong was the high-ranking provincial governor of Liangzhou, she was still not qualified to walk side by side with Su Fengnian, Li Gongda, and the others. she could only keep a few steps behind them. Because the administrator didn't deliberately hide his voice, Tian Peifong heard everything. After thinking about it, she really admired this old guy who was the best at being an official in Beiliang. Official Li's skill of making use of every opportunity was really perfect. Moreover, he didn't hesitate to tarnish his image and poured out his heart and lungs. He really understood the essence of attracting favor and securing favor. Tian Peifong felt that she had benefited a lot. She felt that listening to a gentleman's words is better than reading for 10 years. Li Gongda turned his head to look north at the address of the new city and said softly with a smile, "Back then, I forced myself to agree to Hanlon's request to join the army at the border. In fact, at the beginning, I only wanted this precious son of mine to muddle along in the border army. Relying on his father's connections, it was enough for him to become a commandant. When he returned to his hometown and returned to a place where his father's words were still effective, he would have a meteoric rise. In the future, whether he was a general or a provincial governor, it was better than fighting desperately on the border. Therefore, when I heard that this boy secretly became a white horse crossbowman, I was really scared out of my wits. When I heard that Li Hanlon had actually followed the Longxiang army to attack Gusai province and even acted as a scout to open the way, as his father, when did I not burn incense and pray to Buddha during that time? Therefore, when Hanlon, this boy, came back home alive and well with those young men who he treated as his life and death brothers, I, Li Gongda, wanted to scold him, but I couldn't bear to do so. I liked the greedy and cowardly Li Gongda who amassed wealth. How did he give birth to such a son? When Li Gongda said this, the pride on his face was particularly strong. He laughed loudly and said, "How did I give birth to such a son that even I feel ashamed of?" Li Gongda, who was so busy that his lips were full of bloody blisters, paused for a moment. Therefore, when this brat, who had been extravagant since he was young, suddenly said that he wanted to use the money he earned from killing the Beimang barbarians to invite me to the best restaurant in Lingzhou for a drink, I felt very comfortable. I, Li Gongda, am at ease. It's even more comfortable than being the Northern Yangdao administrator of my dreams. Su Fengnian said softly, "Hanlon has already been promoted from a crossbowman to a captain. Back then, when I advised him to join the army, it was actually the same as Uncle Li's. I just wanted him to go to the border to calm down so that he wouldn't have nothing to do in Lingzhou and cause trouble all day long. At that time, the one in the most difficult position would definitely be Uncle Li, who had just become the new administrator. I also didn't expect Hanlon to be reborn and become a top-class elite soldier in the Beiliang frontier army on his own." Li Gongda suddenly lowered his voice and said hoarsely, "To be honest, if I could go back on my words, I still wouldn't want Hanlon to join the army. After all, I only have one son. If he's gone, then he's gone. Who will take care of me when I'm old? Do you still want me to send you off? Even if I, Hanlon, am a wastrel who doesn't amount to much, in the eyes of a father, as long as I'm alive, it's better than anything else. But there's no medicine for regret in the world. Since Hanlon has come to this step, no matter how much I, Li Gongda, fear and trepidation every day, I can only do my best and leave the rest to fate." Li Gongda was the first to stop and turn around. Looking at the city, he muttered, "I, Beiliang, want to build tall buildings here and let this city dominate the border. I, Li Gongda, don't say anything about working for the Beiliang Frontier Army. I just want to use this opportunity to do it personally and let my son, who is fighting on the front lines, have more support." A father's love was like a mountain. All the fathers in the world were their son's support. From beginning to end, from old age to death. Li Gongda, who had lost his composure, laughed at himself. "Your Highness, I'll go back to work first. Otherwise, I'll be sprayed with saliva by that bad-tempered master of the Mo family." Su Fengnian smiled and agreed. After the administrator, who had the highest official position, left, Wang Linquan, Tian Peifong, and the other deputy supervisors took his place. Wang Linquan, in particular, had a special status. Not only had he been Su Zhao's lackey when he was young, but his daughter, Wang Chudong, was destined to be one of the future concubines of Beiliang. However, because of the hasty death of the old Prince Liang, this joyous event had been delayed in Mount Qingliang. Now, in Beiliang, there were two in-laws in Bailiang Palace. It was reasonable to say that the children of the Lu family, who came from a powerful family in Qingzhou, should be more outstanding. However, as time went by, the result was unexpected. The Wang family, which was full of the stench of money, stood out. The Lu family, however, seemed to be not acclimatized. Almost no young children were appointed as officials with real power in Bailiang. The current head of the family, Lu Dongjiang, who was the best at calligraphy, was even more depressed. It was said that after several disturbances, this Lu Chuke had an irreconcilable conflict with his daughter, Lu Qingyan. Regarding this, the officials in Bailiang had different opinions. Originally, they were betting on the Wang family and the Lu family equally. However, after Wang Linquan became the deputy supervisor of the new city, and Lu Dongjiang did not have the opportunity to take up this position, the situation completely changed. However, perhaps because Mount Qingliang did not want to embarrass the Lu family too much, one of Lu Dongjiang's nephews became the manager in charge of the construction of the new city's provisions. Unlike the unattainable but temporary deputy supervisor, in Bailiang, this was an official position that could easily be promoted. At this moment, this child of the Lu family was closely following more than 20 steps away. Most of the men of the Lu family were elegant, and this person was no exception. Today, he deliberately took off his official robe and put on a brand new bright brocade robe. In the group, he looked particularly outstanding. There were several scholars of similar age with him. Chapter 1501. In fact, Su Fengnian recognized this person at a glance. He was Lu Qingyan's cousin, Lu Qingsong. He was one of the most outstanding talents in the Lu family of Qingzhou. However, Su Fengnian felt a little helpless about this person standing out from the crowd. When one enters a village, one must follow the local customs. This was the most simple principle. Being a crane in a flock of chickens meant that it was incompatible. In the officialdom, who was not in harmony with the light and the dust. It was a taboo to have this kind of edge. After all, it was a completely different field from the scholarly and literary world, which emphasized high standards and elegance. Su Fengnian sighed in his heart. After chatting with his father-in-law, Wang Linquan, he deliberately turned around and stopped to look at Lu Qingsong, who was still 3 rows away from him. The people present were all old foxes in the officialdom. They quickly made way for him. Lu Qingsong, who had been paying attention to the young lord's movements, quickly understood and walked forward confidently. After a few steps, he suddenly turned around and looked back. Then, a young scholar hesitantly walked out of the line and followed Lu Qingsong. This presumptuous action made all the officials, including Tian Peifong, a little unhappy in their hearts. Those who were less cultured had already frowned. Lu Qingsong was just a small 7th-level manager. It was fine that he relied on the special identity of the Lu family to have an audience with the prince, but what right did he have to bring an outsider? Su Fengnian turned a blind eye to this. After Lu Qingsong bowed, he asked with a smile, "Uncle Lu, are you well?" After Lu Qingsong straightened his back, he did not bend down again. This small action made the nearby officials feel even more disgusted. Under the influence of the general, Northern Liang would not deliberately abide by the rule that the emperor should not be looked up to, and the vassals should not be looked at the same level. Naturally, those who violated the rule would not be so exaggerated as to need to stab themselves in the eyes as an apology. However, the arrogance that came from Lu Qingsong's bones was really too disgusting. Lu Qingsong still acted as if there was no one around. He said in a neither servile nor overbearing manner, "Uncle is well. Every day at home, he writes more than 10 pieces of calligraphy." Even Tian Peifong could not help but roll her eyes. This guy's words had a hidden meaning. Did he mean that Lu Qingsong had to pretend to be leisurely because he could not fulfill his ambitions? Tian Peifong narrowed her eyes as she stared at the young face she had seen at the banquet. She had the urge to swear. Others might not know, but as the provincial governor of Liangzhou, he knew very well. At the time, the king had intended for Lu Dongjiang to be the governor of Liangzhou, but the head of the Lu family did not want to be an assistant. He was unhappy and refused. The king then suggested that he be the mountain master of the White Horse Academy, which was as famous as the Green Deer Cave Academy. Lu Dongjiang was still not happy. At the time, Tian Peifong felt a little guilty for occupying the position of provincial governor of Liangzhou, so she personally set up a banquet to invite Lu Qingsong. In the end, none of the men of Lu Dongjiang's generation from the Lu family showed up. Only Lu Qingsong and the other young people who had not even grown hair yet entered the manor. On the other hand, Wang Linquan, who had the same status as Lu Dongjiang, was also a relative of the Qingliang Mountain imperial family. When had he not been amiable when he met people? What's wrong with being a scholar? I, Tian Peifong, was a scholar that even Yao Baifeng praised a few words. Could it be that only scholars in Qingzhou with the surname Lu were precious in the world, while scholars in Beiliang were worthless? In the imperial court of Liang, among the older generation, there was Yao Baifeng, who was in charge of the imperial college, and Yan Jieshi, the grand secretary of the palace pavilion. Among the younger generation, not to mention that ungrateful wretch Jean Lanting, there was also Chen Wang, who was already in the central government, and Sun Yin, who was famous in the capital. Su Fengmian said pleasantly, now that there is a deputy administrator in Yidao, it's a rule of the imperial court. Deputy Administrator Song has been complaining to me about the heavy workload and that he can't handle it alone. After all, Beiliang is different from other places. It shouldn't be difficult to ask the imperial court for a legitimate deputy administrator. Lu Qingsong, who heard the implied meaning, couldn't help but be excited. However, he immediately glanced at Wang Linquan, who was standing next to Su Fengmian, but the latter didn't move. Then Lu Qingsong introduced him to Su Fengmian. Your Highness, this is Zhang Huanji, who is very famous in Jiangnan scholarly circles. He is skilled in zither, chess, calligraphy, and painting, especially his paintings of mountains and rivers far and near. Moreover, if Zhang Huanji were to take part in the imperial examination, he would definitely take the top 3. Therefore, he gave up his bright future and came to Beiliang alone. Compared to the famous and distinguished Lu Qingsong, the young scholar named Zhang Huanji was much more reserved. He bowed respectfully and said, Zhang Huanji greets your highness with fear and trepidation. Tian Peifong carefully observed the prince's expression. As long as the prince showed a trace of dissatisfaction, he could let this young man named Zhang Huanji sit on the bench in Beiliang's officialdom for a long time. Su Fengmian had already sized up Zhang Huanji. After hearing what he said, he smiled and said, It's been hard on you. Zhang Huanji was stunned. He lowered his head and said in a trembling voice, I don't dare. After I arrived in Beiliang, I saw and heard with my own eyes. Only then did I realize that Beiliang is very different from what I remembered. Su Fengmian dismissed it with a smile and turned to continue walking. Not long after, he had Tian Peifong, Wang Linquan, and the others go back to work. He only walked side by side with Su Weisheng on the riverside. Not far away was the white horse in charge of guarding. Su Fengmian asked softly, Xianyuan Qingfeng took the initiative to contact the Fu Shui room? Su Weisheng nodded and said, at that time, Xueping first contacted Lu Nerong of the Fish Dragon Gang. Wutongan and the Fu Shui room were a little rushed, so we planted many Jianghu spies among the 3 people. At the same time, we also moved the men of sacrifice of the Fu Shui room back to Beiliang. They are in charge of spreading rumors. Su Fengmian smiled and said, no wonder Xianyuan Qingfeng said he wanted to fight me and make me lose to him. If I knew about this, I would have agreed. This is a big favor. Su Weisheng asked, after you met Sir and the others, how did it go? Su Fengmian shook his head and said, after all, Sir is still the Chancellor of Shangyin Academy. His every move is involuntary. Being able to come to Beiliang has already crossed the bottom line of the Liang Zhao clan. I guess Qi Yanglong will soon come up with a countermeasure in the capital and spread the news. Once Sir Han returns from his travels, he will take over the position of Grand Chancellor. Chapter 1502. Su Weisheng turned his wheelchair and stopped in front of the river. He sighed softly. When Sir deliberately didn't enter Liangzhou, I knew that he had made up his mind. If Sir had entered the city, we would have been disappointed, because this would mean that Sir had no desires and would bring all the disciples back to the school. Since he had shown it to the Liang imperial court, it meant that at least one disciple would secretly stay in Beiliang. Su Fengnian was pleasantly surprised. Su Huang, Sima Can. It would be good if one of them stayed. Su Weisheng probably remembered the years when he studied in Shangyin Academy and was a little absent-minded. Su Fengnian said softly, "Don't worry, Sir is still very healthy." He rode a horse for 10 miles. Su Weisheng looked up and glared. "You didn't stop him?" Su Fengnian rolled his eyes. "At that time, Sir wanted me to send them 20 miles. I was in a hurry to get to Huayang Pass. Plus, Su Huang and the others were desperately trying to stop me, so I didn't say anything." Speaking of this, Su Fengnian smirked and said, "In the end, old Mr. only asked me to accompany you for 10 miles. Although he said it was my intention, I think old Mr. really couldn't take it anymore." Su Weisheng's lips curled up. Su Fengnian squatted down beside the wheelchair and rubbed his temples. He sighed. Why is the Lu family so stupid? Could it be that the intelligence of the entire clan was concentrated on the old consecrator Lu Feiqi and Lu Qingyan? Wang Linquan isn't someone who's easy to deal with either. Although he's been watching from the sidelines, he's still kind enough to not kick the Lu family when they're down. But at the very least, we're still a family. If Wang Linquan can take a step back, Mount Qingliang will be much safer. Su Weisheng asked calmly, "So you deliberately propose to let Lu Dongjiang be the useless deputy administrator to beat Wang Linquan?" Su Fengnian said bitterly, "You can say that I'm beating around the bush. However, if I continue to ignore the Lu family, I'm afraid that in less than 3 or 4 years, the local officials of Beiliang will eat up the Lu family until not even their bones are left. Even my Wutongin is secretly selling calligraphy, paintings, and antiques in exchange for salt, iron, and food from other places. This Lu family, on the other hand, has bought more than 30 calligraphy and paintings with the old consecrator's hard-earned savings. Since they have no choice but to take root in Beiliang, it would be good even if they followed Wang Linquan's example and bought land at a low price from the other families that have moved out of Beiliang. Was this the time to pretend to be cultured? Each one of them is feeling complacent, thinking that they have taken advantage of the world." Su Weisheng suddenly gloated. "Actually, you underestimated Wang Linquan's conduct. Since the beginning of spring, this god of wealth has quietly bought a number of priceless calligraphy and paintings at a low price. He should be lowering his status to give them to the Lu family. As soon as you opened your mouth, you casually threw out a second-rank deputy administrator. Wang Linquan can't give them away. Otherwise, not only will the Lu family not care, they will also be looked down upon by the old Lu Dongjiang and the young Lu Qingsong." Su Fengnian was vexed. "Sister, why didn't you say this earlier?" Su Weisheng beamed. "It's my fault." Su Fengnian immediately raised his hands. "I acted abruptly." Su Weisheng sneered. "Abruptly? Does our king of Beiliang act abruptly? Otherwise, why would he fight with the second most powerful person in the world, Tuoba Bodhisattva, all the way from the northern part of the western regions to Snow Lotus City? He fought to his heart's content and turned the world upside down. It was truly awe-inspiring. I was thinking of getting someone to make a plaque with the words #1 in the world, and hanging it at the gate of Mount Qingliang. If you think the words #1 in the world are tacky, how about invincible in the world? Isn't it more domineering?" Su Fengnian knew his second sister's temperament, so he didn't dare to refute her. He pulled a blade of grass from the ground with a frown, flicked the soil away, and held it in his mouth. Su Fengnian suddenly sighed. Beiliang is so big, so many aspects. Even a dog would hate to be the head of the household for 3 years. Su Weisheng reached out and slapped him heavily on the head. "Who's the dog?" Su Fengnian said helplessly, "Didn't I want to say the second half of my sentence? I just wanted to say that it wasn't easy for our father to be the head of the household." Su Weisheng looked at the sky and whispered softly, "Yes." Su Fengnian, who was originally squatting, simply sat on the ground and slowly chewed on the blade of grass. For some reason, Su Weisheng thought of a song that had never been circulated. Back then, she and his sister were married off to Jiangnan. That day, there was a young man in the Wutangan, knocking his chopsticks on a wine bowl. Seeing you off for 1,000 miles, until the steep mountains become flat plains. Parting with sorrow, please drink 6, 2, 3. 1 tail, may you bring an umbrella when it rains in Jiangnan. 2 tails, may you gently fan yourself in the heat. 3 tails, may you not forget to put on more clothes when winter comes. 4 tails, may you spend more time together every year. 5 tails, may you be free from illness and worry, and always happy. 6 tails, may you be happy without wind or rain. 6, 2, 3. 3 tails left. I am in the northwest, one pass after another. Separated from you, one mountain after another. Finally, may I know that you are safe. Su Weisheng let out a long breath, turned his head and said softly, don't do stupid things in the future. You will make father, mother, and your sister worry. Su Fengnian made a sound of agreement, then spat out the blade of grass. He looked into the distance and said softly, Tuoba Bodhisattva has gone to Liuzhou, and Huang Manor is there. I am just worried. Su Weisheng lowered his head, and his expression could not be seen clearly. The breeze blew, and the hair on his forehead rose and fell. Su Fengnian smiled and stood up. Sister, I am going to Huayang Pass. While Tuoba Bodhisattva is not at the border, I will personally go to Huda City. Sister, don't worry, this time I will not act on impulse. As long as the situation is not good, I will retreat. Su Weisheng raised his head and said in confusion, call me second sister. Su Fengnian scratched his head. It's all the same. Su Weisheng waved his hand. Go, when you reach Huda City, twist hundreds and thousands of Beimang heads off. Su Fengnian laughed. You said it yourself. 3 days later, at dusk, when a figure appeared on the city wall of Huda City, the Beimang army that had been attacking the city day and night for more than a month suddenly retreated. For the first time, they had a truce. Looking at that person from afar, the Beimang army was terrified. At dawn the next day, a strong wind blew. The king of the northern court, Dongzhua, only dared to take 100 steps out of the formation under the protection of the Beimang armored guards. He looked at the city wall of Huda City and did not say any heroic words. He only raised his arm high and then waved it down heavily. Thus, the most tragic battle in the second year of Xiangfu began. Chapter 1503. Yesterday, Su Fengnian had rushed to the top of the city wall from the south without any warning and intruded into Huda City alone. Not to mention the Beimang army, even Lu Jinu and the other Beiliang soldiers looked at each other in dismay when they heard the news. When Su Fengnian had rushed all the way from Huayang Pass to Huda City, a Beimang martial arts master who had temporarily acted as a stable in the south of Huda City simply abandoned his horse and ran madly toward the main camp. Then, the Beimang's momentum of attacking the city suddenly slowed down and retreated like the tide. This night, Su Fengnian stood on the blood-stained north city wall of Huda City. The Huda City's main general and lieutenant he had drunk with last time had lost 2 of their faces. The careless Ma Jili was dead, and the elegant Chu Hanqing was also dead. When they left, they were in the prime of their lives. From Lu Jinu's calm narration with a hoarse voice and not much emotional fluctuation, Su Fengnian learned that the 3,000 elite cavalrymen who could wear heavy armor and fight as heavy cavalry and the 6,000 light cavalrymen in the city were still intact. However, 8,000 of the 24,000 regular infantrymen and nearly 10,000 auxiliary soldiers had died in battle. When Su Fengnian had asked how many wounded soldiers there were, Lu Jinu had only said that there were not many wounded soldiers. Su Fengnian was silent. In fact, he had known the cruel answer in Huayang Pass. The north, northeast, and northwest sides of Huda City were Beimang's 3 main attack fronts. Lu Jinu had accurately divided the city into 32 defensive lines, with each lieutenant leading their own defense. If the Beimang barbarians managed to reach the top of the city wall and could not retreat within 30 minutes, Lu Jinu had to mobilize other forces to support them. Then, the main general would be dismissed on the spot and become an ordinary soldier. The deputy would take his place, and so on. In the past 2 months, a total of 7 lieutenants had died in battle. The reason why Lieutenant Chu Hanqing had died in battle was because the 3 senior captains under his command had died one after another in just 2 hours. This was the first time that Tiger Head City had a situation where more than 600 enemies were continuously pouring in. The key point was that the defensive lines seemed to be getting bigger and bigger. Furious, Lu Jinna asked the sentries to send a message to Chu Hanqing, who was already covered in blood, saying, "If you really can't defend the city, just say the word. I, Lu Jinna, will personally lead people to help." Bei Mang, who had finally found a breakthrough, began to frantically mobilize their troops. When Lu Jinna rushed to the battlefield with 800 personal guards and killed off the Bei Mang barbarians, Chu Hanqing, who had countless corpses at his feet, was sitting in a pool of blood at the foot of the wall. His face had been chopped beyond recognition. If it were not for the bright armor that the general had personally bestowed upon him for his military service, no one would have recognized this corpse as Lieutenant Chu, who had a pair of exceptionally beautiful daughters. He was the Bailiang seed who had been persuaded by the general several times to go to Tai and City to take the imperial examinations and become a scholar. Before dawn, Su Fengnian turned his head and looked along the horse path that the Bailiang frontier army liked to call the city wall. The corpses on both sides had been removed last night, so the people who appeared on the city wall at this moment were all living people. This seemed like nonsense, but in fact, it was not. As long as ordinary people did not have any illness or difficulties, they might need 40 to 50 years to lie in a coffin. But here, they might go from the world of the living to the netherworld in an instant, and there would not be many coffins to lie in. Su Fengnian looked away and said to Lu Jinnu, who was about to return to the tall building in the city to pay attention to the first-hand battle situation, "General Lu, at present, I can only make a rough judgment based on the Qi cultivators of the Guanyin sect. I know that Tuoba Bodhisattva has come south from Shijing and will arrive at the border between Gusai and Liuzhou in about half a day. Therefore, Dongjua urgently stopped the attack to let the scouts pass on the military information to Tuoba Bodhisattva. The great Grandmaster Qi cultivator Tantai Pingjing is not in Bailiang now, so I can't accurately know Tuoba Bodhisattva's whereabouts. Therefore, I can only stay in Huda City for another 2 days and 1 night at most. To be honest, the outcome of the battle between me and Tuoba Bodhisattva is 50-50. Whoever makes a move later will definitely win. Therefore, I can't let Tuoba Bodhisattva notice the flow of Qi too early. In the early stage, I can only suppress the battle, probably at the Xian stage, at most at the celestial stage. At the worst, I have to wait until Dongjua's scouts pass on the military information to Tuoba Bodhisattva. Only then can I kill the most people. Lu Jinna hesitated for a moment. "Actually, Your Highness only needs to appear in Huda City, you don't have to take the risk." Su Fengnian shook his head and said, "Huda City doesn't need me, Su Fengnian, to wave the flag and shout to boost the morale." Then, Su Fengnian smiled and said, "If that's the case, if I come to Huda City and don't kill the barbarians, am I supposed to stand on the city wall and be a target for the barbarians? Or pretend to be a master? This is actually more tiring than going to the battlefield to kill the barbarians." Lu Jinnu clenched the hilt of his sword and stared at Su Fengnian. He smiled calmly and said, "The war is imminent. Perhaps it's unlucky and against the rules to say this, but I can't help but say this. Everyone can die except for Your Highness. If Your Highness dies, we can't fight in the future." Su Fengnian smiled and said, "General Lu, don't worry. I'm very afraid of death." Lu Jinnu looked at the young lord who probably didn't have time to wear the armor. He turned around and said softly, "Ma Jili has been guarding the front line of the city for more than a month. Originally, he was a burly man of about 180 kilograms. When he died, he was only slightly heavier than Your Highness by about 10 kilograms. Therefore, Your Highness could only wear the armor that Your Highness wore after his death." Everyone in Huda City said that Ma Jili made a fortune. Bei Mang's siege army began to get into formation. Perhaps it was to welcome Su Fengnian, the king of Bailiang. The catapults that had been quiet on the battlefield were all pushed out. Lu Jinnu exhaled heavily. "They're here." Su Fengnian smiled softly and said, "Lend me your sword." Lu Jinnu took off the saber hanging on his waist and tossed it to Su Fengnian. Laughing heartily, he said, "In this life, this general has nothing to worry about. In the past, this cold saber was this general's daughter, nobody could touch it. Today, this daughter is getting married. Lu Jinu strode away. In Jianghu, it was a moonless and windy night to kill people. On the battlefield, especially in Beiliang's Huda city and the Longyan plain where Bei Mang's army was stationed, this was not important. When the king of the southern courtyard, Dongzhuo, raised his arm and smashed down, the majestic sound of the bugle horn suddenly sounded. Pitch-black armored torrents slowly surged forward from both sides of Dongzhuo's personal army's phalanx. Because they couldn't bear the burden or had been overused, only 700 or so of the 1,000 northern Mang stone catapults remained. However, most of the large-scale stone catapults were still in good condition. Under this round of neat firing, the might of the catapults still caused one's expression to change. It was like flowing fire that filled the sky. Dongzhuo subconsciously tapped his teeth lightly and looked around. Other than the nearly 1,000 elite personal cavalry and squires of the Dong family, the top Beimang martial arts experts from the three major sects, Tao Dao sect, chess and sword music school, and Princess Grave, were also hidden by him. On the periphery, there were a total of 40 huge ballistae that were said to be able to shoot a sword that was equivalent to the sword of a land sword immortal within 1,000 feet. They were all operated by the strongest person in the army, and the remaining dozen or so Qi refinement warriors of the southern dynasty were in charge of aiming. The originally vibrant Beimang martial arts world was almost ruined to such a small extent before the Beiliang was completely defeated. According to Dongzhuo's original plan, he should have piled up all the martial arts experts of Beimang on the central line from the beginning. Together with all the Qi refinement warriors, they could be tied together into a rope. Even if you were Su Fengnian or Su Yanbing, could you stop them? Unfortunately, even if he was already the king of the southern courtyard, he still had to take care of all the forces. As a result, he was now in such a messy and pitiful situation. Was it interesting to go through so much trouble to infiltrate Yuzhou to assassinate Yan Wenluan and cause a great loss to his vitality? Dongzhuo curled his lips and raised his head. His gaze followed a huge rock that was smashing towards Huda city and looked at the figure. He said to himself, "Su, come and kill me. Aren't you tempted to take the head of a general in the midst of thousands of soldiers? Anyway, it's still too early for Tuoba Bodhisattva to get here. If you have the ability, you can open up your realm. If you can dodge the rain of flying swords shot out from the ballista, I, Dongzhuo, promise, will definitely escape." Just as Dongzhuo was dilly-dallying by himself, the man on the city wall rose into the air like a dazzling white streak of light. Dongzhuo narrowed his eyes and clicked his tongue. One man once fought against millions of soldiers. The Sword Emperor of West Shu did this kind of shady business. What happened in the end? That guy died under the hooves of your Su family's iron cavalry. Be careful that you don't suffer retribution today. Next to the fat man, there was a valiant young woman who was riding a horse and wearing armor. She frowned and said, "Can you kill with your mouth?" Dongzhuo put on a straight face and said seriously, "If you never forget, there will be an echo." This fat man's second daughter-in-law was the daughter of Mount Bubang's leader, Diwu Raccoon. Back in Beimang, she had met Dongzhuo and Su Fengnian once because of the little girl Tao Manwu. But at that time, she never thought that her father would die in the hands of a young man. Even his head was taken back to Beiliang. Dongzhuo suddenly laughed and said, "My Dong army was already on the way to Liuzhou last night. Killing his brother is more interesting than killing Su Fengnian." Chapter 1504. Dongzhuo was clad in armor and carrying a saber as he sat on a large and majestic steed. The man and horse complemented each other perfectly. Although Dongzhuo was fat, he did not appear fat and bloated. Compared to the king of the South Courtyard who controlled half of the Beimang army, Zhao Yi and Zhao Yuang of the Guangling Path were indeed much more lacking in appearance. Dongzhuo straightened his neck and looked at the white rainbow that had fallen in front of the city. His eyes were shining. He was also a skilled martial artist. Otherwise, he would have been beaten into a skinny man if he had not swindled the daughter of the fifth raccoon of the Bingbing Mountain. Personally, Dongzhuo did not have a bad impression of Su Fengnian from the opposing camp. When they first met in Beimang, he was the founder of the Dong army, a separatist force. He was still separated from the current king of the South Courtyard by the great general of the Beimang. It could even be said that if Su Fengnian had not appeared out of nowhere and not only succeeded in usurping the position of the king of Beiliang, but also won the hearts of the Beiliang cavalry and the hearts of the people of Beiliang, then Dong Zhuo would at most be working under Lu Gui or Yang Yuanzan, just like Hong Jingyan and Zhong Tan. In addition, Dong Zhuo owed Su Fengnian a favor because of the incident with Tao Manwu. Therefore, if it was not for the general trend, Dong Zhuo actually wanted to sit down and have a good chat with Su Fengnian. He wanted to learn from the famous scholars of the Central Plains who liked to chat and talk about heroes over wine on a snowy night instead of being in such a situation. In Dong Zhuo's vision, the person was indeed as expected. Because he was afraid of Tuoba Bodhisattva, he did not display the supreme cultivation of the celestial state. Instead, he borrowed weapons from the border army of Huda's city or the armored soldiers of Beimang to block the giant stones thrown by nearly 1,000 catapults. The attacking figure landed in the open space between the two armies. Although he had suppressed his chi and momentum, his momentum was not inferior to the scene of thousands of cavalry charging out of the city. This made Dong Zhuo, who was limited to the Vajra state because of his root bone and fate, could not help but tremble with fear. Fatty Dong said that even the sword emperor of Shishu could not be a match for 10,000 people on the battlefield. However, Dong Zhuo knew that if Su Fengnian did not have the worry of Tuoba Bodhisattva and allowed him to fight freely, the formation of the Beimang siege army, which was mostly infantrymen and only had 2 winged cavalry, would be easily disrupted. Therefore, Dong Zhuo hoped that the great guru would show the magnanimity of an immortal on the land and ignore the fight between the ants under his feet. It would be best if he came alone to find trouble with Dong Zhuo. In this regard, Dong Zhuo had already prepared a response. In addition to the top masters around him and the large ballistae that could shoot the immortal sword of 1,000 feet, Dong Zhuo had also placed many masters who could conceal their chi in the cavalry on both sides. As long as Su Fengnian was deeply trapped in the formation, when he wanted to retreat, it would be easy for them to form a circle around him. Not to mention intercepting and killing Su Fengnian, who was returning to Huda's city. The worst-case scenario would be to consume a large amount of Su Fengnian's essence, chi, and spirit. In this way, they would be able to delay until Tuoba Bodhisattva entered the formation. For this reason, Dong Zhuo had specially asked several grandmasters of Beimang and repeatedly confirmed that after entering the celestial phenomenon state, one would be able to achieve what the Confucians called the heavens perception and be able to resonate with heaven and earth. Then, the chi in the martial artist's body would be like a turbulent river meeting a flood season. It could be said that it was like adding wings to a tiger. However, this kind of behavior that belonged to stealing the chi of heaven and earth had a congenital flaw, that was, God could only add flowers to brocade, but could not provide timely help. Once it involved the consumption of the martial artist's root, it would still be difficult to make up for it in a short period of time. Otherwise, 2 grandmasters of the celestial phenomenon state would not be able to determine the winner even if they fought until the end of time. In the past, there was an old swordsman named Li Chungang at Liang Lake. He had used 1 chi to break 2,600 armors by the Guangling River. Most of the ordinary people were shocked by the number of the Great Destruction cavalry. However, only those who had reached a higher level in martial arts would understand that the true horror lay in the 2 words, 1 chi. This meant that the old man named Li Chungang did not care about the celestial phenomenon of chi and chi. 1 chi was 1 chi, and 1 sword was 1 sword. Dong Zhuo had made it clear that he wanted to use the lives of hundreds or even thousands of Beimang masters and soldiers to deplete a trace of Su Fengnian's root, just so that the king of the northern courtyard, Tuoba Bodhisattva, could have a better chance of victory. In his line of sight, the streak of white light began to charge in a straight line in a barbaric manner. Dong Zhuo curled his lips and said, if he wasn't the king of Beiliang and was just a man of Jianghu, then who in the world would be able to stop him? Being Li Chungang and Chao Chongqing, he's really cool. This guy is really admirable. It's said that those women from the Norland tycoons have all offered money, saying that as long as I capture this unparalleled young king and let them enjoy him once, they would dare to offer 5,000 taels of gold, and the price is negotiable. It's just 1 night of sex. How many sons of the Dong family can I feed with this amount of money? Damn it, Dong Zhuo, am only a little fatter and taller than that Su guy. Am I inferior in any way? Why don't you yell at me that just hearing the name Su Fengnian makes my ears pregnant? Fatty Dong's wife coughed a few times when she heard the vulgar words, reminding her man to pay attention to his image in public. Dong Zhuo turned a deaf ear and continued to talk to himself. If it were me, not to mention 5,000 taels of gold, even 500 taels of silver would be fine. His wife, who was already burning with anger, glared at him and said, Dong Zhuo. Fatty Dong shrunk his neck and restrained the frivolous expression that he deliberately showed to reduce his nervousness. He said indifferently, they're here. One person, one saber. Su Fengnian began to break the formation. After more than a month of bloody siege, the northern Mang barbarians, who grew up on horseback, paid a huge price of more than 20,000 casualties. Facing the towering city wall to the north of Huda city, the northern Mang barbarians, from the captains who had to climb the city wall to the most ordinary soldiers, began to grow rapidly. As they rushed forward, they estimated when the crossbows of the city wall with all kinds of crossbows of northern Liang would shoot out, and they would collectively raise their shields. Of course, they wouldn't stop moving forward. Although it was inevitable that they would slow down their advance and even give the northern Liang archers on the city wall one or two more chances to shoot, northern Mang had proven that this seemingly unremarkable little trick could bring unexpected damage reduction effects. After all, the accuracy of the northern Liang's crossbows was too amazing. Even if they were advancing in formation, as long as they dared to ignore the splashing arrows, the northern Liang border army dared to kill them within 300 steps of the city wall in order to reach the city wall sooner. In front of Dong Zhuo's eyes, there were 3 densely packed armored torrents, which were almost mixed with all the siege weapons recorded in military books. The contributions of the southern dynasties couldn't be ignored. There was a battering ram cart pushed by dozens of strong men, a mobile opposite tower as high as the city wall, or even higher than the city wall. The opposite tower was wrapped in special cowhide that could stop rockets, and there were nearly 100 people hiding in it, a hook ladder with pulleys at the bottom, and a trench bridge that was originally only used to level the trench. Under the suggestion of Dong Zhuo's aides in the tent, once they were placed on the city wall, it would be like an artificial slope. At that time, the reason why Beimang was able to send 600 people to the city wall at the same time was because of the 2 trench bridges that turned something rotten into something magical. More than 30,000 infantrymen, and as many as 15,000 in the middle army that was mainly attacking the north side of Tiger Head City. The 2 flanks were slightly less in number, so they attacked the north side of Tiger Head City. Between the 2 gaps formed by the 3 square formations of infantrymen, there were 2 groups of over 1,000 elite cavalry that took the lead to break in, trying their best to suppress the rain of arrows. On the 2 outermost flanks, there were 2 groups of cavalry charging separately. Besides supporting the siege soldiers with their skillful archery skills to prevent the cavalry in Tiger Head City from attacking, they also needed to restrain the cavalry stationed in Huayang Pass from afar to deal with the lightning attacks of the Beiliang cavalry reinforcements that came and went as fast as the wind. According to Zhong Tan's valuable experience in sieging cities at Huluku on the eastern front, the continuous attack on Huda City should be led by about 10 Kiliarchs who were well trained and close to the battlefield. Once there was an emergency situation where a Chiliarch lost 200 or at most 300 men, this troop should immediately withdraw from the battlefield regardless of the outcome. Then, a Chiliarch in the rear should lead the troops to replace them in sieging the city. If these 10,000 men who were eyeing the city covetously found an opportunity on the battlefield, Dong Zhuo would also give them the military power to act as they pleased. They would not need to wait for orders from the commander-in-chief's tent and could immediately send their troops to the battlefield. Those Kiliarchs who were hoping for a fluke and not to make any mistakes, because they missed the opportunity, before they could return to the camp, 2 of them had already been executed by the King of South Courtyard's cavalry. Because of this, 2 of the generals were demoted to Kiliarchs. One of them managed to atone for his crime and eventually led 300 men of sacrifice to attack Huda's city wall. After killing a Beiliang lieutenant surnamed Zhu, he was personally beheaded by Lu Jinu and died on the city wall. His corpse was nailed to the neck by a Beiliang soldier with a flying hook and hung on the city wall. After Beimang took back the badly mutilated corpse, Dong Zhuo personally sent the first generals to die on the central front battlefield into a coffin and sent people to transport it back to the southern dynasty. At this moment, when the two groups of cavalry who were charging ahead saw that lightning-fast figure crash into the Central Army's infantry, some of the cavalry who were proficient in riding and archery received orders from their commander-in-chief, almost simultaneously released a rain of arrows into the empty space in the center. Even though almost all of the cavalry had predicted that person's speed and did not shoot at him but at the area in front of him, they still only saw the arrows land behind that white streak. It was simply too fast. The two groups of cavalry no longer wasted the arrows in their bags and continued to charge forward. Chapter 1505. As Su Fengnian charged forward, his left hand lightly rested on the hilt of the saber at his waist. From the top of the city walls, one could instantly see the faces of the soldiers at the very front. It was early in the morning, and these Beimang barbarians were all holding shields, breathing out large mouthfuls of fog. Many of them were in their prime, perhaps having been veterans of Beimang for many years. Perhaps there was still some nervousness in their eyes, but they did not have the slightest bit of confusion that one would have when entering a battle for the first time. This was not strange. Whether it was a cavalry charge against a cavalry charge or a heavy infantry charge against a cavalry charge, the soldiers at the very front were all first-rate elites who were most skilled in battle and were not afraid to die. This was because what they were doing was precisely rushing to their deaths. Beiliang defended the city with crossbows, and then crossbows. These three axes had already made Beimang's infantry suffer greatly in both Crouching Bao City and Sheguang City. And among those first crossbows, there was a sense of hierarchy based on the weight of the crossbow. Ballista, Big Yellow Ballista, and Fanning Ballista. These were the three most famous heavy ballista of the Northern Liang Border Army. Under the control of the ballista, and the ballista, bolts were shot out one after another. Before Su Fengnian broke into Beimang's battle formation, bolts shot out from the top of the city walls behind him. The bolts were tied to the bowstrings, completely capable of piercing through a horseman and his horse. The bolts were as large as spears. One of the bolts flew over Su Fengnian's head and struck a moving building, directly piercing through it. The huge bolt did not stop there, carrying the blood of the corpses within the building with it. It landed in the infantry formation behind the building, shooting a soldier who had mistakenly thought that he was lucky enough to be hiding behind something so that he could at least die a little later. The bolt pierced a large hole through his chest and shield. The terrifying penetrative force caused the soldier to die before he could even feel the pain. Su Fengnian instantly pulled out his cold saber, breaking the formation by himself. Facing Su Fengnian head-on, Beimang's foot soldiers on the front line, several soldiers who were responsible for shielding the archers behind them from the rain of arrows slowly raised their shields. Su Fengnian pierced through the Beimang soldier's shield and body at the same time, and the two halves flew to the sides. In this straight line, the shield bearers at the front and the archers at the back all exploded into a bloody mist without exception. For some unknown reason, compared to those who died in the vertical direction, those who died in the horizontal direction died silently. Perhaps they were stabbed by a mysterious object that was as hard to detect as a thin needle. Perhaps they were stabbed by an imperceptible red dot from their temples. Perhaps they were stabbed from one shoulder to the other, or perhaps they were stabbed through their hearts. Their deaths were inexplicable and not shocking at all. Only when their corpses fell to the ground would some blood slowly flow out from their wounds. The figure who broke through the thick formation was already far behind the corpses. With an astonishing speed that ordinary martial artists could not reach with their naked eyes, the childhood sweetheart Huang Tong madly spun around the four prefectures of its master. Four flying swords rose into the air. It was as if a sharp weapon had drawn out a bloody groove on his skin. After Su Fengnian broke through the formation 160 steps in one go, his figure paused for a moment. He raised his head and looked over. As expected, there were already 3 Northern Mang martial way experts who had moved upon hearing the scent of blood nearby. Even further away, there was also a group of experts rushing over in succession. However, Beimang's foot soldiers did not slow down because of this. They brushed past him amidst the deafening sound of the war drums. When Su Fengnian arrived at Huda City and saw Beimang's extremely orderly retreat, he already felt that it was very difficult to deal with. At the same time, he admired Lu Jinu of Huda City even more for his ability to defend the city. Su Fengnian seized the moment when the leading blade-wielding expert hacked downwards to leisurely and carefree shake of his wrist. It looked like he was casually shaking off the blood on his cold blade, but because of that wave of fierce aura, the corpses of those northern Mang armored soldiers to his left flew outwards in large amounts. The master wielding a sword was not afraid of death. He poured all of his chi into the sword that he thought had reached the realm of perfection. There was a light green gang chi at the tip of the sword. It was obvious that he had an extraordinary cultivation level that only a level 2 master could have. While the master who was determined to die attracted Su Fengnian's attention, there were two people on his left and right who suddenly sped up. One of them was a burly man who was barehanded. He suddenly pounced forward after descending from the sky. On the other hand, the short old man to the right of Su Fengnian closed his mouth tightly. He placed one hand on his chest and the other hand behind his back like a long spear. He bent his back and rushed towards the young man who was one of the 4 masters in the world. The exuberant killing intent that instantly erupted made those trembling northern Mang ordinary soldiers who didn't even look sideways feel a wave of chilliness all over their bodies. That master who jumped down from high up and slashed down like a hot knife through butter suddenly opened his eyes wide. The old guy, in his hand, which he had relied on for half of his life and could be considered a heavy weapon among sabers, was actually casually extended a hand to that young man and casually grasped the blade's edge. At the same time, the brawny man who had hammered out with his fists seemed to have suffered a heavy blow. His tall and sturdy body paused for a moment before he gritted his teeth and continued to charge forward. Then, a series of faint yet continuous sounds came from his chest. This Jianghu martial artist who had been conscripted into the army was indeed a tough man. In the pitiful situation where his entire chest was almost riddled with holes from the 4 flying swords, he still tried to smash his fists onto the young man. However, the distance between them was only 7 or 8 steps. It felt like they were so close but so far away. After his body was hit 4 times, not only was blood flowing from his chest, his face was also bleeding. He staggered and could only sway. That punch that used up all of his vitality was still weak and powerless. It was like he was trying to touch the shoulder of his opponent. The burly man's eyes were filled with unwillingness. He fell to the ground and died. In the end, he didn't even touch the corner of that person's clothes. Before the burly man died, the master who attacked Su Fengnian lost his weapon. Su Fengnian casually slapped his chest and sent him flying. Chapter 1506. The short old man didn't care about the deaths of the 2 people. He turned his body, and his feet kicked up a cloud of yellow sand and dust on the ground. In the blurry vision, the old man's hand that was holding the spear flew out a sinister hidden weapon that he was famous for. A white light also flew out from the palm of the hand that was originally on his chest. After 2 light tinkling sounds, the motionless Su Fengnian grabbed the old man's head with one hand and slowly lifted it up. The old man, whose mouth was tightly shut, didn't struggle at all. He smiled ferociously at the young man in front of him and spat out the real killing move hidden under his tongue. The thin old man, who had spent his whole life to learn half of the finger mysterious realm, had the tip of his tongue as the tip of his sword. Therefore, he had the nickname, Sword-Spitting Elder, in the Jianghu and diabolism of Beimang. Countless masters of the same realm had died under his unexpected, flying sword. Unfortunately, before the old man died, he saw an incredible scene. The half-inch flying sword that he had nurtured for many years hovered in the air between the 2 people. Before the old man's head was pressed down by Su Fengnian and turned into a pile of meat paste, he could vaguely see that there was a real flying sword in front of his half-baked flying sword. The saber master, who was sent flying by Su Fengnian but was surprised to find that he wasn't seriously injured, suddenly felt a sharp pain in his chest before he could sigh with emotion. After falling to the ground, he found that there was a crossbow arrow that was almost as big as an iron spear in his chest. On the city wall of Huda City, a crossbowman fiercely slapped the back of the head of the ballista leader who was sweating in fear. The ballista leader, who had been paying attention to the situation below the city wall, said angrily, "Damn it, Jiang Wensheng. Are you a spy sent by the barbarians of Beimang? It's fine if you can't shoot the enemy, but how come you almost hurt our prince? Just 4 or 5 steps away. Do you still want to be a crossbowman?" All right, scram to the side. I'll do it myself. The crossbowman from Huda city named Jiang Wenxing was young, but because of his outstanding eyesight and amazing eyesight, he had already been ranked as one of the most valiant crossbowmen in the border army. At this moment, he had a long face and did not even dare to fart. The head of the standard was about to push away the little bastard who had almost caused trouble, but when he saw the hastily bandaged wound on the young man's face, he stopped. Half a month ago, a Baimang barbarian archer shot an arrow into his cheek. Fortunately, he dodged quickly, but the arrowhead still tore off a large chunk of his flesh. These days, he had been laughed at by the other people in the competition. They said that he was ugly to begin with, and now that his face was disfigured, it would be even harder for him to find a wife. The head of the standard was severely lacking in manpower, so he didn't pretentiously ask the kid if he could continue shooting crossbows. Jiang Wenxing also didn't embarrass them, so he gritted his teeth and never left the city wall. However, the head of the standard knew that the young man couldn't sleep well even after taking turns to rest and sleep. Such a large chunk of flesh had been cut off from his face, how could it not hurt? At this time, a crossbowman shouted with all his might, "Head of the standard, look!" It wasn't just the standard. The crossbowmen nearby all opened their eyes wide. In the distance, the figure on the battlefield put away his cold knife and pulled out the arrow from the corpse on the ground. It was as if he was going to use it as a metal spear to continue attacking the enemy. The crossbowmen near the city wall were resentful. Son of AB*TCH, the standard was really going to be arrogant today. The head of the standard chuckled and slapped Jiang Wenxing's head again. "Does it still hurt?" The young soldier grinned and accidentally pulled on his wound. He immediately grimaced, smiling brightly as he gasped, "Hurt my ass." The head of the standard looked around and roared, "What are you daydreaming about? When the enemy is 200 steps away, the arquebulistas are still the same. The rest of you, switch to foot crossbows. Just ride the northern Mang barbarians like they're riding girls." On the battlefield, Su Fengnian raised the arrow and looked forward. Further away, Dong Zhuo narrowed his eyes, his face dark. It was normal for people to die, especially with Su Fengnian personally taking action. As the king of the southern courtyard, he didn't feel any pain when a few Jianghu experts died. However, if the death was less valuable than expected, if it was in the imperial court and not on the battlefield, then Fatty Dong would definitely jump up and curse. The young wife beside him, who liked to compete with the noble wife, frowned and said softly, "It's not that sending them in batches to be killed by Su is ineffective, but they might not be able to last until Tuoba Bodhisattva arrives. It's best if husband withdraws to the rear and let those level 1 experts, especially those at the finger-profound realm, attack together. They only need to harass from the side and not engage in close combat. They can cut flesh with blunt knives and slowly wear them down." Dong Zhuo shook his head slightly and said with a sinister smile, "They won't come to the table if we don't give them a few appetizers first. Besides, it's fine if Su Fengnian doesn't want to come to the table. Since he killed one of my experts today, I'll let Huda's city move away 100 more corpses today. Let's see whose patience and temper are better. I, Master Dong, have a big family and a big business. I can afford to fight." Dong Zhuo suddenly turned his head and said sternly, "Pass down the order. Let Shui Hong lead another 15,000 soldiers to form a formation and advance. At the same time, tell the 3 generals on the front lines that in today's attack, they are only allowed to retreat after every 1,000 casualties. Send out sabresmen to supervise the battle. Anyone who dares to retreat without permission will be killed. After the battle, punish their families and tribes." Soon, the Dong family army's crow pen went to convey the military order. Dong Zhuo tapped his teeth and said softly, "If they have the ability, let me order them to retreat only after every 1,000 casualties." Her scalp went numb. She asked in a trembling voice, "Husband, isn't this too extreme?" Dong Zhuo snorted and said in a deep voice, "As long as we cross the threshold of Huda city, then the main army under my command will be able to challenge Bailiang's 300,000 border soldiers. If they went one step further, as long as they crossed Bailiang and smashed the Su family's iron cavalry, there would be no other army in the world that could compete with his Dong family army." If one more person died here today, then maybe 10 fewer people would die in the central plains of Liang. This account was worth it. Chapter 1507. Su Fengmian's existence was like a reef in a river. Although it stirred up huge waves, it couldn't stop the surging torrent. On the battlefield north of Huda City, the cavalry on both sides of the infantry phalanx had already suppressed the enemy with several rounds of projectile shots. The shield-wielding infantrymen at the head of the tide raised their shields outside the city. The archers at the back braved the rain of arrows from the city and launched the first wave of projectile shots. While the shield-wielding infantrymen and archers were attacking and defending, the scaling ladders and towers suddenly sped up in the gaps between the phalanx. While the latter attracted the attention of the Bailiang's crossbows, the archers under the cover of the shield-wielding infantrymen didn't stop shooting. More Beimang soldiers, who acted as men of sacrifice, began to run wildly. They didn't wear heavy iron armor, only lighter leather armor. They held a shield in one hand and a saber in the other. These men of sacrifice, who had been conserving their energy during the advance of the phalanx, began to charge forward when they were 150 steps away from the city. They would play the most bloody role in the history of war. Almost at the same time, nearly 100 scaling ladders raised high by the Beimang soldiers were placed in the gaps between the battlements. As the name suggested, the 10 or so towers, which were almost as tall as the city, formed a pattern of confrontation with the city after they stopped. At this time, they seemed to show their ferocious faces. The thick cowhide, which was called a mask by the remnants of the southern dynasties of Beimang, was suddenly torn off. The archers hiding in the towers were all great archers of the grassland. Compared to the archers who created the rain of arrows behind the shield-wielding infantrymen, their accuracy was far better. They wanted to kill as many soldiers of Huda City who could hide in their blind spots as possible. Between the towers, the scaling ladders with iron hooks at the top were like maggots in tarsal bones, biting the body of the giant of the northwest border, Huda City. At the same time, the ordinary soldiers who pushed the scaling ladders first began to climb the ladders with their shields. The shields in their hands were smaller than those of the shield-wielding infantrymen, but they were sturdier than the men of sacrifice who had followed them to the city. These soldiers' duty was to open a path for the men of sacrifice behind them. They didn't expect them to be able to reach the top of the city, so they simply didn't hold any weapons. They were purely using their flesh and blood and even their lives in exchange for that little bit of height. In the distance, a group of elite cavalry appeared beside Dongjua. Their iron armor was particularly bright, but it wasn't flashy. Each of them had a big bow, a light crossbow, and a saber. There was an iron spear hanging on the side of the saddle. They were the elite guards of the Beimang royal court, Yelu and Murong. They were the Iron Guards, the Iron Guards of Jie Shui, the Iron Guards of Shui, the elite guards of Bimortal's royal families. The only heavy cavalry of Beimang that had never appeared in the world was selected from the Jie Shui guards. From this, it could be seen that Beimang relied heavily on this army. 200 Jie Shui guards surrounded a young man and woman. The man was wearing a light yellow boa suit. He was born with a rough appearance, but he seemed to be ill. His face was pale, and he sat on the back of a Fergana horse. He was slightly bent and seemed to be restrained. On the other hand, the graceful and generous woman beside him seemed to be more adapted to the atmosphere of the battlefield than her man. She squinted her eyes and looked in the direction of the city wall. Occasionally, she would retract her gaze and look at the figure that was constantly breaking the formation and getting closer and closer. She exuded a deep and gloomy aura. In her chess and sword music school, except for Taiping Ling, who was still the emperor's tutor, and Hong Jingyan, who was fighting at the mouth of the gourd, there were a few other famous poets. The ancestor of bronze men was missing, the great music school had died in battle, and Huang Qing, who was close to the sword Qi, had also died. Therefore, as the famous poet of the chess and sword music school, Han Gu, she, who had always been regarded as the graceful crown princess of Beimang, had almost forced her man to come here. She wanted to see with her own eyes the culprit that could cause the collapse of half of her sect. The crown prince of Beimang, Yelu Hongkai, whispered, "King of the South Courtyard, that guy is still breaking the formation and coming here. Should we retreat a little later?" Dongjua chuckled and didn't say anything. Fatty Dong's wife, the fifth fox, frowned. In the past, she had heard from the woman who always competed with her for the title of first wife that Yellow Hongkai seemed to have been scared out of his wits when he was young. Now, he looked 70 to 80% similar to the late emperor, but his boldness was lacking. He even fainted at the sight of blood. Every time he went on a hunting trip with the empress, he could only rely on the prey that his personal guard, Xia Shui, caught to get by. The fifth fox quickly felt relieved. If Yellow Hongkai was as talented and astute as his father, he would have died a long time ago, just like many other Yellow descendants. Yellow Hongkai probably realized that his proposal was somewhat inappropriate, so he quickly found a way out for himself. He pretended to be calm and said, "King of the South Courtyard, aren't we waiting for the military god? The deeper the king of Beimang breaks through the formation, the more energy he will need. If our position is too close to the front, won't that Su guy immediately run into a wall and retreat? When the time comes, the one surnamed Su will suffer and hide in Tiger Head City without coming out. Wouldn't that ruin the South Courtyard King's plan?" Dong Zhuo finally turned his head slowly and looked at the burly man with the most distinguished status in Beimang. He smiled and said, "Your Highness is right. Luring the enemy deep into the enemy's territory with a deep understanding of the art of war is also good. Let's do as Your Highness says. How about we retreat 500 steps?" Yellow Hongkai whispered, "Will 800 steps be safer?" Dong Zhuo laughed and said, "Whatever Your Highness says." Dong family's personal army and the Crown Prince's cowardly Shui iron guards began to withdraw. Those hidden experts and arqueballista formations also began to move. Yellow Hongkai immediately smiled widely, even his waist subconsciously straightening a bit. It was unknown if this crown prince who was like a puppet in Beimang's imperial court was rejoicing that he escaped danger, or if he was enjoying the great sense of accomplishment brought by Fatty Dong's respect. Yellow Hongkai reined in his horse and turned around. When he was about to raise his whip in high spirits, he suddenly heard Dong Zhuo cough a few times from beside him. The crown prince stared at this king of the South Courtyard in confusion, his face full of confusion. Fatty Dong secretly moved his chin. Only now did Yellow Hongkai notice that his wife was still standing in place, having no intention of retreating with him at all. This Beimang crown prince who didn't have any news of accomplishments in Liang's royal court released a light sigh, indicating for the cowardly Shui iron guards to continue forward. He turned his horse around alone and arrived at her side, gently asking, "What's wrong?" She raised her horsewhip, pointing it in Tiger Head City's direction, coldly saying, "On that battlefield, my tens of thousands of great Mang men are all heading to their deaths." Yellow Hongkai reached out his hand to rub his chin, nodding and saying, "Indeed, Beiliang indeed dares to fight, but when have my grasslands warriors ever feared death?" She slowly turned around, looking at this man who had slept on the same bed as her for many years, her eyes full of anger and sorrow for his misfortune. At the same time, her limpid eyes seemed to be asking this man who was the future lord of the grassland's men didn't fear death, to the extent where even the king of Beiliang dared to personally charge into battle, then what about you, Yellow Hongkai? Yellow Hongkai didn't seem to dare look the crown prince's wife in the eye, lowering his head and saying, "Let's go." She lowered her horsewhip, saying with a sneer, "How can retreating 800 steps be enough? It's better if we directly return to Shijing." After turning around, she took the lead to head north, leaving behind a cloud of dust. Yellow Hongkai looked at her rear figure, his lips moving slightly, but in the end, he still didn't release any sound. Behind this couple, further south of that lone figure, a great battle was raging in Huda City. Huda City's unparalleled and sturdy defense line was a line that separated the living and the dead. On the northern defense line, the city wall was 15 feet tall. The top part of the wall was filled with mortar mixed with tung oil, glutinous rice, and lime. Just this part alone could be more than 10 feet tall, and 7 layers of bricks were added to it. On the city wall, other than the main arrow tower above the main gate, there were 12 piers, 8 large crossbows, and 2 turrets built on the east and west sections. The Beiliang frontier army had battlements and parapets on both sides of the city wall, which was known as the Horse Path. There were more than 2,000 arrow stacks in Huda City that could be used for archery and observation. Every brick in this city located in the extreme northwest of the Liang dynasty had a seal on it, clearly indicating the era, the kiln, and the name of the craftsman to prevent the craftsman from dereliction of duty. In the northern direction of Huda city, there were 3 gates, the main gate, the arrow tower, and the gatehouse. Lu Jinu, the commanding general of Huda city, stood on the top of the tallest arrow tower, overlooking the entire city from above. This was because Hong Jia, who had brought many scholars and craftsmen to Beimang, had rushed north. In the history of warfare, there had never been a time when a nomadic tribe had attacked a city in such a high level, overshadowing many local dynasties in the Central Plains in history. More importantly, Beimang had never been so determined to abandon their horses, and they were still so fearless even after dismounting to fight. Huda city claimed to have the richest and most complete stockpile in the Liang dynasty, and it was also Beiliang's largest stockpile of weapons. However, in less than 2 months of defense, more than 4,000 crossbows had been damaged. Half of the crossbow platforms had been destroyed, and more than 20 winches used to store battle equipment had been destroyed. As a result, Huda city had to replace the greatly reduced power of the brick and clay battle equipment. More than half of northern Mang's 1,000 or so death-sworn soldiers who made it up the city walls were either injured or killed. Even though there were more than 10 death-sworn soldiers who made it up the city walls, in the end, they still couldn't gain a firm footing. Below the city walls, there were layers upon layers of corpses and wounded soldiers who couldn't be dragged out of the battlefield in time. The former were silent, while the latter howled in grief. Their casualties, apart from the arrows that poured down from above, could also be caused by a country's pot of boiling oil, rolling batons, or even batons similar to those used by Navy ships. A single strike from these batons could instantly shatter an entire cloud ladder. Meanwhile, the northern Mang's strong soldiers who climbed up the cloud ladders were as weak as mosquitoes, killed on the city walls with a single strike. Chapter 1508. Compared with the bravery of the men of sacrifice on the ladder, the Beimang archers in the giant towers outside the city caused significant damage to the defenders of Tiger Head City. Compared with the Beimang soldiers who had to pay the price of less heavy armor in order to climb up the city quickly, the Beiliang frontier army's armors were tougher and sturdier. Earlier, the archers of the Beimang's 2 flanks and the archers behind the shield soldiers seemed to be dense, but they could not cause any real damage unless they hit the vital parts. However, the Beimang's arrows could almost be called a face-to-face, close-range shooting, especially when they were all excellent archers. One by one, the defenders of Tiger Head City had their throats and eyes pierced through. Many Beiliang soldiers even had their armors pierced through on the spot. The ladders in the infantry phalanx were constantly placed on top of the city wall. After more than 1,000 light-armored men of sacrifice opened a path for the rear to buy time, Beimang would not give Tiger Head City any chance to breathe. Soon, the strong men of Beimang wearing iron helmets and chain armor began to climb up the tower. If the first batch of men of sacrifice were all agile Beimang infantry, then this batch of strong men of sacrifice could be said to be comparable to the heavy infantry of the Central Plains who had almost destroyed the cavalry in history if they put on real heavy armor. When these strong men climbed up the city wall, even if the arrows shot down from the top of the city wall were close at hand, they only paused for a moment with their shields raised. Occasionally, a powerful Beiliang archer would shoot an arrow through the shield and the sharp arrowhead directly into the arm, but they would never flinch. In the deafening sound of fighting, a Beimang man climbing up the tower had 4 or 5 arrows nailed into the shield on top of his head. He was in the prime of his life, a man from a small tribe on the northern grassland. For him, there was no royal court or Aquarius state. This time, he followed the army to the south only because he wanted to accumulate enough military merits before winter this year so that his son, who was growing up, could have enough meat to eat and be promoted by 1 level with him. He hoped that his son could walk out of the unpredictable grassland in the future and have a chance to go to the Central Plains of Liang on his behalf. As for himself, he did not expect to leave the battlefield alive. This Tiger Head City was too hard to shake, which was very different from the rumors when he joined the army. However, he was not annoyed because he was deceived. Even if he died in the battle, the pension would be enough for his son to grow up and let his son grow into a grassland man who was not inferior to him. Out of the corner of his eye, the strong man wearing iron armor and a shield on top of his head saw that a tower opposite the city wall was heavily smashed down by a baton. The tower shook violently and the top of the tower was smashed into pieces. More than a dozen master archers were killed on the spot and merged into the tower like meat paste. He breathed heavily, gritted his teeth, and continued to climb up. Then, he left the ladder in an instant. Not only him, but 3 or 4 strong men behind him also met the same fate. His heart immediately turned to ashes. Immediately afterwards, he and several other Beimang strong men's backs smashed into the city wall near the ladder at almost the same time. They were like a bunch of pitiful grasshoppers that were strung up by ropes. The man who fell until he was completely dizzy held his shield tightly, raising his arm to block above his head. Sure enough, immediately afterwards, there were light crossbows that shot down from above the city wall. He who temporarily escaped this disaster knew that the true danger was still to come. Their group had their armors hooked by Bailiang's flying owls. This type of weapon used specifically to deal with Great Mang's strong men was a 7-zhang long iron chain. There were sharp flying hooks nailed to the iron chain every 3 feet. Once the latter armored soldiers were hooked, they wouldn't be able to control themselves, quickly being dragged up. What welcomed them were spears one after another. He had personally seen many strong men die miserably under these flying owls. If he hurriedly removed his armor at this time, trying to escape by jumping off the city wall, it wouldn't be realistic at all. He who was suspended at the very top of the iron chain lowered his head, roaring angrily, "Hold the warblade tightly." This iron chain flying owl was pulled back by several Bailiang soldiers. The 4 Beimang strong men's iron armor grinded against the walls, releasing chi-chi noises. Out of the 4 of them, he was the first to climb up to the top of the city wall. His mind was blank. He instinctively turned around and faced the top of the city wall. After he was pulled out of the city wall, he held his shield in front of him. Instantly, his shield was hit by a spear and smashed into his chest. However, when he tried to swing his saber randomly, a northern Liang guard on the city wall wielding a strange straight saber smashed into his head. Blood splattered everywhere, and he died on the spot. As for the 3 strong men who were dragged onto the city wall after his death, they either died under this type of axe or spear. Their corpses were removed from the flying owl and then casually pushed off the city wall. Then, that flying owl was flung off the city wall again. On Tiger Head City's battlefront, one side was like ants, the other side was like ants, both sides' lives truly were like ants. Su Fengnian, who was deep in enemy territory, continued forward, unstoppable like a hot knife through butter. He swept through everything before him, no one able to withstand a single blow. However, Su Fengnian could clearly feel a few balls of dense energy following him. These people were undoubtedly Beimang martial path experts who were waiting for a chance to strike. Most of them were at Master Realm. Further away, 200 steps away, there were 2 top experts, one King Kong and one Xian Ji. Su Fengnian continued forward in a straight line, killing people without any fancy movements. He mostly used the burst and arc spear techniques of the 4-word formula that Spear Immortal King had comprehended. Especially the arc spear technique, it was wide open and was best suited for chaotic battles. Wherever the arc spear technique was used, the burst word formula energy would be mixed in. Within 20 feet of Su Fengnian, no one survived. However, Su Fengnian didn't feel proud at all. Instead, his heart became heavier and heavier. He headed straight for Dongzhuo's flag. Everyone knew that the only people who could stop him were those martial path experts. Normal soldiers were useless. However, the Beimang infantry formations pushed forward without any hesitation. If they were unlucky enough to meet him, they would die. Chapter 1509. In history, the grassland cavalry's large-scale invasions to the south mostly bypassed the strategic passes and majestic cities and towns, or they surrounded the enemy without attacking, forcing the enemy to disarm and surrender. In the true sense of the word, the nomads on horseback were not good at siege battles, and the losses outweighed the gains. Instead of fighting to the death with the defending army at the border, it was better to go around the city and raid the hinterland where the city walls were low and the morale was low. Even though Su Fengnian had long understood that Northern Mang's plan was a bad one, that they had no choice but to make an example out of Northern Liang, Dong Zhuo, and the Magistrate of Peace were clearly ambitious as well. They wanted to use Northern Liang's 300,000 border soldiers as whetstones. This was the same reasoning as when Su Fengnian used Tuoba Bodhisattva to build up momentum. If they could win, they would be able to gallop across a wide expanse of flat plains. Once Beiliang fell, Beimang, which seemed to have suffered heavy casualties, could win the most precious general situation. It was just like when the Su family's cavalry defeated West Shu and secured the victory at the Battle of West Leibi. After that, they attacked West Shu and South Tang. It was just the icing on the cake. The key point that made Su Fengnian feel heavy was that Beimang only had Dong Zhuo and Taiping Ling at the beginning. However, after the fierce battles at Huda Town and Huluku, Beimang's soldiers began to quickly get rid of the discomfort of dismounting and fighting. Su Fengnian led the Phantom Cavalry to fight Beimang's cavalry outside Huluku. At that time, he did not see Zhong Tan leading his troops to attack the city, so he did not have a deep impression of it. Only when he was there and saw them advancing in an orderly manner and taking turns attacking the city did he realize that Beimang's million soldiers had a high chance of winning. Su Fengnian was suddenly enraged. Beiliang was a small place with few people. Every time Qingliang Mountain recruited a master, they had to use them carefully. Even Su Fengnian treated the Finger Xian Realm Sword Path Grandmaster Mi Fengjie with respect. But on this battlefield, a few Master Realm Masters had already died. Out of the 3 that showed up, there were 2 that blocked his path. He found some clues and casually tossed out an arrow to kill one of them. In the blink of an eye, there were 6. On the other hand, how many Master Realm Masters could there be in the entire Whispering Water Room? Just as Su Fengnian was about to kill the hidden masters, those Wu Dao masters suddenly retreated from the battlefield at the same time. Su Fengnian raised his head and looked. It turned out that Dong Zhuo's South Courtyard King flag had begun to move to the rear, luring the enemy in. Su Fengnian, who originally wanted to quickly charge forward, suddenly stopped. For the sake of preventing any accidents from happening on the battlefield, the Huaiyang Pass Protectorate's Luya and Fu Ling garrisons had made corresponding arrangements. If Northern Mang didn't hesitate to send several thousand cavalry to surround and kill him, the 2 garrisons had even prepared for the worst. Even Lu Jinu had clearly stated that the cavalry within the city could charge out at any time. Su Fengnian had his eyes on Huda City, so he was confident that he could charge in alone and leave the battlefield. However, at this moment, Su Fengnian suddenly had a bad feeling. Dong Zhuo's breakthrough point, or Beimang's breakthrough point, wasn't Huda City or Gourd Mouth, but Beimang's Lu province that both sides had their eyes on at the start but had tacitly given up on as the situation changed. At that time, he had suggested Chu Lushan and Yuan Zhuozong to launch an astonishing strategy. They wanted to use the Great Snow Dragon cavalry that had been biding their time and a genuine heavy cavalry as the main force to move their forces and swallow up Yang Yuanzhan's army. They would first invite the enemy into the jar and then catch the turtle in the jar. In that case, was it possible for Northern Mang to change their strategy before this and attempt to swallow up Lu province in one go? Before Su Fengnian arrived at Huaiyang Pass, he had already followed the plan and asked Chu Lushan to give Ko Jianghuai the title of Lu Province General. He would lead 3,000 cavalry and 6,000 Liangzhou infantry to assist Lu Province and work with the Longxiang army to guard the Lu Province battlefield where Tuoba Bodhisattva had joined the battle. Su Fengnian stood where he was and looked towards the west, towards the distant Lu Province. At this time, more than 20 cavalry had unknowingly followed the king of Beimang into the battlefield, each of them carrying a sword. The 2 at the front were the sword crown Wu Luding of the Wu family sword tomb and the female sword attendant Suihua. Wu Luding rode up to Su Fengnian's side. This young swordsman said with a mischievous smile, "You don't dare to advance anymore?" Su Fengnian didn't say anything. The sword attendant Suihua, who was used to closing her eyes to rest, frowned and said in a low voice, "Let's get down to business." Wu Luding immediately kept quiet out of fear and helplessly said, "Protector General Chu wanted me to pass on a message. He said that he felt that the boy Dong Zhuo has bad intentions, so he took the initiative last night to bring several hundred of his personal guards to Lu Province." However, at the border between Yanglu province and Lu province, he already had 8,000 soldiers lying in ambush there, waiting for Beimeng to make this move. Oh, and Protector General Chu also said that those 8,000 soldiers were all troublemakers that had been urgently picked out from the various border armies. Without him personally leading the troops, those old soldiers wouldn't be able to do anything. Su Fengnian suddenly began to laugh heartily, unable to stop no matter what. Wu Luding turned his head to Cuehua and asked, "Have you gone crazy?" Su Fengnian finally stopped laughing and looked towards Dongzhuo's banner in the distance to the north. He smiled and asked, "Do you dare follow me to break the formation for another 2 li?" Wu Luding said without hesitation, "I'm just here to pass on the message." "I don't dare." The female sword attendant opened her eyes and calmly said to Su Fengnian, "Your Highness, please be at ease with your back." Su Fengnian nodded. Those 8,000 old soldiers that had been put together at the last moment. In reality, long before the Su family had died, they had already been disorganized. Even before that, when a certain fatty led his army into Shu, there was no such thing as a direct line of soldiers. It had always been Great General Su Shao who gave him as many soldiers as he wanted to fight. The soldiers under his command were either the ones who died the quickest in the Su family army or the ones who rose the quickest. If one had to give him a name, there was one. It was a battle that had made him famous when he was young. It had taken place by a river. At the time, of the 8,000 cavalry that he had put together, only 400 had survived. After Su Fengnian's hereditary title as the king of Northern Liang, he had a casual conversation with Fatty, who was the governor of Northern Liang, at Huayang Pass. Only then did he know that ever since Fatty had led troops in more than 70 battles, there were about 10,000 people left in Northern Liang who had served under him and had not died. The older ones had already become the family heads of the general families. Most of them were young men in their 40s in the army. The most useless of them should be at least a standard commander at the very least. If Su Fengnian remembered correctly, that river was called the Yeluo. At the border bordering the cold stream. A fatty who had just put on his armor and mounted a horse looked at the cavalry in front of him, those familiar faces. He laughed and asked, "Everyone, how does it feel to go from a general to a lowly soldier under my, Chu Lushan's, command?" The cavalry roared with laughter. The fatty beamed and said, "I hear that there are quite a few people from the infantry who came here to make up the numbers. I, Chu Lushan, am a sentimental person and will not bicker with you all. Presumably, after all these years, you haven't fallen too far behind in archery and horses." The cavalry laughed even louder. The fatty's face suddenly seethed with killing intent as he viciously said, "Everyone here knows an old rule. If you follow me into battle and don't die, you'll be promoted. This time, I'll have to disappoint all of you. It's hard to say if you'll die, but even if you don't die, you won't be promoted. Let me say this first, the enemy this time is the cavalry under the direct command of that Dongzhuo of Beimeng. There are at least 20,000 of them. We only have 8,000 people. What do we do?" A solemn silence reigned. Chu Lushan suddenly clasped his fist and said, "Then I invite everyone to make another trip to the Yeluo with Chu Lushan." Chapter 15:10. In the northern part of West Shu, there were 9 mountains that looked like swords. Among them, where the big and small swords faced each other, the old emperor of West Shu chiseled a rock to open the door. People called it the Sword Gate. This was because after Liang unified the Central Plains, the Swords Gate mountain road had been banished into the Cold Palace. For many years, only those small merchants would travel through this road. As for the Sword Gate, after Jian Huang's death battle with Wang Xianji in Martial Emperor City, some people said that the reason for its nickname was due to the fact that Jian Huang had comprehended the art of swordsmanship while observing the mountains. There were even some who said that before Jian Huang left Shu, he had carved a sword manual on a stone wall somewhere along the plank road. Now, there were quite a few young swordsmen from western Shu who came to the plank road in search of opportunities. It was the beginning of summer, when the peach blossoms gradually fell. The winding path between the mountain walls was slightly dark and damp. A middle-aged man was riding a donkey, and a handsome young man who looked like a page boy was leading the donkey. The young man was carrying a large bamboo box, and he was muttering to himself. The ordinary-looking man was probably used to the young man's complaints, so he turned a deaf ear to him and dozed off leisurely on the donkey. At this moment, a group of people came from the front. The leader was a common woodcutter in West Shu. He was leading a group of young men and women in embroidered clothes. The young man's eyes brightened. He threw a bunch of peach branches to the middle-aged man and whispered, "Master, master, hurry up. Turn around and ride the donkey. Also, it's time for you to recite a poem. Otherwise, with so many donkey-riding followers in the world, you won't be able to show your identity. Otherwise, you can't call yourself the Peach Blossom Sword God. No one will believe you." The middle-aged man said helplessly, "I've met more than 10 groups of people along the way. Every time, I have to recite a poem with the word peach blossom. How can I have so many poems in my stomach?" The young man glared and threatened, "Then I'll repeat the previous one. That, immortals in the forest, it sounds quite celestial. Master, if you don't recite it, I won't help you lead the donkey." The middle-aged man was indeed good-tempered and easy to talk to. He lazily turned around and rode the donkey. He held the peach branch in his hand and recited loudly, "Looking at the peach blossoms in the forest, the dusk deepens and the road grows longer. The old man taught me the 3 Pure Ones book, lived for 1,000 years and laughed at the sovereign king." The young man, who had been as tired as a dog, instantly assumed the demeanor of a child under an immortal. He looked straight ahead and led the donkey forward in large strides. When the group of young masters and young ladies who hired the woodcutter to lead the way saw this scene, they were stunned at first. Then, one of them turned to his companion and said, "Hey, these 2 little swindlers are bullying us because we haven't seen the world. Do they really think that they are dong-tied just because they got a donkey and a peach branch? I'll get a white horse and wear a saber, then I'll be a Su Fengnian." The young man was so angry that his face turned red. The middle-aged man laughed and turned around again, no longer riding the donkey backwards. He threw the peach branch into the gap of the bamboo box. The 2 groups of people brushed past each other lightly. The young man with the donkey had carefully arranged this chance encounter, but in the end, he only received countless disdainful looks. The man looked at the dispirited youth's back and chuckled. "Angry? Don't be angry. Actually, Master has been wanting to tell you this for a long time. In Jianghu, it's all about a real person not revealing his true self." The young man snorted coldly. Obviously, he was still angry. The middle-aged man comforted him. "All right, Master will definitely bring you to see the great scenery of Shu this time." The young man was silent. The man could only smile. "Why don't Master ride the sword and let those people broaden their horizons?" The young man sighed. "Forget it. Those guys have eyes but can't see. Anyway, they are the ones who are at a disadvantage." The young man had his own worries. "Master, it's not that I want to criticize you. Among the 4 grandmasters in Jianghu, Chao Chongqing admires you. Later, you fought with Tuoba Bodhisattva so fiercely that even Su Fengnian's flying sword was given by you. But now, everyone is talking about how Chao Chongqing defeated that useless monk and how domineering Su Fengnian was when he fought with Tuoba Bodhisattva for thousands of miles in the western region. No one said anything good about you. I'm worried." The man joked. "Then why do you always practice swordsmanship when I teach you swordsmanship?" The young man sighed heavily like an old man. "I know my own limitations. I don't have the foundation nor the talent. I can't be a disciple, so I can only hope that Master will be more successful." The man laughed angrily. "You're really open-minded." The young man suddenly turned his head and asked, "Master, why did you take me in as your disciple back then? Look at Wang Xianji, Linya, and the others. They are all top-notch martial arts grandmasters. So let me tell you, don't expect me to help you make a name for yourself in Jianghu." The man said casually, "Master, what do I need that for? Besides, it's great to live happily and die without regrets. Do you think that Chao Chongqing, Su Fengnian, and Tuoba Bodhisattva can do this? They can't do it. If Master were to die tomorrow, you would be able to rely on yourself and not have to worry about food and clothing. So I don't have too many people and things to worry about. Su Fengnian can't let go of his father's inheritance, Chao Changqing can't let go of Dechu's empire, and Tuoba Bodhisattva can't let go of fame and fortune. Don't be envious of these land immortals who don't live happily. The young man sighed. It's really tiring. It was the real peach blossom sword deity, Dong Tai. He smiled and said, "Do you feel less tired now that I've said that?" The young man chuckled. It didn't seem like he was trying to find joy in his misery. He said sincerely, "Master, you're right." There was a commotion behind the master and disciple. The young man turned his head to look. It was the young masters and young ladies who had turned back and stopped not far away. Then, they sent the woodcutter to run in front of them. He seemed a little embarrassed. He rubbed his hands and smiled at Deng Taya, who was on the donkey's back. "Can we discuss something?" Dong Tai smiled and said, "Brother, what is it?" The woodcutter lowered his voice and said, "Brother, I'm sorry. Those rich kids said that they want to buy a donkey from you. I can't afford to offend them, so I have no choice but to run this errand. Brother, if you're willing to sell it, I think you can raise the price and ask for 20 or 30 taels. I think they won't care about the difference." Before Dong Tai could say anything, the young man was already furious. He didn't vent his anger on the woodcutter. Instead, he turned to the group of rich kids and shouted, "Our donkey is not for sale. We won't sell it even if they give us 10,000 taels." Dong Tai, who had turned the donkey around, touched his chin and said softly, "If it's gold, we'll sell it." The young man, who wanted to see the world in chaos, added, "Count yourselves lucky. Master said that we'll sell it for 10,000 taels of gold." The woodcutter shook his head. These two people really didn't know the dangers of the world. They were in the wilderness. If that group of angry young people had bad intentions, would he have to report them to the authorities after he went down the mountain? Along the way, this group of men and women were all very arrogant. They kept talking about the governor of a certain county and a certain general. They didn't seem to be from an ordinary family. Just as the woodcutter was begging for peace, the 7 or 8 people had already walked over aggressively. One of them was a young man with a strong body and a sword hanging from his waist. He pointed at Dong Tai and sneered, "Old man, don't be so shameless. This young master is magnanimous. I'll give you one last chance. This donkey, I'll buy it for 50 taels of silver. It's not that I can't pay a higher price. This young master once spent 4,000 taels of gold in a month. However, I've always had a principle in life. Even if I'm a sucker, I still have a bottom line." The young man suppressed the anger in his chest and said, "Master, how can you tolerate this? In short, I don't want to tolerate this anymore. I want to make a move. I won't be able to deal with a grandmaster, but I'm more than enough to deal with these guys." Dong Tai glanced at a beautiful young woman in the group and then looked at his disciple. The latter swallowed his saliva guiltily. Chapter 15:11. At that time, Dong Tai had just left the Wu family's sword tomb and was not yet the peach blossom sword god. He was a nobody in Jianghu and had no interest in showing off his swordsmanship to others. He tolerated as much as he could. In the early years, it was this foolish disciple who had been beaten up by others when he saw injustice on the road. Perhaps this was his innate chivalrous heart. It was something that Dong Tai did not have. To Dong Tai, everything in the world, except for the sword in his heart, had nothing to do with him. Later, one day, after listening to a storyteller's Jianghu romance in a restaurant and commenting on the sects and masters in Jianghu, his disciple suddenly said that he wanted to learn martial arts. Dong Tai laughed and asked him what would happen if he learned martial arts. He said that he had not thought about it and would think about other things after he learned it. At that time, Dong Tai was happy to get rid of this burden, so he secretly helped him enter a small sect. When the child, who was thought to have a good foundation, became a direct disciple of the small sect, it did not take long for him to lose his drive to become a master. Practicing martial arts was normal, but because he was a direct disciple, he could get 1 tael of silver every month, so he became a little money grubber. Dong Tai, who was worried about him, had no choice but to show up. The excited child saw Dong Tai at the gate and said that he wanted to treat him to a good meal. Then he ran back to the sect and took the bag of silver he had saved up. It turned out that the child had bought a saber for Dong Tai and the sect. Because the child had traveled with Dong Tai in the past, he had occasionally heard Dong Tai snort disdainfully at the swordsmen of the world. He thought that his savior, who could not afford a weapon, should not like being a swordsman but rather a saber wielder. From then on, Dong Tai took in his one and only disciple. As for the saber, he exchanged it for a donkey. When Dong Tai went to Martial Emperor City of the Eastern Sea to fight with Wuxia Xianxia, it was a time when peach blossoms were blooming. His disciple was very attentive, at least much more attentive than Dong Tai, who had gone empty-handed. He earnestly advised his master not to fight with someone empty-handed, as it would be too disadvantageous. In the end, he could not persuade his master, who was unwilling to use a sword. The child could only point angrily at a peach tree, saying that his master should at least use a peach branch as a sword. After that, there was a peach blossom sword deity who rode a donkey in the Jianghu. Ever since Dong Tai became famous, this disciple would still complain about his master not being able to win against Wuxia Xianxia. He complained that Wuxia Xianxia had an advantage in age, and that it was an unfair victory. He complained that Dong Tai gave that box of 12 flying swords to Su Fengnian, but he did not complain about his master not thinking about his disciple first when he had something good. Instead, he complained that his master never showed that box of flying swords in front of him, and treated him as an outsider. Because of this, he even had a cold war with Dong Tai for half a month. The youth also complained that the Jianghu did not have good eyesight. His master was clearly a grandmaster in the art of killing, but he had to stand shoulder to shoulder with the other three. Amidst these trivial complaints, Dong Tai felt that his ears were about to grow calluses. Then, suddenly, one day, he realized that this seemingly young disciple of his had really grown up. He began to steal glances at the beautiful women he met on the streets. It turned out that his lips were starting to grow stubble. Just as Dong Tai was in a daze, the tall and sturdy youth holding the sword angrily said, "My temper." "Hey, old man, don't be so shameless. Luckily, I'm not an unscrupulous disciple who uses his power to bully others. Otherwise, you would have already been beaten to the ground. Hurry up, 50 taels of silver, and the donkey is mine. You and that brat can take the money and scram. It's enough for you two poor bastards to go to the best restaurant in the Shu lands to eat and drink." Dong Tai flipped off the donkey and patted the back of the donkey. He looked at his disciple, who was much less impulsive than when he was young. Back then, he knew that he couldn't win, but he still wanted to get beaten up. Now, he was Dong Tai's disciple. Even if he couldn't exchange blows with a level 1 master, he would have no problem withstanding 20 to 30 blows from a level 2 master. However, he was becoming more and more disinterested in small fights. Dong Tai did not pay attention to the disciple, who was actually not too bad. He walked in front of his disciple and rubbed his head. He smiled lazily and said, "Disciple, although you don't have much potential, I am very happy to have a disciple like you." The youth felt his hair stand on end and said, "Master, what's wrong with you? You can't be sick, right?" Dong Tai smiled and said, "I'm just happy." In the crowd, a young man who drank too much waved his fan. He didn't put the donkey-riding middle-aged uncle in his eyes at all. However, that little bastard's eyes were too evil. Just now, he actually dared to secretly look at the girl he liked. Did he think that he didn't notice? The only daughter of the Western Shuizhou deputy general, was she someone that a donkey-riding young man could covet? He skillfully closed his fan and smiled at the youth. 50 taels of silver is not a small amount. If you want to go to the Jianghu, you can buy a good weapon. If you want to go to the imperial examinations, you can even buy a lot of books. Dong Tai heard these words that were like needles hidden in cotton floss and laughed it off. His disciple rolled his eyes and said to Dong Tai, "Master, let's go." "Ignore them." Dong Tai nodded and said, "Give me the bamboo box." The youth frowned and said, "Don't. Although I'm afraid of being tired, I'm more afraid of our donkey being tired." "Master, you're carrying it." In the end, it's still the donkey carrying it. It's not young anymore. Dong Tai glared at him and said, "Give it to me if I want you to." The youth reluctantly took off the bamboo box and handed it to Dong Tai. He couldn't help but mumble again. Large and small swords faced off against each other. Between the mountains, there was a strong wind. Occasionally, birds would fly past. Dong Tai rarely carried the box himself. He then smiled at his disciple and said, "You go down the mountain first." In the next moment, Dong Tai made a strange movement. He took out the peach branch from the bamboo box and threw it high up. Just when everyone was confused, someone with sharp eyes suddenly realized that after the peach branch was thrown, it actually stopped in the air. Just when the youth was at a loss, Dong Tai lightly pushed his shoulder and shouted, "Raise the sword with chi, mountain stepping technique." After the youth who was pushed out of the cliff by his master heard this, even though he was high up in the air, he still subconsciously made the sword stepping technique. The youth just happened to step on the peach branch. This scene was like an immortal riding a sword. After a brief moment of panic, the young man, who had never eaten pork but had at least seen pigs run, suddenly laughed heartily and shouted, "Let's go down the mountain." The youth rode the wind and went down the mountain. His laughter echoed in the cliffs for a long time. How many Jianghu youths in the world dreamed of roaming Jianghu with a sword? How many people could be like the youth who was leading the donkey, flying around Jianghu like an immortal riding the wind? Dong Tai rode the donkey again and joked with the stunned youths, 50 taels of silver is really not enough to buy this donkey. Finally, Dong Tai glanced at the young lady that his disciple liked and said with a smile, "Little girl, remember that youth." He nagged Wuxia Xianxia about the martial emperor's city, drank wine with Chao Chongqing at the same table, pointed at Guangling Crown Prince Zhao Yuang and cursed. Of course, the most important thing is that this guy gave me the nickname of Peach Blossom Sword God. Isn't he awesome? The young lady was so shocked that she couldn't speak. The old donkey's hooves tapped on the ground leisurely and went further and further away. The Peach Blossom Sword God on the donkey's back suddenly felt regretful. Tuoba Bodhisattva had already fought 3 of the 4 grandmasters. He couldn't fight Chao Chongqing anymore. Then, Dong Tai didn't know if he would have a chance to fight with Su Ke in this lifetime. "Kid, don't die. If you die under the hooves of the Beimang barbarians, won't you feel ashamed?" Martial Emperor City's status in Jianghu plummeted after old weirdo Wang died in Beiyang, especially after Yu Groom and the others left the East Sea one after another. This holy land of Jianghu in the past went through a long period of unrest. There were many independent forces in the city. Especially without the restraint of the prohibition of martial arts, the fights between the experts were so frequent that it was difficult to find a higher place to fight. The fights between the sects were even more numerous. It was said that some busybodies calculated that there were as many as 60 sects that rose and fell within half a year. Of course, many of the so-called sects were just small kittens and puppies. All this chaos only began to stabilize after the young man surnamed Jiang had been fighting for half a year on the city wall. As for the young man's identity, there were many speculations. Some said that Jiang Fuding was Wang Xianji's real disciple in closed-door training. Some said that he was a banished immortal like Qi Xianzhu who had great luck and was the ultimate counter to the king of Beiyang in this generation. Jiang Fuding, who was a loner in martial emperor's city, didn't pay attention to the affairs of the world. He just fought for the city wall day after day. The handsome young man who used to challenge the king of Beiyang with a pawn entering cold on his waist had become as tanned as a fisherman's. Ever since Linya, the grandmaster of fist techniques, left martial emperor's city, Jiang Fuding stopped drinking. In fact, it wasn't like a turtledove occupying a magpie's nest. Wang Xianji's residence had become ownerless. Jiang Fuding used his fists to monopolize old weirdo Wang's former residence. Those who didn't accept it or didn't have eyes had their bodies smashed by him. That night, the bright moon shone over the sea. Chapter 15:12. Using the moonlight, Jiang Fuding sat cross-legged at the top of the city wall with a pot of wine, drinking slowly. This young man with a hidden identity had once been young and arrogant. In such a large Great Peace city, among his peers, he despised the two sons of General Gu Jiantang for being too rigid. He despised the fourth imperial son for his reputation but lack of ambition. He despised the first imperial son Zhao Wu for being vulgar. He despised the children of the officials for being useless. In the end, he only got along well with the illegitimate son of the previous emperor, Zhao Kai. Before Zhao Kai returned to the capital from Shangyin Academy, and before he died at the Iron Gate Pass of the western regions, the two got drunk. One said he would do great service for the Zhao Kai of Liyang, the other said with a smile that the country was his and the Jianghu was his. In the future, if he helped Zhao Kai sit on the dragon throne, how about he, Jiang Fuding, be conferred the title of King of Freedom? Jiang Fuding gazed at the bright moonlight on the sea and was in a daze. In terms of status and family background, Zhao Kai was the son of the emperor and the disciple of Yang Taisui. He, Jiang Fuding, was not weak. He was the son of the imperial tutor of Liyang. While he had completely concealed his identity and did not have the surname Yuan with that man in order to deal with the endless assassinations, which of the people at the top of Great Peace City dared to underestimate him? The youngest son of the former Minister of Revenue Wang Xiongui, the current leader of the four young masters of Jing, had a conflict with him in his early years. In the end, he had come to kowtow and admit his wrongs that night. When he, Jiang Fuding, was young, he said he wanted to practice the blade. That man who spoke ambiguously asked for Gu Jiantang's blade manual for him. At the time, Gu Jiantang, who was still the Minister of War at the time, even taught him the Thunder Heart. That man even took out the soldier of crossing the river from the inner treasury. In those decades, no less than 20 martial grandmasters had taught him moves. Among them was Lu Hao of the Great Celestial Phenomenon realm of Great Celestial Phenomenon. Since this was the case, how could he, Jiang Fuding, lose to that Su? Jiang Fuding threw the wine pot into the sea and shouted, "How can I accept this? How can I admit defeat?" Jiang Fuding gasped for breath and took out a book from his bosom, as if he wanted to throw it away like the wine jug. However, he raised his arm and in the end, did not throw it away. This book was his father's real legacy. The man whose real name was not known was once the well-deserved emperor's preceptor of Liyang, the most intelligent strategist of the Liang dynasty. His opponents were Sun Ping, Huang Longshi, Su Shao, Zhao Bing, the Prince of Yanqi, and the Spring of Eternal Hui, led by Zhang Julu. Jiang Fuding muttered, "Father, you have never lost, so how can I compare to you?" Jiang Fuding slowly retracted his hand as he looked at the yellowed book with a stupefied expression. The title of the book was written in meticulous script. It was a very strange name, Night Sailing Ship. Jiang Fuding knew the reason because that man once mentioned that among all the knowledge in the world, night sailing was the most difficult to deal with. At the beginning of the book, there was an absurd story about people from the three sects of Confucianism, Buddhism, and Taoism. The four of them were sailing on the sea together with an old boatman. The Confucians said that the study of saving the people was awe-inspiring and righteous. The Taoists said that the method of immortality was incomparably mysterious. The monks said that the profound Buddhism was like a fairy scattering flowers. The more the boatman listened, the more frightened he became. He was so scared that he almost threw away the bamboo wormwood in his hand. Later, the more he listened, the more sleepy he became. In the end, he accidentally threw away the bamboo wormwood, causing the four of them to be unable to return to the shore. This book was personally given to Jiang Fuding by Yuan Benshi when he brought Song Kelly out of the capital to travel north and south of the Great Jiang. He only said that the stories in the book were merely hearsay stories from the countryside. They were like scribbles, hardly worthy of being refined. It was purely the work of an old teacher who was bored to death. Other than flipping a few pages for his son to read, there was no other use for it. There were more than 200,000 words in this book, so every page was densely packed. Jiang Fuding could totally imagine the scene without any grandeur. A slightly reclusive old man was on duty in the Hanlin Academy under the identity of Yuan Pu. He had a bottle of cheap and good wine, a plate of fragrant peanuts, and a purple brush that was as sharp as a knife. He sat alone and drank. His strokes were very slow, and his strokes were very small. Every time he wrote something he was satisfied with, he would take a sip of the wine, Jiang Fuding carefully put the book back into his arms and lay back. He looked at the bright moon above his head. When I was young, you told me that heaven and earth gave birth to me as a man. If I win, I'll be a hero. If I lose, I'll be a hero. If I die, I'll be a ghost. Jiang Fuding closed his eyes and said bitterly, but when you saw me for the last time, you said that it was enough for me to live well. After a long silence, the most reclusive young man in the martial emperor's city fell into a deep sleep. Bathed in the morning light, Jiang Fuding finally opened his eyes and sat up. He said softly, I've made up my mind. The world can forget 100 or 1,000 Jiang Fuding, but they can't forget Yuan Benshi. Jiang Fuding stood up again and murmured with tears in his eyes, Father. I'll settle the score with Zhao Zhuan and Li Yang for you. I'll help Zhao Zhu sit on the dragon throne. I miss you very much. Su, if you're lucky enough to survive, we'll meet in the imperial court. Right at this moment, a little boy carrying a small bamboo basket ran up the city wall. His clothes might be shabby, but he was rather neat and tidy. When he didn't speak, his clean little face had a solemn expression that other children of the same age didn't have. When the little boy saw that familiar slender figure, he steadied his breathing and recuperated before shouting, Jiang Fuding. It was said that Wang Xianji's disciples, Yu Groom and Linya, loved to go to that little place for breakfast. A 7 or 8-year-old child's horizons were naturally higher. The child had a skinny dog and would walk the dog around the city when he had nothing to do. It was as though he was a general patrolling his territory. After Jiang Fuding arrived at the martial emperor's city, there was no one to help him take care of his life. Especially after Linya left the Eastern Sea, she was very particular about everything. Therefore, she would casually settle her breakfast at that bun shop. Every time, she would spend 20 copper coins to buy a small basket of thin and juicy buns. As time passed, she became familiar with the little boy who collected the money. She would occasionally tease this little boy who was very rigid in everything he did and said. Jiang Fuding was also puzzled. How did such an easygoing couple raise such a strange child who was filled with the aura of an old scholar? The child who followed this old man and Linya with the surname Go passed the basket of buns to Jiang Fuding and said seriously, 20 copper coins. Put it down first. If you forget, I will remind you. Jiang Fuding said helplessly, Go don't care. It's only 20 copper coins. I won't forget you. The little boy stared and said, My surname is Go, and my name is Yufang. I took it from the saint scriptures. When one's parents are around, one should not travel far. There must be a method to travel. Jiang Fuding, who had been quiet in the Eastern Sea for a long time, only showed some of the demeanor of the capital city's top-notch clan when he met this interesting child. He smiled and said, You don't even know who your parents are. Why do you need to have a method? In my opinion, that green-clothed girl who grew up with you, the nickname she gave you is more suitable. Go don't care, it's easier to call you that. The child put on a stern face and said, Don't say indecent things. Jiang Fuding laughed and said, What does a little kid know about etiquette? Back then, the scholar who told me about etiquette was Duke Yanxing of the Zhang family. The child frowned. I don't know if that teacher is learned or not, but I know that his students did not learn well. Jiang Fuding, who was being teased and lectured by a child, was not angry. He sat on the city wall and opened the slightly cool bamboo basket. He gently picked up a small and exquisite bun with 2 fingers and threw it into his mouth. His mouth was full of fragrance and endless aftertaste. In the past, in Great Peace City, he had eaten so many delicacies that were called the best in the world that he could not remember the taste. Now, it was these small meat buns that were only 2 copper coins each. If he did not eat a basket of them each day, he would not be able to forget them. Jiang Fuding smacked his lips and ate 6 or 7 buns in one go. Then he seemed to remember something of the past. He chuckled and said, It rained heavily in Great Peace City. Many fish drowned. Go Yufang sighed and said softly, It's not funny. Jiang Fuding lowered his head and looked at the buns in the basket. He said emotionally, That's right. People eat dirt once, and dirt eats people once. The child did not say anything. After all, he was so young and should not have such feelings. Jianghu suddenly turned his head and looked at the child standing beside him. He smiled and said, "After second-grade master, entering the Vajra realm depends on perseverance. Finger Xian depends on talent and comprehension. If you want to have the phenomenon of heaven and earth, you have to rely on your innate talent. As for becoming a land immortal, it depends on that illusory fate. Go Yufeng, do you want to practice martial arts?" The child shook his head without hesitation and said, "No." Jianghu said in shock, "In this martial emperor city, you interact with people of the underworld every day. You don't want to practice martial arts?" The child said softly, "I heard that practicing martial arts is a bottomless pit. No amount of money can fill it. I have no money." Jianghu suddenly looked at the last bun in the basket in a daze. He asked in surprise, "Go Yufeng, I remember that I have already eaten 10 buns. Why is there one more today?" The child said calmly, "Grandpa said that you people of the underworld need to train your body. Therefore, you need to eat more. I asked Grandpa for one more. I can only